All right, everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, hope you had a nice weekend, and we're back for week 3 and day 11 of the trial. It will be done this week. The details are probably similar to what I mentioned to you last week. So today will be a full day of testimony, and then I'll have a better idea later this afternoon on sort of what we're at, and I'll update you then. But it's very likely that you'll be getting this case for deliberations on Wednesday. Maybe that would spill into Thursday, if depending on what happens here in the next couple of days. But we'll just keep you posted. If you remember, the defense is in the midst of their case. They have 3 witnesses left. All 3 of them you've heard so far because the plaintiff called them. It's Nurse Haynes and the Nurse McGinnis and Dr. Schara. And in a trial, it's not unusual for people to testify twice because if you remember when they testified the first time, the defense didn't ask questions. They waited until their case to do that. So that's what we're just doing right now. So it's just kind of typical. So you're going to see them for the second time. Don't read anything into that. This is the way that it works, and I believe who's calling Nurse Haynes?
Yes, Your Honor. The hospital would call Nurse Haynes.
Okay. Get him. All right, if you could remain standing, raise your right hand. The clerk's going to swear you in.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samuel Haynes, Samuel, Haynes, Haines.
Your witness, Mr. Francoya.
Yes.
Mr. Haynes, you were here in this courtroom to give some brief testimony adversely about a week and a half, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. Since that was some time ago, I just want to start with a couple preliminaries just to reintroduce you if we could. Mr. Haynes, are you currently employed? And by whom are you presently employed?
St. Elizabeth's Hospital.
And what is your present job title?
I'm a nurse, a registered nurse.
Employed in October of 2021?
Yes.
And were you employed by the St. Elizabeth Hospital at that time as well?
Yes.
Did you have the same job title at that time?
Yes.
What were your job responsibilities in general in October of 2021?
My job title as a nurse mainly related to care of a patient. So I was in charge of the primary care of that patient and things like medication administration and assessment and that sort of stuff.
Okay. Did you work full-time in October of 2021?
I did.
And in what area of the hospital did you work at that time?
I worked in the ICU.
Okay. Did you have any specific shifts that you typically worked in October of 2021?
At that time, I was working night shift.
Could you please briefly recount for the jury your educational background, including your nursing education?
So my education post-high school started at Mid-State Technical College, where I received an associate degree of nursing. And then after that point in time, I went to the University of Oshkosh, and I did a bridge program to become a bachelor's of nursing.
Presently licensed to practice as a registered nurse in Wisconsin?
I am.
When did you initially come to St. Elizabeth Hospital?
I initially came to St. Elizabeth's Hospital in April of 2020.
Did you receive any training at the hospital specifically in order to become qualified to practice independently as an ICU nurse?
I did. In my hospital, we do 3 months of orientation for ICU nurses where they can learn the processes that you have to do as an ICU nurse that you don't have to do as a regular nurse, because I worked as a regular nurse at a different hospital before coming to St. Elizabeth.
What are some of the things specifically that was involved in that ICU specific training?
Largely things such as medication education. There are many medications that are used in the ICU that aren't used in other areas of the hospital, and things such as ventilators and other sorts of ICU specific skills.
Now, as a registered nurse working in the ICU at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021, did you have the occasion to care for patients who suffer the effects of the COVID-19 virus?
I did.
Can you characterize for the jury the extent of your experience caring for COVID-19 patients in the ICU as of October of 2021?
Because of that period of time, a large portion of the patients who were in the ICU, even at the beginning of my orientation into the ICU, were COVID-19 patients. So I'd worked with many COVID patients by the time that October had come around.
Would it comport with your recollection that the Delta variant of the COVID-19 virus was prevalent in October of 2021?
It does.
Okay. What were your typical hours when working overnight shifts in October of 2021 in the ICU?
My hospital does 12-hour shifts. So at that point in time, I was working from 7 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning.
Again, a given shift in the ICU at the hospital in October of 2021, would you be taking over for another nurse who would be finishing his or her shift?
Yes, it's important in nursing in general, but specifically in the ICU for continuity of care. So you do rounds when you switch between where you talk about the patient's condition and changes that happened on your shift.
Okay. And that would typically be known as like a report that you'd be giving or they'd be giving to you when you come out of your shift.
Correct.
Okay. What types of things would generally be discussed in this report?
Mainly assessments of the patient's current condition and changes that happened that were important over the course of your shift and medications that are currently running continuously into that patient.
Now, would the nurse who took over for you at the end of your own shift back in October of 2021 also have access to the patient's medical records, including the patient's medical or medication administration record?
Yes.
Okay. For example, if a nurse were taking over the care of a patient from you at the end of the shift and wanted to know what medications had been administered to the patient during your shift, could they also learn that from taking a report from you and from the record?
They would be able to learn that in both locations.
Okay. As an ICU nurse, are you familiar with the term agitation?
Yes.
What is agitation in the context of ICU care in your experience?
Agitation can take many forms. There's the agitation that most lay people interact where people are aggressive, or there's also agitation where people are pulling at lines or tubes or the such that we use in the ICU to take care of patients. Those are the two main ways that you see agitation.
Is it common for ICU patients to experience agitation while in the ICU?
Quite common.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, was it common for patients suffering the effects of the COVID-19 virus to express signs of agitation to one degree or another?
Quite common as well. When you're having respiratory distress, it's very common to become agitated.
And why is that?
When you feel like you can't breathe, your body's fight or flight kicks in, and you're doing whatever you feel like is appropriate to help you to breathe.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term BiPAP?
I am.
In general, what is BiPAP?
BiPAP is a device that we can use to help you breathe if you're having trouble breathing. If I put just regular oxygen on you, I can increase the amount of oxygen that you have, but ventilation is just as important where we get a lot of volume of air in, and BiPAP helps to assist getting air into your lungs when you're having trouble getting enough air into your lungs.
When a patient in the ICU is having trouble breathing, for example, due to symptoms of COVID-19, is BiPAP a modality that's routinely used in the ICU for treatment of such a patient?
Yes, when it's appropriate, BiPAP was very commonly used.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, would it be important for a patient who was BiPAP dependent to be able to keep that mask on at all times?
Yes, because BiPAP helps with ventilation specifically, it helps open up those lungs. It's important that you continue to wear it because when it comes off, you lose some of those benefits, and it takes time to ramp back up to the benefits you're getting from a BiPAP.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, can agitation sometimes cause problems for a patient in keeping that BiPAP mask on?
Absolutely. BiPAPs can be a bit uncomfortable.
As an ICU nurse with experience caring for patients suffering from symptoms caused by COVID-19, are you familiar with the term proning? Yes. And what's proning?
Proning is specifically laying on your stomach. Proning was used frequently during COVID-19 because the way that COVID-19 affected your lungs, you could breathe a bit better with the backs of your lungs than you could with the front of your lungs. And we produce mucus and things in our lungs lungs all the time. So when we flip you onto your stomach, those mucuses fall to the front and allow you to use the backs of your lungs a bit more.
Experience as an ICU nurse, can a patient who is agitated experience difficulty maintaining a prone position?
Yeah, because it can be uncomfortable laying on your stomach for long periods of time.
Okay. Now, given the prevalence of agitation for patients in an ICU setting, particularly patients experiencing trouble breathing as a result of COVID-19, is it important for you to identify and presents?
Absolutely. Agitation can negatively impact your breathing.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, are there medications that are routinely available and used in an ICU setting in order to treat a patient's agitation?
There are several, yes.
What medications in your experience are routinely available and used to help treat a patient's agitation in the ICU?
Among the medications that can be used, ones that affect anxiety, so medications such as Precedex, which helps to reduce the anxiety in the patient. Medications such as benzodiazepines like lorazepam are commonly used. Duromor as well.
What exactly is Precedex?
Precedex is an anxiolytic medication, so it helps to reduce your anxiety by just making you more calm, similar to like medications that you'd receive like at the dentist, like nitrous, where it helps to lower your hair. Precedex helps to reduce your anxiety.
Now, in October of 2021, were you familiar with that medication?
I was, yes.
Prior to and during October of 2021, did you routinely use Precedex in an ICU setting to treat your patient's agitation?
Yes, Precedex is commonly used.
Now, you mentioned another medication, specifically lorazepam. In October of 2021, were you familiar with that medication?
Yes.
And prior to October of 2021, had you routinely used that medication in an ICU setting in order to address your patient's agitations?
Yes.
Now, we've heard the term and some testimony during this trial about titratable medication. Is Precedex, in fact, a titratable medication?
Yes.
And were you familiar with how to titrate or administer that medication in October of 2021?
I was.
And based on that experience, how is a titratable medication like Precedex administered by a nurse in an ICU setting?
So because titratable medications are medications that you expect that you need variable doses over the course of time that the patient is there, the doctor prescribes boundaries where a upper limit and a lower limit, and how to titrate when you're within those limits.
ICU nurse routinely Precedex in order to manage your patient's agitation?
Yes, it's a very good medication.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about this case specifically. Are you aware that you are presently being asked to provide testimony in a lawsuit filed by Mr. Scott Schara, the father of Grace Schara, a former patient at the hospital?
I am.
Do you recall Grace Schara?
I do.
Did you serve as Grace Schara's primary nurse at some point during her hospitalization in October of 2021?
Yes.
And when did you serve as her primary nurse, if you recall?
I had her for two specific shifts. Once was the evening of October the 8th to October the 9th. And then the second one was October the 12th to October the 13th, I believe, because it was the overnight shift in both those cases.
Would you have been caring for the patient on the evening of October the 7th through the 8th?
Yes, it was the 7th to the 8th, and that's correct.
Okay, so there were two different overnight shifts that you recall, one towards the beginning of her stay and one towards the end of her stay?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to start with a first overnight shift in which you served as her primary nurse. As primary nurse, were you solely responsible for her care during that shift?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I might approach.
I do.
Can you briefly explain what that document is?
So this documentation is a part of the patient's assessment. So this particular section is talking about her repositioning and the position that she was sitting in.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? You two up there? And what is the date of the care identified in this document? Did you make entries in Grace's medical record consistent with the time set forth in this document that bear your initials?
Yes,
Okay. Is this document an accurate depiction of information that you would have entered into Grace's chart on the evening of the 7th?
yes,
Let's go to the entry. There's an entry there, it looks like at 22:08 hours. This would be just about 10 o'clock on the evening of the 7th.
yes.
Okay. There we go. There's a little comment section there. Would you be able to read that? Are you able to read that comment?
Yes. The comment says, patient able to reposition independently, thrashing nonstop for the last 2 hours.
Would that be an accurate description of what you personally observed at approximately 10 p.m. on October 7th?
Yes,
In your experience as an ICU nurse, is a patient who is thrashing nonstop likely showing signs of agitation?
Yes.
Okay. Was Grace having difficulty in your observation tolerating her respiratory situation at 10 p.m. on that date, October 7th?
yes,
Did you believe that approximately 10 o'clock p.m. on October 7th, that the significant agitation that was being exhibited by Grace was negatively impacting her clinical status?
I did.
Were you concerned at that time of the evening on October 7th about Grace's constant thrashing?
Yes,
Your Honor, permission to approach?
I do.
What is this document?
This document is a portion of the MAR or medication administration record for Grace Schara.
Document be an accurate copy of that portion of Grace's medical administration record that detailed the record of the administration of medications, including lorazepam and Precedex.
Yes,
Okay. I'd like to flip, if you could, to page 879 of that document.
yes,
Okay. Are you there?
yes.
Okay. Can you identify for the jury what's identified on page 879?
This particular page is the page discussing the administration of Precedex.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Matt, page 879. Okay. Does this page indicate the name of the doctor who ordered Precedex for Grace?
It does.
Okay. And who was the ordering doctor?
The doctor was Dr. Romano Murata, who's one of our intensivists. Okay. I can read from the
Top of actually, you can see the order up there. Okay. When was the order placed?
The order was placed at 21:45 on the 7th.
Does the document specify that this is a titratable medication?
It does.
Was there a standard titration parameter at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021 for the medication Precedex?
Yes.
What was the parameter?
So unless otherwise indicated, we will go up by 0.1, up or down by 0.1 at a time, with a minimum of 0.1 and a maximum of 1.5.
Now, after an order for a titratable medication like Precedex is entered by a physician, who ultimately administers that titrated medication?
The nurse ultimately administers the medication.
And does exhibit number 366 indicate who ultimately commenced the administration of Precedex to Grace Schara under Dr. Murata's order on the evening of October 7th?
It does.
Were you that individual who began the titration?
I was.
That's your initials there under user there next to 2200?
Yes.
Do you have any independent recollection as you sit here today of speaking to Dr. Murata about Grace's agitation on October 7th?
Not specifically, but I know that I did because a new order is there.
Director of Pharmacy Nick Sylvia has testified in this matter that this order was entered as a telephone readback order entered by you upon the order of Dr. Murata. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you typically notify an attending physician when you encounter the level of agitation that was being displayed by Grace on the evening of October 7th?
Yes, particularly when it's negatively impacting the patient.
Now, as a registered nurse, are you permitted to administer a medication like Precedex in the absence of a physician order?
Not without a doctor's order.
Okay. In Grace's case, would it be accurate to state that there was a proper order from a physician, including titration parameters in place for the administration of Precedex when you commenced the titration of that medication at 2200 hours?
Yes.
Okay. In the titration of that medication?
I started it at 1.
And was that the starting rate?
When the doctors order a titratable medication, they will also order what they want you to start at.
Okay. And did Dr. Murata order the starting dose to be 1.0?
Yes.
Okay. So you were following the order of Dr. Murata when you commenced the titration at that level?
Correct.
And when you started the titration at the level of 1.0 at 2200 hours, did you anticipate, based upon your hands-on experience titrating this medication, Precedex, that you might need to titrate the starting titration either up or down, depending upon Grace's initial reaction to that starting titration?
Yes, that's the point of titratable medications, is that you can go up or down on them as you need to. It's quite common to have to adjust when it started.
Okay. So you have a starting dose, but you don't know exactly how the patient's going to react. So you have to see how they react, and then you go from there?
Correct. You know approximately how well people will react to medications, but you might need to go up or down based on that patient.
Okay. And it would not at all be unusual for you in your experience to have to go up or down after that initial dose?
It's quite common.
Okay. Is Precedex a medication that is administered outside of an ICU setting typically?
No, to be on Precedex in my hospital, you need to be in the ICU.
And why is that, if you know?
Titratable medications, by their nature, I need to be paying close attention to you so I can increase or decrease the doses as appropriate. If I'm not paying close attention, then I can't adjust the medication. So in the ICU, you have the supervision you need to go up or down on those medications.
Is that because in the ICU, the ratio of nurse to patient is very low, thus allowing the nurse ample opportunity to, I guess, conduct these assessments?
Yes, the ratios in the ICU are much smaller, which accommodates that.
Now, as soon as Precedex was begun for Grace on the evening of the 7th, would she then become classified as an ICU patient going forward?
Yes.
Now, after setting the initial rate of infusion, what did you do?
After I started the medication, I continued to monitor Grace to see if I had to go up or down on that medication.
Okay. Now, about 20 minutes after you initiated medication downward somewhat.
I did.
Okay. And we see there, it looks like at 22:20 hours, which would be about 20 minutes after the initial titration, you have a note there that you changed the rate from 1.0 to 0.7.
Correct.
Okay. And why did you make that change, that initial change?
When we dose Precedex, the parameters that we use to go up or down, and that is what we call a RASP score. It monitors how agitated or sedated a patient is. And that level had dropped low enough that I knew that she was needing less of the medication, so I turned it down.
Okay. Did you have a target RAS score that you were aiming for?
Yes, our target for Precedex was ordered at -1.
Okay. So on this scale, it goes from negative, say -5 up to say +5, and that tells you what the level of agitation is.
Correct. +5 to -5. +5 is so agitated that you're swinging at people and you're aggressive, and -5 is so sedated that I can't wake you up if I want to.
Okay. Was the need to titrate the Precedex downward 20 minutes after you started that medication unexpected from your perspective as an ICU nurse?
No, it's common to have to adjust Precedex. So if he's or she's over sedated when I start it, I turn it down. And if she's not sedated enough, I turn it up.
When you mentioned the RAS score, it looks like you have a notation there, RAS score of -3. Do you see that?
I do.
And did you make the assessment that that was her RAS score at the time that you made that adjustment?
I did.
Now, a RAS score of -3, would that constitute moderate sedation?
To touch, but I can't wake up the voice. And it often is the point at which you start turning down medications like this.
Okay, so when we're talking about a RAS score of negative,
Can still communicate. And then if you stop stimulating her, she falls back asleep.
minutes, were you attempting to find a baseline for the administration of that new medication to Grace on that evening?
I was attempting to find a baseline.
Did you modify the titration any further during your shift on the morning of October 8th after adjusting the titration to 0.7?
I did not.
Yeah. And why did you not further modify the titration during that shift?
Because the RAS would have returned to -1, which was the goal of that medication.
Okay. And that was based upon your personal assessment of the, I guess, how she was responding to the medication.
Correct.
And that's how you determine the RAS score.
Correct.
And is that something you're trained to do as an ICU nurse, to understand the RAS score and to be able to equate the RAS scale to what you're seeing clinically in the patient?
Yeah, the RAS scale has hard boundaries between where you do them. It's subjective to some degree, but a RAS of -1 means that I can arouse you to voice, and then we could have a conversation. You would stay awake over the entirety of that conversation.
Now, at the point where you titrated the dose down from 1.0 to 0.7, 20 minutes after commencing that medication, did you consider the need to do that as an overdose of Precedex?
No, it's a titratable medication, so it's quite common to have to go up or down on it.
Okay. In your experience as an ICU nurse, does it frequently require some amount of adjustment in order to find just the right baseline for a titratable medication like Precedex at the very beginning of that infusion?
Absolutely.
From 22:20 hours to the end of your shift that morning, was it your determination that 0.7 was the appropriate titratable level of Precedex for Grace clinically during that shift?
Yes, it was achieving the goal that we were trying to achieve.
Now, does the fact that you found an appropriate titration level at 0.7 on the morning of October 8th for this medication necessarily mean that any titration level above a level of 0.7 would necessarily constitute an overdose moving forward?
No.
Why not?
Partially, there's two main things. First, your level of wakeness varies throughout the day. So it's very common to have to go up or down on a medication based on that and other statuses. So if you're having more difficulty breathing, you might need to have more. If you're having more agitation for other reasons, you might need to have more. And then secondly, you have naivety to medications when you first start with them. So over time, if you're on medications for longer periods of time, it's very common to need more of that medication.
So, Mr. Haynes, if you deemed a titration level of 0.7 to be appropriate for Grace's clinical presentation as it existed on October 7th, that didn't necessarily mean that no level higher than 0.7 at some point in the future would be appropriate for Grace.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after starting the titration of Precedex under Dr. Murata's order on October 7th, did you believe that there might likely come a time when Grace was no longer naive to that medication and therefore might in fact require a higher titratable dose of the medication in order to achieve the necessary therapeutic target of a 0 or a -1 RAS score?
That's quite common, yes.
Okay. When you began the titration of Precedex for Grace on October 7th and you reduced that titration level to 0.7, was it your expectation at that time that there could in fact later come a time in Grace's hospitalization when her level of agitation might increase and therefore require a higher titration level in order to achieve that same desired therapeutic result?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've heard some testimony in this case from plaintiff's pulmonologist, Dr. Burdine, and he offered an opinion that the titration of Precedex to any level above 0.7 for Grace at any time would necessarily constitute an overdose of Precedex. Do you agree with that statement?
I disagree with that statement.
And why is that?
It's very common to use up to 1.5 of that. 1.5 is usually what we do in our hospital as an upper parameter for the vast majority of patients.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, is the appropriate dosage of Precedex pegged to a specific titration number, or is the appropriate dose instead pegged to the patient's clinical presentation in light of the therapeutic target that the patient has at any given time?
It's pegged to how they're responding to therapy within the boundaries that are drawn by the doctor.
Okay. So if the therapeutic target happens to require 0.7, that's the level you would be at.
Correct.
And if the therapeutic target, for example, achieving a -1 RAS score, requires a higher titration of 1.0 or 1.2, that's the target.
Correct.
Okay. Was it your understanding in October of 2021 that so long as a nurse stayed within Dr. Murata's titration parameters, that nurse was in fact permitted to titrate the Precedex up or down as deemed necessary in order to achieve the therapeutic and clinical outcome that the nurse believed to be most beneficial?
Judge, no. Witness, I've been letting him go, but this is getting ridiculous.
I allowed the same thing on your end.
I'm sorry.
I allowed plaintiff to lead for most of your witnesses too. So I don't think he's suggesting an answer. And if he is, jurors, you'll be smart enough to know that
All
he's
right.
putting the answer.
Thank you.
So do you want to ask it again, or do you
Sure.
remember the question?
Again, please.
I can repeat the question. Was it your understanding in October of 2021 that so long as a nurse stayed within Dr. Murata's titration parameters, 0.1 to 1.5, that nurse was permitted to titrate the Precedex up or down as deemed necessary in order to achieve the clinical outcome?
Absolutely.
Now, you also mentioned that you cared for Grace overnight between October 12th and October 13th as well. Okay. Now, you have Exhibit 366 in front of you. You can flip to page 881 of that document. Okay. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, there's an entry for Precedex at midnight and then another order at 6:02 a.m. on October the 13th. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, in fact, we're looking, it kind of cuts off and moves to the next page, but starting at page 881 there, at the very, very bottom, you see 10/13/21 hours, and that's your initial right after that?
Yes.
So that would be at about midnight between the 12th and the 13th?
Yes.
Okay. Matt, why don't we flip to page 882? Okay, now it looks like that little notation continues at the very top of the next page there. And it says current rate 0.7 and the rate changed to 0.8. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Now, according to this entry, it looks like you titrated the level of Precedex up from 0.7 to 0.8 at midnight. And then again at 6:02 in the morning, you titrated from a rate of 0.8 to 0.9. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes.
Now, both of those infusion levels, 0.8 and 0.9, would be greater than the 0.7 level that you had determined to be appropriate for Grace's clinical condition back on October 7th?
Yes.
If a level of 0.7 was an appropriate level on October 7th, why did you believe that a level of 0.8 was appropriate at midnight and then a level of 0.9 was appropriate at 6:02 a.m.?
Because we titrate to reach the goal for the patient. So if the patient's RAS wasn't the level that it needed to, I would go up on the medication.
Okay.
What she's been on previously doesn't necessarily tell me what I need to be on currently.
Okay. Now, in your experience as an ICU nurse who has administered Precedex regularly to ICU patients, did your titration of Precedex up from a level first of 0.8 and then to a level of 0.9 on the morning of the 13th constitute an overdose of that medication?
No, it's quite possible that she was more agitated or less naive to the medications than she was when she started them.
So we're now several days, in fact, about 6 days, close to a week after the first time when you cared for her.
Correct.
Okay. And a patient might be naive, as I understand, to a medication when they first get it, like when you first started it, but now she's been on the medication for a while, so she would no longer be naive to that medication.
Correct.
Okay. And that might, in fact, be one reason why you might need a slightly higher dose in order to achieve the therapeutic effect.
That's one possible reason, yes.
In addition, if you were seeing clinically that she was exhibiting some agitation that was, for example, causing her difficulty breathing or causing her excitement or causing her to, I guess, mess with her BiPAP mask, would those also be reasons why you would titrate up?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Under Dr. Murata's existing order on the morning of the 13th, did you have the authority to titrate that level higher than 0.9, in fact, if you believe that was necessary to achieve the therapeutic goal?
Yes, I would have been able to titrate it as high as 1.5.
Yeah. Now, there's been some testimony in this case on October 8th, between the date when you first cared for Grace and the 12th when you cared for her on the second time, certain pressor medications like atropine and norepinephrine were administered to Grace. In your experience, are medications like atropine and norepinephrine commonly used in an ICU setting to manage a patient's for example, low blood pressure for any number of reasons?
Yes, they can be quite common.
ICU patients typically amongst the sicker patients in the hospital?
Yes.
And that's why they're in the ICU.
Correct.
Okay. Do you as an ICU nurse frequently need to intervene in order to manage fluctuations in a patient's blood pressure for any number of reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Can fluctuations in a patient's blood pressure occur for any number of reasons and not simply due to the administration of Precedex? Okay. If medications like atropine and norepinephrine are commonly used in the ICU to manage things like low blood pressure for patients for any number of reasons, would it have been surprising to you in any way that Grace had received such medications back on October 8th?
No.
Is low blood pressure one potential known side effect of Precedex?
Yes.
And would you have been aware of that in October of 2021?
Yes.
Is that why patients are monitored closely in an ICU setting when receiving a medication like Precedex? In your experience as an ICU nurse in October of 2021, were medications like atropine and norepinephrine used in the course of routine ICU care to help you as the nurse manage fluctuations in a patient's blood pressure for any number of reasons?
Yes.
Okay. If you had noted that Grace had received certain pressor medications like atropine or norepinephrine in order to help regulate her blood pressure on October 8th, would that have caused you any concern on October 12th? Or would you have simply viewed that administration as entirely normal and expected for her given condition?
It would have been normal.
Okay. Now, plaintiff's pulmonologist, Dr. Burdine, has testified that and has portrayed the administration of medications like atropine and norepinephrine on October 8th as some sort of effort to resuscitate Grace emergently from some sort of overdose of Precedex. In your experience as a nurse, would that be an accurate contention?
No.
Why not?
Because we give medications the way that they need to be given. So if you're on a higher dose of medication that you need, like in this case, Precedex, then you sometimes get side effects from those medications that you need to treat. It's not uncommon to give some medications in order to be able to give other medications if the second medication is a necessity for that patient.
Let's talk briefly about your recollection of Grace's clinical condition overnight from October 12th to October 13th.
Yes,
As we've seen on the morning of the 13th, prior to the end of your shift, Grace was still receiving Precedex at a titration level of 0.9.
correct.
For what purpose was she receiving Precedex at that level on the morning of the 13th?
To help her accommodate her BiPAP that she needed to help her breathing.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach? Okay. Mr. Haynes, I'm handing you a copy of the document previously marked as exhibit number 363.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is this document?
This document is a portion of the assessment of Grace Schara over the course of her stay with us.
Would this document accurately depict her vital signs, including respirations, oxygen status, and pulse or heart rate from October 12th through October 13th?
Yes,
Now, the very first entry on that document on page 335 appears to be timed at 7:50 a.m. in the morning on October 12th. Were you Grace's nurse at that time?
I was not.
Okay. And there are initials from another nurse for that entry at 7:50 on the morning of October 12th?
Yes.
I'd like you to flip to page 341 of exhibit number 363. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Okay. Now, there's an entry at it looks like 2000 hours there. So that would be approximately 8 o'clock in the evening?
Correct.
Okay. And that's on the evening of October 12th. Would you have been Grace's nurse at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Are those initials yours at that entry for 2000 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the blood pressure is 107/65.
Yes.
Is that a normal blood pressure?
Yes, I would be quite comfortable with that.
Okay. That's not hypotensive.
No.
Okay. Respirations are noted to be 40 there. Is that correct? The little R there is respirations?
Yes.
Okay. And how many breaths per minute would be considered normal?
20.
Okay. So actually 40 breaths per minute then would be quite high, probably more than twice what normal would be considered.
Correct.
Okay. SpO2 percentage or oxygenation, it looks like it's 89% at this time here.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the SpO2? What is that telling us?
It's telling you approximately the percentage of blood that's oxygenated. You want that number to be higher than 90%.
Do these numbers for Grace at 2000 hours on the evening of the 12th indicate to you as an ICU nurse that she might be experiencing respiratory distress?
Yes.
Can you explain why you can come to that conclusion based on these numbers?
She's breathing at twice the regular rate at a minimum, and she's still not oxygenating at 90%. So you can think about the times where you breathe much quicker than you usually do. It's because you're trying to catch your breath and catch up on oxygen that isn't there.
Here for this entry, there's a notation for a RASS scale. You can see that there at the bottom, RASS.
Yes.
And it looks like the notation there is -1 or drowsy.
Correct.
And would you have been the one to enter that RASS notation there?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified earlier that a RASS scale number of -1 would be the target that you're looking for the use of Precedex.
Correct.
So at 2000 hours, you're right about where you want to be in terms of your anti-anxiety medication.
Correct.
Okay. And that's something that you're monitoring and watching every time that you take account of these numbers.
Yeah, and more frequently than this too.
Okay. Now the next entry here on this same page, it looks like it would be the entry for 2200 hours. Do you see that?
I do.
It looks like once again the blood pressure here would be that. Can we back that up a little so we can see the BP? Right there. Okay, it looks like the blood pressure is 113/64. That's relatively normal.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have a respiration here of 21, so that's lower than it was before, but still maybe a little bit higher than normal.
Yeah, it's a lot better than it was at 40.
PO2 is at 88. Do these numbers continue to be an indication of some respiratory distress?
They do.
Okay. Is that for the same reasons that you've already indicated?
It's for the same reason, but also she's still requiring a lot of support. If I'm just barely getting you across the threshold while giving you a lot of support, you're still in a lot of respiratory distress.
Okay. So it looks like the level of oxygen there is 100. Is that telling you how much oxygen she's receiving?
Yes, it's showing that 100% of the oxygen that I can give with a BiPAP is being given.
Okay. And it looks like the notation there, the RAS score continues to be -1. So you're right where you need to be in terms of anti-anxiety medication.
Correct.
Okay. Matt, let's go to the next page if we could, 342. Okay, it looks like the next notation here on this page where you're recording, this would be at 0000, so roughly midnight?
Correct.
Okay. Now we have a BP there of 112/63?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, that's a good number?
That's appropriate, yes.
Okay, that's not hypotensive in any way. Okay. It looks like now we have respirations at 37. You see that? And
I do.
Okay. And SpO2 of 79.
Yes,
Okay, and these are numbers that you're putting in the record as you're observing them.
correct.
Okay. Now this entry was made. It looks like it's for the midnight check, but were you entering it actually at 12:23 in the morning?
Correct.
Okay. Now this entry was made at 12:23, and that would have been after you had increased the Precedex from 0.7 to 0.8 at midnight, as we saw on the previous document.
Yes,
Okay. So did her vitals now at just after midnight indicate to you any sign of oversedation now that she was up to 0.8?
no,
Okay. Looks like, in fact, the RAS score is still indicated to be -1 here,
correct.
and that's your target.
That's my target.
And we're up a 0.1, so we're up to 0.8 from 0.7, but the RAS score target is still appropriate.
Yeah, so we can titrate those medications up. They do help to make you settle. So if she was on that border of -1 to 0, I have to put a number into the computer. You can turn up the medication and see if you're still in that target goal, and vice versa for turning it down.
Now, do these numbers that we're looking at here, the oxygenation, the respirations, do those continue to indicate to you that she's experiencing respiratory distress?
Significant respiratory distress.
Yeah, well, why does that tell you she's experiencing respiratory distress?
She's back to breathing about twice as quickly as she should be, and she's oxygenating significantly worse than she was before, while still receiving 100% of the support that she could from a BiPAP.
Okay, so she's attempting to breathe a lot faster, and yet that's not resulting in any more oxygen.
Correct.
Okay. And would you expect in a typical individual with healthy lungs who is able to oxygenate that if you're breathing faster, your oxygen would go up?
That's why we breathe faster.
Okay. Now the next entry is at 0200 hours, which would be 2 a.m.
Yes,
Okay. And it looks like the blood pressure once again is 113/67. That's normal, no concerns there.
yes,
Okay. And again, now we're running at a Precedex infusion level of 0.8, which is even higher than we were on the 7th.
yes,
Okay. Now it looks like respirations of 32 we're seeing here,
yes.
and that's still quite high.
It's still quite high.
Okay. SpO2 is 95. That's better than it was.
Yes,
And does the SpO2 fluctuate a little bit as you go?
it fluctuates a bit as you go, but looking at it, you could argue that the reason that she's breathing better is because she's tolerating the BiPAP better, because I turned up the medication and now she's breathing better than she was before I turned up the medication.
And would that be one of the things that you're considering in determining the level of Precedex that you want to titrate?
It's a very large reason why I would titrate that medication.
Okay. And it looks like once again we have a RAS scale notation. She remains at the target of -1 here.
Yes,
Okay. And certainly you continue to measure that, and that's what you're aiming for.
correct.
Okay. Do these numbers still continue to tell you that she's experiencing some respiratory distress?
Yes,
Let's go to the next page, Matt. And we have the next set of vitals that you entered was at several hours later now at 4 in the morning, right there. So now we have blood pressure of 111/62. Is that again pretty normal?
yes,
No concerns for hypotension there?
no,
Now we're at a breathing rate of 40, it looks like,
yes,
okay, and an SpO2 of 97.
correct.
So it looks like she's still breathing probably better than twice what a normal rate would be.
Correct.
Now her SpO2 looks good, but can we surmise that perhaps her work of breathing is a little better because she's tolerating the BiPAP?
She's tolerating the BiPAP better. She's still in respiratory distress because healthy people don't breathe at 40 times a minute.
Okay. Looks like once again now for this, 2 hours later, she remains at a -1 RAS score.
Correct.
And she remains therefore, just like the entire time since we began here, at the target RAS score that you're looking for.
Correct.
Okay. The next entry would be, looks like at 0600 hours. So that's about 2 hours later.
Correct.
And it looks like BP 109/59, that's still relatively normal?
That's still appropriate, yes.
Okay. Respirations of 37 and an SpO2 of 98.
Yes.
Okay. 37 looks like we're still quite high, almost probably twice what we want.
Correct.
Okay. She's still struggling to breathe.
Yes.
Okay. Now the RAS score here once again remains 2 hours later at -1. Okay. And that of course is what you're aiming at as we continue the titration of the Precedex.
Correct.
Now it looks like this particular entry was for the 0600 vital signs, and you're entering this at 0629.
Yes.
Okay. Now 0629 would have been after you increased the titration rate of the Precedex from 0.8 to 0.9. I think we saw it was about a little after 6 o'clock that you did that on the previous document.
Yeah, I believe it was about 6.
Okay. So did the increase in the titration number from 0.8 to 0.9 result in any type of sign of oversedation to you? No. In fact, as we're seeing here, since this was put in maybe 20 minutes or a half an hour after you increased the titration rate to 0.9, we are still at a RAS score of -1, which is the target you're looking for.
Correct.
In your estimation as an ICU nurse on October 13th of 2021, was Grace's agitation reasonably well controlled with Precedex during your shift?
Yes.
Okay. And that's indicated by the continuous indication that the RAS scale was at the target level, -1. Was there anything at all that you noted in Grace's vital signs during your shift between October 12th and October 13th that provided you any indication that Grace was oversedated at the time?
No, the opposite. Actually, usually when you're oversedated, the problem that you're looking for is a decrease in your respiration rate. Your respiration rate dropped lower and lower and lower. And then that's what the problem is with sedation. But for Grace, her respiration rate was still far above what it should be on the Precedex.
Based upon your experience treating patients suffering from symptoms of COVID in the ICU, did you believe that Grace was a very sick patient at the time of your shift from the evening of October 12th into the morning of October 13th?
Yes.
What factors led you to that conclusion?
Mainly her respiratory work. You should not need to have full support from a BiPAP and still have quite the effort that she was. And the need for medications like Precedex to help you tolerate a BiPAP is an indication of significant respiratory distress.
Now, did Grace have any family members with her in the room during your overnight shift from October 12th to the 13th?
I believe her sister was there.
Did you talk to her sister at any point during your shift that evening?
Yes.
Did you attempt to answer any questions that she may have had for you during that shift?
I'm sure that I did. I don't remember a lot of the specifics of that conversation.
Do you recall at all talking to Grace's sister during that shift about how sick Grace was?
I vaguely remember talking to her about how sick she was.
In your observation as an ICU nurse who treated COVID patients in the ICU prior to October of 2021, did patients who were as sick as Grace was on the morning of October 13th tend to have good outcomes?
No.
Okay. Now, Jessica testified that you told her at some point on the October 12th to October 13th shift that you were there to keep Grace comfortable. Is it part of the job of an ICU nurse to help make a patient comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. Were you also there, however, to monitor Grace and to provide whatever medications or nursing interventions that were required during your shift in order to maintain her life and well-being? Grace was not simply like a comfort care patient, was she?
No, absolutely not.
She was receiving full care at that time. Whatever she needed, you were there to provide, and if that included some incidental comfort, you could do that.
Correct. And sometimes the goal is comfort when you're trying to keep somebody alive and healthy, because for an instance of somebody in significant respiratory distress, keeping them comfortable is one of the best ways to help them be calm and breathe well, because it's difficult to do that normally when you're in respiratory distress.
Did you do everything that you could for Grace while you cared for her during your overnight shift between October 12th and October 13th?
Yes.
Did Grace's sister Jessica express any concerns, complaints, or dissatisfaction with Grace's care during your overnight shift from the 12th to the 13th?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Haynes. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Attorney Guzzi, anything? No, Your Honor. Attorney Mendenhall?
Yeah, sure. I think I would like access to the screen possibly here.
Over.
I'm gonna start out, I'll put up the precedent pack.
Talk to you about those leading questions. I mentioned to you a couple weeks ago, so I just want to remind you that the normal rules are that on direct examination, you're not supposed to ask a leading question. A leading question is something that can be answered yes or no. I've allowed it in this trial, as I do in most trials, because like when Attorney Frankowiak was saying, if you look at that page, is it correct that it says that the blood pressure is this or the respiratory rate is that? It just saves time. And if you think that that leading question was improper, or he was putting an answer into the witness's mind, or the plaintiff did that back when they were asking Mr. Schara questions, then you're smart enough to figure that out and you'll give it the credibility that you think, but it just saves time and allows the attorneys to get the points. So I normally allow it. And I want you to kind of understand that's the reason I do. And I would imagine that if it was a unfair question or misleading or confused, the other attorney would have jumped up and said that, and then I probably would have sustained it. Okay, so try to buy you some time there, Mr. You ever ready to go, Mr. Mendenhall?
Responded. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
I didn't want everybody looking at you.
Yeah,
So-
that's what they're looking at me anyway. That's all right. I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate you being here, and certainly for helping Grace out by turning back the Presidex on the 7th. So thank you for that. But I'm concerned about something that you did not hear Dr. Burdine testify that something else goes on with Grace when she's on Presidex, right? You didn't hear that.
It was my understanding that was sequestered. I haven't heard
Yeah.
anything of the trial other than my testimony.
Yeah, that's fine. But have you looked at the side effects of Presidex?
Yes.
You have? All right, let me pop one up here. And I want to go down to the bottom here. Let's see if I can zoom in here. And you see at the bottom of the screen there that we have a word that we've been hearing about, for a couple of weeks now, and it's called acidosis.
Correct.
And Presidex causes acidosis.
It can cause.
Right.
Yeah.
It can. And acidosis causes heavy breathing in order to clear the acidosis, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. There are a lot of other things on this sheet that I can talk about, all of which are in the medical record. But let's go through a couple of them, and I can find them if you want me to, but I just would like yes or no answers. It can cause respiratory depression, right?
Yes.
It can cause hypoxia, right? Which is low oxygenation, right?
Yes,
It can actually cause what it's supposed to treat, agitation, right?
yes,
Yep, it's in there, and I'll find it if you're having a problem. We'll go look through the package insert. It can cause blood pressure fluctuation, right?
yes.
And in fact, it can cause anxiety, which, that's been a big issue here is that, oh, she's anxious, but Precedex itself can cause anxiety, correct?
I'm not familiar with that. If it says it does, then
Well-
I'm not going to fight with you on that.
All right, thank you. It can cause sepsis as well.
Again, I'm not familiar with that, but I won't argue with what it says.
No, and I appreciate that because we've got, I think there's how many pages in here? 26 pages of issues in the package insert. And finally, it can cause cardiac arrest. So there's a long list of really bad possible side effects for Precedex, which amazingly match her situation in her metabolic acidosis diagnosis that Dr. Burdine came up with, correct?
Sorry, could I hear the question again?
It's all right. I'll withdraw that question. Let's just move on. There's this thing that you keep saying, and Mr. Frankowiak keeps talking about that. Grace. And I think you said it this way: someone can become non-naive. It doesn't necessarily mean that Grace did become non-naive. Correct?
Not necessarily.
A patient. I'll withdraw. Then I'll rephrase it. A patient could also stay naive to a drug and stay sensitive to a drug.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I know. On the 8th, if the Precedex had stayed on at that rate and she hadn't been given norepinephrine and atropine and dopamine, she'd have died, wouldn't she, on the 8th?
Objection.
Well,
Don't-
just 1 second. There's an objection. The objection is overruled on that because it's cross-examination, but I doubt you know what he's talking about, or do you?
I
Let me
haven't.
Just may I elaborate on my objection? Also based on speculation. I think it's outside the scope of this witness's expertise.
I'm going to object on foundation. Why don't you lay a foundation and make sure that he's familiar with what you're talking about, since he said he wasn't listening in on the trial.
Well, I guess what I was getting at, there was a big questioning about norepinephrine, atropine, and dopamine, and you recognized all those drugs.
I'm familiar with those medications.
Okay, but it sounds like you're not familiar with the fact that they were all used on Grace on the 8th. Is that right? You're not familiar with that fact?
I did not know that she was given those at that time.
Okay. Scott was with you. You were there at 2 different dates. You were there on the 7th, and you were there on the 12th through the 13th. So
Correct,
I want to focus on those for a minute. Now, when Scott was there on the 7th, you met him, I guess, right?
Yes,
Any problems?
not that I recall.
Okay. Any other nurses tell you there were any problems?
Not that I recall.
Any complaints from anybody?
I know that he was removed from the hospital, but I don't know specifically.
I'm asking specifically what you know, though, because we know there's a nurse that accused him of being kind of rude, but I want to know what you know. Did any other nurses that you know, and did you have any problems with Scott while you encountered him in the hospital?
I know that when I encountered him at the hospital, I didn't have any issues with him.
Right.
And I know that he wasn't there the second time.
And no one else had any problems with him either at that time, right?
We don't generally discuss the problems that we have with family members.
Somebody did later, obviously.
I don't generally discuss the problems I have with
All
family members.
And then with Jess, you met her because she was staying overnight. She'd finally gotten back in and to be the advocate for her sister, and she was staying overnight on the 12th, correct?
Yes,
No problems with her, I'm sure.
I didn't have any problems with her, no.
And let's see here. I guess my other question on both nights, you got Scott there on the 7th, you got Jess there on the 12th and the 13th. Did you talk to either one of them about the Precedex?
I don't remember specifically. Usually when I start new medications.
That's fine.
But
if you don't remember,
that was a
that's
long time
fine.
ago.
Do you remember telling Scott about the oversedation? Oversedation, we called it an overdose in the last few weeks, but I'll go with your word, the oversedation on the 7th. Did you tell Scott about that?
Any of the specifics of my conversation with him.
So you don't
I know I generally do, but I don't remember specifically if I did with him.
So right now, you don't know whether or not, but first of all, you didn't tell him that she was on Precedex, did you?
I usually do. I don't remember specifically if I did with him.
That's fair. And then about the oversedation, you also don't remember whether or not you told him about the oversedation.
I don't remember specifics of my conversation with Mr. Schara.
Okay. And then moving forward onto the 12th, did you talk to Nurse McGinnis at all about the fact that she'd had this oversedation on the 7th? I know you didn't know about the 8th, but the first instance.
I don't remember the specifics. I probably wouldn't have because I would have not found that particularly relevant days later.
Did you and Nurse McGinnis have any discussion of the possibility that the side effects of metabolic acidosis and that the side effect of metabolic acidosis was causing the heavy breathing? Did you guys consider that at all as nurses? Yes or no? Yes or no? Did you consider?
Probably not.
Let me make sure it's very clear. Did you consider as nurses that the Precedex adverse event of acidosis was occurring to Grace at all? Yes or no? Oh, you did?
I would have thought it was respiratory acidosis, not metabolic acidosis.
So you don't know what Dr. Berdeen said, that you breathe heavily to get rid of the acids from your body. You didn't hear that, did you?
I haven't heard the trial.
Thank you. Yeah. I want to go to did you know that Scott wanted to know all the drugs that were administered to his daughter? Did you know that? Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I know. There's another issue that's been bothering me of the last 2 weeks is this idea of pre-authorization for a ventilator. Do you, in your experience, have you had doctors push for pre-authorization of a ventilator? Do you understand what that means?
Do you mean that doctors asking family members if they want their loved ones to be ventilated?
No. No.
What do you mean then?
What I mean is, what seems to have happened throughout the course of this process is that, on many, many days, somebody came to the family, and even though Grace seemed to be doing well, like you said, she's in the 90s on the 12th, they're asking for a pre-authorization so they wouldn't have to call the family, I guess, for a ventilator. Are you aware of that kind of process?
Mischaracterized.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
What we do is we clarify with family members for patients that we anticipate might need to be ventilated, what they want, because what I don't want is at 2 o'clock in the morning, if I need to put you on a ventilator, to call you and figure out that right then. If I need to put you on a ventilator now, I want to do it now. I don't want to wait around for 15 minutes figuring out if we're going to. So if I think we might be going in that direction, I'll talk with you ahead of time so I know what you want before we get to that moment, so that I can know what you want when we get there.
So if the family's in the room 24/7, which the Schara is intended to do, and there's no need for a pre-authorization because you don't have to find a phone number or find any power of attorney. That power of attorney is sitting there at bedside, correct?
This is still something we talk about because when you're talking about intubation,
that was a yes or no question, by the way. That was a yes or no question. When the family's sitting at bedside, this is a question.
I would say no to that question.
You couldn't just ask Jess right there if there was an emergency that, hey, we need to vent your sister.
We can.
Okay, right. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. You remember taking your deposition under oath back in May of 2024, correct?
Yes,
And it's really interesting what happened in that deposition on the do not resuscitate order. I was interested in your answer on that and some things that happened around that answer. So you answered to the question. So here's a question. So it's your understanding during that shift, that means the 12th and the 13th, Grace had been under designated DNR, do not resuscitate. And your answer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm quoting this and I'll show you the deposition. I got it right here if you need it. But your answer was, to the best of my recollection, that's what you remembered. She was DNR on the 12th.
2 years after the point, yes.
Thank you.
But
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Back to you, Attorney Trincolia.
Got it.
Mr. Haynes, I just have some clarifications there. You were asked a number of questions, I guess, based upon the Precedex insert. As a nurse, do you typically reference a package insert for Precedex when titrating that medication?
no,
Okay, why is that?
because I'm familiar with the use of that medication.
You actually have hands-on experience administering that medication, so there's no reason for you to reference the package insert?
Correct. I've seen a lot of the common side effects. I'm familiar with the complications with that medication, so I don't need to reference material to tell me what those complications could be.
Okay. Do all medications have side effects?
Yes,
I mean, even something as simple as Tylenol or ibuprofen has side effects, right? Okay. In fact, if I looked at the package insert for Tylenol, is there a possibility it's going to tell me that one of the side effects, potential side effects, is death?
yes,
So I should never take Tylenol, I would assume. Okay. You mentioned that side effects of medications are known. So in October of 2021, you would have been aware of some potential side effects of Precedex. And did you have experience at that time, I guess, watching patients clinically to determine if those side effects were occurring?
yes,
Okay. Would the Precedex have been, in your estimation, necessary to achieve the therapeutic goal?
yes.
And is it pretty typical, and was it typical in October of 2021 for the ordering doctor and yourself to be able to, I guess, weigh the risks versus benefits of a medication?
Yes, the majority of that's done with the doctor, but they get information from me. But yes, risk and benefit.
So in October, during the hospitalization, October of 2021, the benefit of this medication would outweigh any of the potential risks.
Absolutely.
Answered, Your Honor.
Good. So he's answered. Next question.
Okay. Now I want to, you were asked a little bit some questions about the use of pressors like atropine and norepinephrine. Matt, I'd like to put up there, if we could, exhibit 366, page number 879. Okay. Now, you were asked some questions, or you were told during your questioning on cross-examination that Grace received some medications like atropine and norepinephrine on the 8th. We see on the medication administration record that there on the 8th, it looks like the highest rate of infusion was there at 10:08 in the morning, and it was 0.9. You see that?
I do.
Okay. So on the 8th, when these medications were given to help regulate the vital signs, 0.9 was the rate we were at?
Yes,
Okay. And then I believe, as we've seen, and you confirm for me, at the end of your shift on the morning of the 13th, she was also at 0.9.
correct.
And I believe we had looked at throughout your entire shift that day, even at 0.9, she was still at the target rest score of -1.
Yes,
And her blood pressure actually was in normal range, not hypotensive at all.
Yes,
She was not receiving any type of pressor agents at all when you titrated up from 0.8 to 0.9, was she?
no,
Okay. Just being at 0.9 did not in fact require any sort of pressor agents when you were caring for her on the 13th.
correct.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned a little bit, you were asked about whether or not you typically, or if you have a specific recollection of telling, for example, Mr. Schara about the medications or the starting of the Precedex. I think you mentioned that this was 4 years ago. You don't remember specific words of any conversations?
Yeah, I know that I communicated with him, but I don't know the specifics of the conversations.
Custom and practice at that time when giving medications of that nature to just mention to a family member who might be there, this is what we're doing and this is why we're doing it.
Yes,
Okay. And I believe we saw some of the records here today that she was in fact thrashing in bed for 2 straight hours according to your notation.
correct.
It was quite obvious from anyone in that room, to your estimation, or was it quite obvious that she was experiencing agitation?
I would have thought that it was quite obvious.
Okay. And you weren't here, so you wouldn't have heard Mr. Schara say that he was aware that she was agitated that day, and in fact was aware that she was receiving some sedative medications to help her deal with that?
I've heard nothing of his testimony.
Okay. You were also asked some questions about the diagnosis of things like metabolic acidosis.
Yes,
As a nurse, do you diagnose things like metabolic acidosis?
I don't.
That's a physician who would do that?
Correct.
Okay. You're administering medications and you're monitoring the patient, you're not diagnosing the patient?
Correct. I communicate information to the doctor that I think is important to help them make those diagnoses, but it is their job to do the diagnosing.
Okay. And I just wanted, the last thing I have here, I just want to touch or on, you were asked some questions about, discussions about being on ventilators and things like that. You as a nurse, as I understand it, are not involved in discussions about use of ventilators, DNRs, things like that. That's a doctor's responsibility?
It is the doctor's responsibility to have those conversations with patients and with family members.
Okay. And as a nurse, that is not something you're ever involved in?
I can be involved in the conversation, but I'm not the important piece of that conversation. It's the doctor and it's the patient's family members.
Okay. And something like a DNR or DNI, that requires a doctor order. You can't do that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last thing I have for you, a little piece of deposition testimony was brought up, or at your deposition, you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes,
And that was several years after the events in question?
I believe it was 2 years after.
And you had not reviewed medical records prior to that deposition beyond, what you had been involved in?
Correct.
Okay. So 2 years after the fact, have you come to understand that she was in fact, a DNR was in fact entered on the 13th and not on the 12th?
Yes, after I saw the information in the medical records and refreshed myself on the dates, I know that it was after the date on the 12th.
It was not shown, when you were questioning your deposition, you were not shown that. You were not shown the records which clearly show that the DNR was entered on the 13th and not the 12th.
Correct.
Okay. And given that you were testifying several years after the fact, you just didn't have a recollection specifically of when the DNR had been entered.
Correct.
Okay. There was no misunderstanding at the time you were caring for Grace on the 12th as to whether or not she was a DNR.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. In the course of your questions asked by Attorney Mendenhall, you were asked a question about whether you would have had to discuss Precedex with Mr. Schara. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think you said you weren't sure. Would it have been your custom and practice to have that type of discussion with a patient or patient advocate?
I very frequently have those conversations with patients and patient advocates.
That would be your custom.
Almost always, yes.
And in terms of the situation where Grace experienced the side effect,
Yeah.
would it have been your custom and practice at the time to inform the family or to talk to the family and explain what had happened?
Yes, when I have significant changes, I do my best to let the patient or an advocate of the patient know what I'm doing and why.
That's your custom and practice.
That is my practice, yes.
Attorney Mendenhall.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. We've seen some inaccuracies in the medical records this week, so it is, so I really, your answer was under oath that you thought she was under DNR on the 12th, starting on the 12th, right? It was under oath. That's the question. I want a yes or no answer. Yes, it was under oath? No? Okay, thank you. And you ended up leaving on the 13th, and the same thing happened in that deposition. Attorney Francowiak was asking these leading questions to get you to change your memory and to change your answer, wasn't he? It was a leading question again, right? Yes or no?
It was a leading question, but
Thank you. That's all I want. Yes or no questions. I'm trying to get through this because it's been a long couple of weeks. This was another one. Both on the 8th, when it got jacked up to 0.9, the Precedex that is, and on the 13th, when it got jacked up to 0.9 in the morning again, both days, Grace went into crisis later those afternoons. Both days. The first day they revived her. The second day they gave her more of what was causing the problem, correct? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. And I just want to, Attorney Francowiak, I'm sorry, my friend at the other table, continues to talk about agitation. And I think we made very clear that Precedex causes all of those things. It causes agitation. It can have the exact reverse of what it's meant for. And we went through that with our package insert, correct?
The insert says that, but I won't
Yes.
agree with that.
I don't care whether you agree or not. I just want a yes or no question. Agitation is one of the problems. And here's something else about those package inserts. Attorney Francowiak wants to say, well, what was it? Tylenol, that could kill you. Isn't this true? The reason there's side effects listed is because it has happened to someone, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And some people will die from Tylenol, correct?
Correct.
Yep. And some people will die from Precedex, correct?
Presumably, yes.
Yes, it's actually listed here as a potential problem, cardiac arrest. One last question, since at least your initial answer, before it got changed, the leading question was that she was on DNR on the 12th. Was there any notice on the door, or did she have a purple wristband on the 12th to indicate that she was DNR?
Not that I recall.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sure. Attorney Francowiak, anything?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so members of the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? If you do, if you could just raise your hand. So we have 1, 2. And we'll pass those along. We'll start with Attorney Francowiak. Yeah, second one's coming. I'm marking as Exhibit 571 the questions from Juror 386. Last question is being circulated. We're going to take a break as soon as we're done with this witness. But one thing that I'd like to just have you go through, and if you have a issue with what I'm about to say, just write a note to the bailiff and let them know that. So some of you are hopefully getting to know each other and, relating for the last couple of weeks, and maybe you realize, more about the other jurors, and maybe you knew some of them and prior to being on the jury. The question that I would have for each of you is, do any one of you feel uncomfortable serving as a juror with somebody else on the jury? And hopefully the answer is no. So I'm just throwing this out there for you to think about. But if you would have an issue, I'd rather know about that now before you start your deliberation. So if you could let the bailiff know, some format. I'm not trying to suggest anything. Just want to make sure we clear that issue out, again today, when you have another 24 hours to think about it before it happens. I'm going to mark as exhibit 572. The questions from juror number 587, and the questions are the following. Can you define pressor medications for the jury? Are these different from recitation medications, or are they synonyms?
So pressors are medications that raise your blood pressure. It's a little bit deeper into the weeds than that, but largely medications that cause your blood vessels to squeeze and raise your blood pressure. It's given for people whose blood pressure is low. They are given in resuscitative situations. They're also given outside of those situations. So yes, and.
So they can be used?
They can be used resuscitatively, and they can be used outside of resuscitation.
So would you consider them different than recitation medication?
I would consider, they had mentioned norepinephrine. That one specifically is abnormal to be used in specifically resuscitative situations. Usually that medication would be epinephrine.
Okay. Since Grace was your patient, how much time would you spend with her in her room each hour approximately?
In average hour, probably about 20 minutes if I have a full patient load. So in the ICU, I can have up to 2 patients at a time. So about a third in one patient, a third in the other patient, the other third charting is generally the way it shakes out. But all of that's dependent on that patient situation. If you need 100% of my time in an hour, you have 100% of my time. And if I need 100% of me in both of my patients' room, I get assistance from other nurses to help me to do that.
What happens if you had one patient only?
If I have one patient, it's generally about half my time in the room, sometimes a bit more, and about half my time doing documentation.
So it would be fair then 30 minutes in the room?
About 30 minutes.
Approximately 6 hours in the room during a 12-hour shift?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge that Down syndrome persons may have higher respiratory rates than a normal person of the same age?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
Down syndrome comes with many complications, one of which, because of their facial structure, they're more prone to having respiratory occlusions than other people. But it's just like a lot of other comorbidities where you take that into consideration and then you make your best decision that you can that's available to you. You don't always have great choices, but you make the best choice that you have.
Any other questions from the jurors? Any questions based on that, Attorney Frankowiak?
When you mention pressor, for example, it's another name for things like atropine and norepinephrine.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned, I just want to make sure I heard it right. Norepinephrine, for example, is a medication that you would not consider to be resuscitative. It's typically used, it's commonly used to help modulate things like blood pressure.
It's commonly used to modulate blood pressure. It can be used resuscitatively, but it's generally not your first option.
Okay. And I guess we went through the respiratory rates, obviously, and noted that they were very high overnight from the 12th to the 13th. Can those respiratory rates or the height of those respiratory rates be explained by the fact that Grace had Down syndrome?
No,
Okay, those rates that we saw there, clearly there's something else going on here. There's respiratory difficulties having nothing to do with the patient having Down syndrome.
yeah. So anytime you're breathing that rapidly, you're trying to compensate for either having too much CO2 or not enough oxygen or a combination of the two. So whether or not you have Down syndrome, like you breathe at a relatively normal rate.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Attorney Guzzi? No, Your Honor. Attorney Mendenhall?
Yeah, just real quickly, following up on that and that jury question, people with Down syndrome, do they have, do you understand that they have a little bit different metabolism and that may be affecting how they metabolize drugs, for example, or how quickly they breathe?
I know that they metabolize things differently,
Yeah.
but then you monitor and you make the best decision you can with the information you have.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions from the jurors for this witness? Okay, Mr. Haynes, your testimony is complete. You may step down and you're free to leave. Exhibits 571 and 572 are received. Members of the jury, I think this works out well for our break. So we'll take a break at this time. Just a reminder not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. And we'll see you back here at 10 minutes to 10. The jury is excused. All right, you may be seated. It's one of the few times we haven't had a sidebar. So congratulations to all of you. 372 and 363 were the new exhibits. Any objection to those being received?
No objection.
Okay, so those are received. I received a note from one of the jurors this morning. It's been marked as exhibit 570. And the note is from juror number 2419. And it says, I know two of the other jurors from previous to this trial. One was a student of mine when I taught 3rd grade. The other is in my yoga class. Before deliberations begins, I thought you ought to know. So during the handing of the questions, that's why I mentioned, I guess the big question here would be, is it going to affect your ability to serve with them? So maybe a secondary question is, why didn't you tell us this 2 weeks ago when we asked you, but I didn't want to say that. So, I instead of calling her out on her own, I just thought I'd throw at them, hey, you've gotten to know each other. You might have remembered, knew them from the past. And if the big question is it going to affect your ability to serve, in deliberations with them? So any questions on anything else you want to do with exhibit 570? Start with plaintiff counsel.
Well, so Your Honor, you don't want to ask her anything. You don't want to call her out from the jury and have us talk.
I don't have a problem calling her out if you want to do that right now.
I don't care either way. I don't, I've had these situations. I showed up at a jury one day and my bus driver, when I was in elementary school, was sitting on the jury. So I've had these things kind of happen, and I don't think it affects things. Jurors in a small town like Akron or here, they know each other. So it's just how it goes.
Okay, Attorney Guzzi, anything?
I don't have any concerns.
Attorney Frankowiak?
I don't have any concerns either.
When the bailiff handed me, so I'm going to receive 570. When the bailiff handed me that note this morning, she also said that the juror who is nursing wants direction from me on how that's going to play out during deliberations. That wasn't in writing; it was just a verbal comment. I haven't really thought about that, so that might be an issue that we want to talk about after you think through it. So, maybe at the next break we'll talk about it.
I just think if she's nursing, she can get up and take a break at that point. Why wouldn't that be the way?
Right, but then I think deliberations need to stop too. So
Agreed.
then the rest of them are stopped.
Yeah.
And so, how do you want us to monitor that? Would it be just with an instruction,
Just stop deliberations while she's nursing. Let her do her thing.
okay? Do you agree, Attorney Guzzi?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't know that. Maybe it is. I agree that some sort of instruction that makes it do that. Or if someone has to get up and do that.
Yeah, that's really all it is. If somebody has a personal need, just that they go take care of it and the rest of the jury stop deliberating for that time.
Okay, Attorney Frankowiak, anything?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
When we select the alternate jurors, do any of you have a preference on how that happens?
Your Honor, I understand things there's some processes here. I guess, we're willing to go with whatever your local processes are and your normal rules on that. What are they?
Yeah, well, I think I explained this to you one prior time. I don't know if I really know. All I know is, sometime when I'm doing my instructions, because I do that before the closing arguments, when I'm done with my instructions, the clerk will always hand me a list of the alternate juror or jurors, however many there are. And I believe it's just randomly done on the computer. We've had trials in the past where, and I'm not opposed to this, if there's a mistrust for the system and, the computer system is working one way or the other, we can put the 15 numbers in a bin and in open court here have somebody draw the 3 that are the alternates. And everybody can see then that the process was what it was, and the 3 are done publicly and it's not relied on a computer. I don't have any problem with that. If that's the way you want to go, I think I just want the clerk to know so she can get the bin and get the numbers printed out.
Yeah, let's throw them in a hat. Yep. Or the bin. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's like a green bin, isn't it? Yeah, it's a tumbler.
We asked for Seat County if we could borrow those big old machines that they use. I just wanted to be clear on that you identify the alternate before we close or after?
After you close. And then my thought, what I think I'm going to do, and I've never done this, but I do think it's best practice is I think I'm going to keep the 3 alternates sequestered separate during the deliberations, just in case something goes wrong with one of the jurors and we need to fill in the alternate juror.
I think that's, I agree with that.
And so just think that through, and I just think that if something goes wrong, we're gonna say, well, why didn't we do that? Right. And I'd never done it, and then I forget how long ago, but we had a trial sometime in the last year where I was talking to the alternate juror because I always talk with them before they leave. So it was within 5 minutes, and we had an issue where one of the jurors had to be, excused. And I was thinking to myself, had that happened 5 minutes later, I would have just excused that juror, and then we'd have been trying that case over again. So I got lucky, and then in this type of case, why have that happen?
And I think that we have not heard anything further from the juror who had expressed some concern. I mean, because that would have been the potential person who could kind of skew the system a little bit, have an alternate, but if they have expressed
not expressed anything, and I did not. I told you guys last week that I had the bill of talk to him. I forget what day that was, but like within the day. But I haven't done anything today. I'm not going to do anything this week. I figure maybe it's come and gone.
No, I don't see anybody that we would look at and say we probably go ahead and make them an alternate or whatever we.
Okay.
I think we go the round.
Okay, and plaintiff, anything on that issue?
Nothing on that. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll start to get that thing ready. And the process will be, I would imagine you're going to get like 15 sheets of paper that are all equal size with numbers on them. Okay, and then we'll do that here, probably during our jury instruction discussion. So everybody will know when you leave who they'll be, but we won't announce it till the end.
Okay.
We'll see you back here at 10 to.
I'm sorry, what time?
At 10 to 10.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're adjourned. The team lost, but he won.
Yeah, well, the state in and of itself is a month.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, Attorney Frank Koyak is your next witness.
Your Honor, St. Elizabeth and Holly McGinnis calls Holly McGinnis.
McGinnis is going to come up to the witness stand. And the clerk will swear you in.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Holly McInnes, HOLLEEMCINNIS.
Koyak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nurse McGinnis, you testified maybe a week and a half ago at plaintiff's behest, but there's been a lot of testimony and some time that's gone by since then. So I just want to refresh a little bit on your background from the beginning so we have a little bit of background to go on. Nurse McGinnis, are you presently employed?
Yes,
Do you have a role or title at St. Elizabeth Hospital?
nurse.
Okay, and you are employed by the hospital? How long have you served in that role?
I've been a registered nurse for 24 years. I have 18 of those at St. Elizabeth.
Would you have, or would that have been the role in which you were serving in October of 2021 as well? Can you just briefly describe for the jury your educational background and educational history?
A Bachelor in Science of Nursing from the University of Wisconsin, Oshkosh.
When did you initially come to St. Elizabeth Hospital?
2007.
Exclusively an ICU nurse since arriving at St. Elizabeth? Did you receive any additional training after coming to St. Elizabeth in order to enable you to provide care as an ICU nurse?
I did go through their typical 3-month preceptorship where I work with an existing nurse just to figure out all the roles, who the doctors are, how you place orders, the medications we use. And they also have a clinical nurse lead who does annual competencies to make sure that we're up to date on all of our ICU specific skills. They bring in subject matter experts on our machines that we run for people yearly so that we keep current on how those things work. And there's also like computer training every time you log into your email, another way to keep current on telemetry rhythms. They're just little modules on the computer that we also are required to do as part of our education for work.
And do all nurses at St. Elizabeth who work in the ICU receive such training?
Yes.
Okay. Have you personally precepted or trained other nurses as ICU nurses during your time at St. Elizabeth?
I have. I've precepted Sam, for example, but many nurses, we have a formal preceptor program, which is also nice because it teaches you how to teach and adult learning styles, and also hits on the main points of what needs to be conveyed for each kind of patient category we may be caring for.
Okay. Can you just describe for the jury the ICU, like what it looked like, what it consisted of as it existed back in October of 2021?
Sure, it's a 30-bed floor, A-pod, B-pod, C-pod. A-pod, medical ICU, first 10 rooms. B-pod is our step-down unit, 10 rooms. And then C-pod was our closed COVID unit. So doors closed because the hallways and the patient rooms were all that negative pressure kind of thing, just to stop the spread of COVID germs.
About how many nurses were assigned to the care of each patient on a given shift in the ICU back in October of 2021?
The ICU staffing ratio is 1-to-1 or 1-to-2.
During the time that you cared for Grace on October 12th and 13th, I believe you testified that Grace was your only patient?
Correct.
Would that have been the case on both days?
Yes,
You were able to give her your complete attention both days?
I was.
Can you just give a brief explanation for the types of things that you would be doing for her throughout the day on those days?
Yeah, we do. I mean, she's always in my direct line of sight. So if I'm in the patient room, listening to heart and lungs, administering medications, adjusting the medications as needed for vital signs. And then where I sit is right outside the room. So I'm probably about as far from her as I am from you right now, through a big observation window where I always can see the monitor, the telemetry rhythm, the patient in the bed, her medications infusing. So there's never a time she's not under my observation.
In your time as an ICU nurse at St. Elizabeth, did you have an experience treating patients in the ICU who suffered symptoms of COVID?
Yes.
Okay. As of October of 2021, how long had you been regularly providing nursing care to COVID patients in the ICU?
I would say well over a year.
Are you able to characterize the number of COVID patients you may have cared for as of October of 2021?
There must have been at least 100 by that point.
By October of 2021, would you have been familiar through experience with medications that were typically and routinely used or administered to COVID patients?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the term agitation as that term is used typically in an ICU context?
I am.
And generally in your own words, what did you understand the term agitation to reference?
Agitation is extreme restlessness. So usually that's when a patient can't either stay in a therapeutic position, or they're removing medical devices like a BiPAP machine or breathing tube, feeding tube.
Now, in this case, Mr. Schara has testified that Grace could not have been agitated while in the hospital because she was not an agitated kid. Is it a matter of being a good kid or being not an agitated kid that would describe this agitation?
No, this is more of a medical condition, or just a response, I guess, to your medical condition, usually involuntary.
Thing that may occur as a result of your medical condition as opposed to a personality trait.
Correct.
In your experience, do ICU patients frequently experience agitation?
Yes, it can be common.
In your experience, did patients suffering the effect of severe COVID infections in the ICU frequently experience agitation?
Yes.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, how did agitation typically manifest for COVID patients in the ICU?
Patients were very short of breath, and so they're moving around in the bed, just trying to do anything they can to get comfortable. But the increased movement also uses extra oxygen, and also in the way that they would try to be removing the BiPAP mask, they don't like that on their face a lot.
Okay. Could agitation also increase, for example, respiration rates?
Absolutely.
And does that also utilize oxygen or require oxygen?
Yes.
From a nursing perspective, is agitation a concern for ICU patients?
It is.
Why is that?
Because, well, like we just said, then you're going to be using more oxygen, and in the case of not having a lot of oxygen available to your body, you need to be in a more restful state.
In your experience as an ICU nurse in October of 2021, were there types of medications that were routinely used in an ICU setting to help physicians and nurses manage patient agitation?
Yes.
In October of 2021, were you familiar with a medication, for example, known as Precedex?
Yes.
Okay. Did you routinely administer that medication to patients in an ICU setting during your time there in 2021?
This is used for many things. We use it for patients experiencing withdrawal symptoms from alcohol. We actually started on our patients who come straight from surgery with a breathing tube in, because it helps reduce their anxiety and helps us actually liberate the breathing tube from them, like remove it. And we also would use it in the situation of patients that have agitation and need to keep their medical devices in place or stay in like a therapeutic sort of position to help lessen the anxiety for that.
And did you personally administer this medication, Precedex, regularly in the treatment of patients who were suffering from COVID in October of 2021?
Yes, it's a common medication.
Okay. In your experience in October of 2021, was Precedex an effective medication for helping to manage a patient's agitation?
Yes.
Okay. You have mentioned that you've had extensive experience actually at the bedside administering and titrating Precedex. How is it typically administered in the ICU?
So it's a continuous infusion on an IV pump. And as we've already talked about, there's a high and low dosage. And my goal is based off a RAS score, the patient's clinical condition, and I move the medication up or down to meet whatever the clinical score would be, the -1.
And does the administration of Precedex require a physician order?
Yes.
Okay. And as a nurse, are you able to administer Precedex in the absence of a physician order?
No.
Now, you've been sitting at the table here throughout the course of this trial, and you've seen some of the evidence, and you've heard testimony thus far?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen that the order in this case for Precedex was entered by Dr. Murata on the 7th of October?
Yes.
And did that order continue then to be in effect up until the 13th when Precedex was eventually turned off?
Yes, it was an active order.
Okay. And that order was from Dr. Murata at all times?
Correct.
According to your review of the record and understanding while caring for Grace, Dr. Schokar, for example, never issued an order for Precedex.
No, it was never Dr. Schokar, it was Dr. Murata's order.
Were there times when, for example, a bag would need to be changed for Precedex?
Yeah, our process is we would order from pharmacy to anticipate. I would usually do it a couple hours before I'd maybe be out of the medication, so it wouldn't be a scenario where you're sitting there waiting for it to come and it's not infusing. We want to keep it continuous.
I understand it. Then Precedex is like a liquid medication that comes in a bag. You would order it from the pharmacy, as you said, and then you would have a new bag that you could hang to infuse when the old bag is gone?
Yeah, when the volume was completed, you just hang a next bag.
Okay. And when that's indicated in the record, then is that something you sign off on when a new bag is delivered or a new bag is ordered?
I would send a message to pharmacy to send the bag.
And you've heard the term titratable medication. You're familiar with that term?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And Precedex, is that a titratable medication?
Yes, it is.
Okay. You've also heard the term titration parameters?
Yes.
And you were familiar in October of 2021 with the typical titration parameters for Precedex?
I was.
Now, you also mentioned the term the RAS score, and we've heard that a little bit, but you're familiar with that?
Yes.
And just if you can describe in your own words, what did you understand, or what is the RAS score?
So it's a scale where 0 is just awake and alert. It goes up to +4, which would be high agitation, and down to -5, which would be like stuporous and not able to wake up at all completely. And our goal would be a -1, which is drowsy, where the patient is relaxed and able to tolerate their machines but can still interact.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes. This is our RAS score scale.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay, so what we have here now is a little table that says RAS score. It says Richmond Agitation and Sedation Scale. Is that what we're talking about? That's like the acronym for RAS?
Correct.
And this is something, are you trained on this, or are ICU nurses trained on this scale?
Yes, and it's also just up on the computer screen when
Okay.
you're scoring the patient for reference.
So it looks like there's a score on the left side there, and is that like indicative of the type of or the level of agitation versus sedation that you're looking at?
Right, yes.
Okay, and each level of agitation is described there, and level of sedation is described there, and each of those levels is assigned a score.
Correct. You give the patient whatever their clinical situation aligns with.
Okay, and in this particular case, we've heard some testimony that the target RAS score for the administration of Precedex for Grace was a score of -1, which is the equivalent of drowsy.
That's correct.
Okay, and that was your recollection in October of 2021?
Very typical of a Precedex order.
And that's described as not fully alert, sustained awakening to voice, eye opening, and contact for greater than 10 seconds.
Correct.
So is that the type of clinical response you're looking for that will tell you that you're at the -1?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've looked, for example, there's been some testimony, and Sam was just up there, Sam Haynes, talking about his initial titration of the medication. When we saw that the medication was first put on by Sam, and he dialed it back from 1.0 to 0.7, he had indicated in his note that the RAS score was, in fact, -3 at that time. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
Okay. And was -3 the lowest RAS score that we saw in the records, or that you saw in the records throughout Grace's hospitalization?
It is the lowest score that I recall seeing, yes.
And on the RAS score, just so we're clarifying, -3 is termed as moderate sedation, correct?
At a -3, you can still move, you can still wake up and open your eyes.
Okay, it's not a case where, again, when you get down to 4 deep sedation or -5 unarousable, those are much more deep sedation than -3.
Correct.
And likewise, when we get up on that scale, when we get to say a +3, we're talking someone who's very agitated. They're now thrashing and pulling at things.
Yes.
As a nurse, do you typically have the professional authority to titrate the level of Precedex for a given patient under your professional judgment without the necessity of obtaining any separate order from a doctor to make each titration change?
Yes, that's exactly how we use it.
Okay. And is that the goal of, to your knowledge, the goal of the titration range? As long as you stay within that range, you have the authority yourself as the nurse to titrate within that range?
I do have the authority to titrate. That's why there's not just one number given, there's a range.
You were here for Dr. Burdine's testimony,
I was.
and you heard that he does not prescribe Precedex, nor does he administer it. You were here for that?
I heard that.
He offered an opinion that any titration level for Grace above 0.7 constitutes an overdose. As an ICU nurse who, unlike Dr. Burdine, has extensive daily experience titrating this medication, do you agree with that contention?
That's an inaccurate statement. The medication is meant to be moved up and down.
Okay.
It's commonly needs to be adjusted. It's a typical med to the ICU.
Are you, when you're titrating that medication, are you aiming or titrating for a specific number, for example, 0.6, 0.7, or are you attempting to titrate for the clinical event that you're looking for, the clinical outcome you're looking for?
We're looking for the RAS, the -1. We're looking for her to be drowsy, and so you put that number at whatever number it needs to be within that 0.1 to 1.4 range in order to achieve drowsy for the patient.
Okay, so if it takes 0.2 to achieve drowsiness, that's the target.
Then you're there.
Okay, and if it takes 1.2 to achieve that clinical outcome, that's the target.
Absolutely.
As of October of 2021, in your experience, was Precedex routinely administered to patients in an ICU for periods of time exceeding 24 hours?
Yes.
Did it surprise you in any way that Grace had been receiving Precedex infusion for a number of days by the morning of October 12th when you first cared for her?
No, that's a common occurrence in the ICU.
As an ICU nurse of nearly 2 decades, were you familiar with another medication known as lorazepam in October of 2021?
Yes.
And in your experience as an ICU nurse, what was lorazepam and what was it used for in an ICU setting?
That's also used for anxiety.
And as of October of 2021, had you personally administered lorazepam to patients in an ICU setting?
Yes, many times.
In your experience as of October of 2021, was lorazepam routinely used in conjunction with other anti-anxiety or sedative medications in the ICU in order to manage anxiety?
Yes.
In October of 2021, would you have been familiar with a medication known as morphine?
Yes, I would.
And prior to October of 2021, had you administered morphine to patients in an ICU setting over the course of your career?
Yes, many times.
Does the administration of morphine require a physician order?
It does.
Now, as we'll discuss on October 13th, you were given a verbal order from a physician, Dr. Schara, to administer 2 milligrams of morphine to Grace, an ICU patient who was also receiving Precedex. Did that order raise any red flags in your mind?
It did not.
Okay. Why not?
Those are common medications that we use. Our ICU patients are sick and need, several modalities to treat what's going on for them. It's nothing unusual about that.
Is it part of an ICU nurse's responsibility to discuss medications and obtain authorization for the administration of medications from a patient or a patient's POA?
No.
I want to talk a little bit about this case specifically. As you sit here today, do you recall Grace Schara?
I do.
Okay. Now, we've heard some speculation in this case that the doctors and nurses may somehow have believed that Grace was deaf while she was in the hospital. Did you at any time while you were caring for her believe that Grace was deaf?
No, I did not.
Okay. According to your recollection, did the word deaf appear even one time in her medical chart?
Not that I remember.
Were you able to talk to Grace or have conversations with her?
So I did talk with Grace, but when I was taking care of Grace, she was working, just using all of her energy to breathe, so she wasn't able to talk back to me. That and the mask over her face with the BiPAP restricted her from having like a conversation with me. But I would go in, introduce myself, talk about the things that we needed to do, just make conversation while I was in there taking care of her.
Okay. In terms of her ability to respond to you, though, was she working too hard for breathing to be able to actually carry on a conversation?
She could not talk back to me. We could make eye contact.
React to you when you would talk to her?
Yeah, she would look at me.
Upon what days did you render care to Grace?
October 12th and October 13th.
And on what shift would you have been caring for her?
I work day shifts.
And generally, what hours would that encompass?
So we come in at 6:45, get report, take over the care of the patient, and then similarly, night shift comes in at 6:45, gets report, assumes care of the patient.
Okay. You had anticipated my next question, and that's when you come in to get report. Do you get the report from the nurse taking care of Grace on the prior shift?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a routine process? Okay. What type of information generally is shared with you by the preceding nurse in such a report?
We go over a head-to-toe assessment, highlighting any abnormals, labs, medications that are infusing, oxygen delivery system. We would have covered a code status.
Okay. Would you also have had access to Grace's electronic medical chart while you were caring for her? If you had any questions about the care that was rendered on a previous shift?
Yes.
Now, there's been some testimony from Dr. Burdine in this case about what he termed a pair of overdose events involving Precedex on October 7th and October 8th. Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
Would your access to Grace's electronic medical record have permitted you to see, for example, on October 12th, that some pressor medications like atropine and norepinephrine had been administered to Grace back on October 8th?
It would have.
Okay. Would the fact that Sam Haynes, the nurse who initiated the titration of Precedex on October 7th, started the medication at 1.0 and titrated down to 0.7 on the evening of the 7th have raised any red flags in your mind?
No, that's normal use of the medication. There's nothing unusual about that.
And anyone who's actually utilized that medication at the bedside or had experienced that medication would know that?
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, would the fact that Grace had received several medications like atropine and norepinephrine for a time on October 8th to manage her blood pressure, would that raise any red flags in your mind with regard to the administration of Precedex?
It would not have. I mean, on any given day in our ICU, half the patients are infusing those medications. Again, those are just common medications we use in ICU and not even necessarily in regard to Precedex. They may or may not be on Precedex in order to receive norepinephrine and those kind of medications. That's what we do in the ICU.
Okay. Patients in the ICU, are they generally the sickest of the sick in the hospital?
They are.
And can their condition change frequently?
Yes.
And they sometimes require medications, even if they're not on Precedex, to be able to manage blood pressure, for example.
Yeah, I mean, hypoxia can cause low blood pressure. Infectious, processes can cause low pressure. There's more than just one thing to be looking at.
Okay. And in your mind, it does not. If you were to walk into an ICU right now, it would not cause any concern in your mind to see that a patient had indeed been receiving one of these common medications like atropine or norepinephrine to help to I guess, modulate blood pressure?
No, that's absolutely what you do, because you have to back up. A patient with a severe COVID infection is now BiPAP dependent, has to have this mask to live. In order to tolerate the mask, she's on the Precedex, so you absolutely are going to start a medication to negate any expected side effects. If we know that Precedex can lower blood pressure, yeah, that can happen. So then we start a medication to treat that, because she can't be without the Precedex, because she can't be without the BiPAP.
Okay. You kind of anticipated once again my next question. Now, we've heard the term bradycardia. Is that low heart rate?
Yes.
Okay. We've also heard the word hypertension or hypotension. Is that like low blood pressure?
Correct.
Okay. Are low heart rate and low blood pressure known potential side effects of Precedex?
They are.
Okay. Were you aware in October of 2021 that those particular conditions were known potential side effects of Precedex?
Yes.
Was it surprising to you that Grace had received some medications like atropine and norepinephrine for a time on October 8th, given that she was on Precedex?
There was nothing surprising about that. That's a common occurrence.
Did you see these types of medications like atropine and norepinephrine administered in combination with Precedex to patients every day in the ICU back in October of 2021?
Again, that's a very normal situation. It's common.
Okay. Would you have expected back in October of 2021 that any physician or ICU nurse who had experience administering Precedex would have known that the administration of atropine and norepinephrine did not constitute a dangerous overdose?
Correct. It's not a dangerous overdose.
Were you present in the courtroom when Dr. Burdine testified that he does not prescribe Precedex, nor has he ever administered Precedex?
Yes.
Were you present in the courtroom when Nurse Eichinger testified to this jury that she has never titrated Precedex in the course of her career as a nurse?
Yes.
Having been present to hear all of the testimony in this trial so far, have you heard any testimony from any witness called by the plaintiff who actually had any experience either prescribing or titrating Precedex?
I have not.
Did you give report to the nurse who took over for you in caring for Grace after the completion of your shift on October 12th and October 13th?
Yes.
Would the nurse who took over for you, for example, on the evening of October 12th, also have had access to Grace's electronic medical chart?
Yes.
Did you care for Grace on any days at all prior to October 12th?
No, I did not.
Did you ever personally meet Mr. Schara at any time Grace was hospitalized?
No.
Did you ever speak directly to Mr. Schara while you were caring for Grace in October of 2021?
No.
Are you aware today that Mr. Schara was present with Grace in the hospital room prior to October 10th of 2021?
Yes.
Were you involved in any way in asking Mr. Schara to leave the hospital on October 10th?
No.
As a nurse, do you prescribe medications?
I do not.
If Grace's records indicate that she was prescribed certain medications, including Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine, would you have played any role in actually prescribing those medications?
No.
In general, could you just characterize for me your general impression of Grace's trending clinical condition on October 12th and October 13th while you were caring for her personally?
Grace was very sick and she kept decompensating.
And was that fairly consistent throughout both of those days you cared for her?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take you a little through your experience caring for Grace starting on October 12th. Did you author any narrative nursing notes contemporaneous with your care of Grace?
I did.
And what would be the purpose of writing notes?
That would just be to communicate either like education or an important phone call, maybe to a physician, or just to document things that were happening in my environment.
Your Honor, permission to approach? 362. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, these are the nursing notes.
Would those be the nursing notes, or would that document contain the nursing notes that you entered in Grace's chart yourself?
Yes.
And does that exhibit accurately record the narrative nursing notes that you authored and entered into Grace's chart?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Now, it looks like the first narrative nursing note in the record was at about 10:14 a.m. on October 12th. Okay. Okay, so we have your name up on that note, and the timing is at 10:14.
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been, or would that have been several hours into your first shift caring for Grace? You wrote at that time, patient's mother updated by Dr. Shokar on POC, questions answered. What is POC?
The plan of care.
You were present in this courtroom when Nurse Eichinger has offered opinions about some sort of alleged failure of the nursing staff to develop a family-centered care plan?
Yes.
Here, Dr. Shokar, according to your note, is communicating with Grace's care plan directly with Grace's mother and power of attorney?
Yes.
According to this note, there was in fact a care plan in place, or let me ask you that, was there a care plan in place at the time that Dr. Shokar is talking to the patient's POA about that care plan?
Yes.
And it looks like, what is your note intending to show here?
So in the COVID ICU, there were no visitors for anyone ever. So it was the doctor's custom to come assess the patient, and then they would contact the family member to update on how the assessment was, what was going on, what we would be doing for them today, the medications, answer any questions that family might have. So I was just making a note that that happened.
And by what means would that communication typically be made with family members or POAs during the time of COVID?
Over the telephone.
Okay. Was Grace's mother ever present in person at the hospital during either of your shifts?
No.
Was it typical for physicians and family members of patients to communicate remotely via phone or FaceTime or iPad in October of 2021?
Yes, that's always how we did it.
Now, prior to caring for Grace on October 12th, had you cared for patients who were cognitively impaired in the ICU who also did not have family members present in the room?
I did. In fact, we had a separate patient who had Down syndrome during that period of COVID, and nobody had visitors or family members. He didn't have anybody in the room either, as nobody in the unit did. Grace was the first exception.
How was communication between the treating doctors and the POA for such patients, including that other Down syndrome patient? How were they accomplished in those instances during COVID?
Again, with either a video like tablet or with the phone, communication worked well that way.
In your experience, had the doctors caring for those types of patients with cognitive needs, were they able to adequately communicate remotely with the family members and POAs of those patients?
Yes.
Now, did you personally participate in Dr. Shokar's call to Grace's mother as identified in that narrative note?
No, I did not participate.
Okay. You're just recording it in the notes.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, your next note is timed at 13:56 hours on that same day. We see it right below the previous note. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your note there indicates that the patient was turned from a prone position to supine with HOB 45 degrees. Can you explain what you're saying there?
So the prone position is when someone's laying on their stomach. I am now turning her from her stomach onto her back and then sitting the head of the bed up 45 degrees. When somebody's breathing hard, as Grace was, you can't like just lay flat in bed and breathe that way. So sitting up would be a more comfortable position, allow her to take maybe a deeper breath.
40 head of bed, 45 degrees was an intervention to try to help her breathe?
Yes.
Okay. You also write FiO2 increased from 95% to 100% and O2 sat 78 through 85 and not recovering. What are you communicating there?
So I'm documenting what her oxygen saturation is. Our goal would be 90. This is abnormal. She's at 78 to 85. That's very low. So in response to that, I've now turned up her oxygen on her BiPAP to the highest level that I can, which is 100%. And I'm continuing to monitor her, and the not recovering means it didn't help her oxygen saturation is staying 78 to 85%.
Okay. Now we're going to see the term FiO2 at a number of different records. What is FiO2, or what does that signify?
That's the oxygen that the machine is delivering.
So that's something that deals with the BiPAP. It tells you how much or what percentage of oxygen the BiPAP machine is giving the patient.
Correct.
Now your next note, let's go to page 86 if we could. Your next note is timed at 14:40 hours on the 12th. Okay, and that's up at the top here. It says, patient's mother to confer with patient's father and give decision on code status as patient is currently do not intubate, but a full code. Clarification needed per Dr. Shokar's conversation with mother. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Why did you write there that clarification was needed in your mind?
Because Grace was listed as do not intubate, but a full code means that in the event that your heart stops, we're going to do chest compressions to circulate the blood, but we also put in a breathing tube. They come hand in hand. You have to circulate oxygenated blood. She needs an oxygen delivery system. So if a person's heart were to stop and they were to have CPR, we're going to be doing the breathing tube and the chest compressions. And I mean, that doesn't go together. It's not a clear picture of what do I do if something like that happens.
So thinking ahead, you knew there's a possibility that you might need to do something. You needed some instruction on how you're supposed to proceed, for example, if a patient were to arrest.
Yeah, I was concerned it could happen for her because she was breathing so hard and her oxygen level is dropping. It was a concern I had.
Full code, to your understanding, required intubation as part of that full code.
I've never seen CPR done without a breathing tube being put in. That always happens hand in hand.
CPR stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
Right, heart and lungs works together. You can't just do one.
Okay, so you can try to restart the heart with CPR, but the pulmonary aspect of that is the lungs. That's the breathing aspect.
That's what's going to deliver the oxygen that you're circulating by pumping while you're doing CPR.
And if you don't have the ability to get that oxygen through intubation or mechanical ventilation, then CPR doesn't make sense.
Then it's futile. It won't do anything.
And that was what you were attempting to clarify, because in your mind, the status did not make sense.
Yes.
Were you involved in any way with Dr. Shokar's discussion with Grace's mother or father regarding DNI or code status?
No.
Okay. Is that a discussion that an ICU nurse would ever have been involved in?
That's a discussion for the physician in the family.
At some point subsequent on the next day, did Dr. Shokar enter an order, a DNR order, after discussing this with Mr. Schara?
He did.
Okay. And did that order offer sufficient clarification to you such that you were seeking in that note?
Yes.
After that order was entered, did you, as the nurse caring for Grace, have any reason to question that order?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Well, the order was placed in the computer. Dr. Shokar had been speaking with the family over a series of days. He put in an extensive note that was pretty clear. And honestly, in like the 24 years I've been a nurse, there's never been a question. It's unimaginable.
Okay. Did you understand that Dr. Shokar had spoken to Mr. and Mrs. Schara on the matter of the DNR had been resolved?
Yes.
Did you play any further role beyond acknowledging the DNR order in the record after receiving it?
No,
Did you speak to Jessica about the DNR on October 13th?
I did not.
Why not?
I guess because the matter had already been decided between the doctor and then her medical decision makers. Jessica was in the room, supporting her, but I don't know why I would bring it up. Also, we were doing full medical treatment, so we weren't having a discussion around how somebody's gonna die. It wasn't meant for that. It was just for, in worst case scenario, what are we gonna do?
Did you understand at the time that Dr. Shokar had actually addressed the issue with the actual decision maker for Grace?
Yeah, that it was already taken care of.
And Jessica was not that decision maker.
Correct.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony that in October of 2021, there's no paper consent form for a DNR, only a computer order. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. Now, Nurse McInnes, during your adverse examination, when you were testifying maybe a week and a half ago or so, there was some brief mention of a purple wristband for a DNR. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Now, since providing that testimony during your adverse questioning about a week and a half ago, have you had the opportunity to go back and verify whether your recollection on this point was accurate as of October of 2021?
Looking back at the policy, there's no policy to put a purple wristband on. In the moment, I was trying to explain for a juror question what you do to identify, and it's our current practice to put a purple wristband on, but there were no wristbands available. That wasn't something that we did back in 2021.
In October of 2021, was the hospital in the process of transitioning at that time between a paper record and the Meditech electronic record system?
Yes.
And was it true at that time that certain processes, including processes for patient identification, were different at that time in October of 2021 than they are today?
Yes, things have changed.
Okay. Now, based upon what you've been able to verify since you last testified here today about a week and a half ago, did St. Elizabeth Hospital in fact utilize purple wristbands for patients to signify a DNR status in October of 2021, which is what we're talking about here?
No, they did not.
Okay. Is that something that's done today?
That is what we do currently.
Okay. But it's not. But it's something that was begun at some point subsequent to October of 2021.
Correct.
When you mentioned a purple wristband during your adverse testimony about a week ago, were you simply mistaken in your recollection as to what the hospital policy was actually back in October of 2021, which is what we're talking about here?
Yes, I was mistaken. I was just in the moment trying to recall, how do we identify this?
And is that why we didn't see any purple wristband on Grace in the photographs that were introduced earlier in the trial?
That's correct.
It simply was not the policy to place a purple wristband for a DNR order at that time.
It was not the policy. We didn't have them available to us.
We've also seen the hospital policy on DNR it was previously marked as exhibit number 90 for a previous witness. And are you familiar with that policy?
Yes,
And would there be anything in that policy about a purple wristband?
there is not.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. Did you acknowledge the DNR order in Grace's chart after receiving it from Dr. Shokar?
Yes,
Did you inform the nurse who took over for you at the conclusion of your shift on October 13th about the order?
yes, I did.
To your recollection, the oncoming staff who would have been taking over Grace's care after your shift, were they aware of that DNR order because it was in the chart and because you had communicated to that oncoming nurse?
Yes, they were.
Was that all that was required of you as an ICU nurse relative to a DNR back in October of 2021?
Yes,
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your final note on October 12th. It's timed at 1700 hours. Do you see it up there on the screen?
yes,
You write there that patients parents updated by Dr. Shokar of patients low O2 saturation T/O this afternoon. What are you communicating there?
Again, just reporting abnormals. Her oxygen is abnormally low. It should be 90 or above. She's working hard to breathe. She's very sick. So I'm letting the physician know this continues to be the situation, her oxygen is low throughout this afternoon.
Okay. You also write there that parents do not want intubation as previously indicated. Was that your understanding at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, I guess, how you came to understand that or to know that?
Well, it would have been a conversation that Dr. Shokar and I had talked about. It would have been passed on to me through nursing reports, and then also in reviewing old doctors' notes that this had been brought up and declined by family, the intubation.
Was it always your understanding at the time while you were caring for Grace in October of 2021 that her family did not wish for her to be intubated under any circumstances?
Yes,
Now, at 6:45 p.m. on the evening of October 12th, would you have handed off the care of Grace to the night shift nurse?
yes,
In this case, it looks like that would be Sam Haynes.
yes,
And then you returned to care for Grace the next morning at about 7 a.m.?
correct.
How would you characterize Grace's clinical condition at the time your shift ended on the evening of October 12th?
Grace was very sick when I left.
Now, Jessica testified last week that you had said things to her, for example, that you were surprised that Grace had survived the night or that you had not seen any patient who was as sick as Grace survived. Do you recall specifically saying such things?
I don't recall that specifically, but that would have been accurate to what was going on.
Okay. When you would communicate with Jessica, would you try to be honest with her?
Yes,
And was that indeed an honest assessment, your assessment of the situation, what you were seeing with her vital signs and her clinical presentation while you were caring for her on the 12th and 13th?
yes, it was.
Okay. Now, your first note on October 13th is timed at 9:41. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. You write there that Dr. Shokar was paged for Scott to return call. Do you have a recollection as to this call or what's being communicated in this note?
the note was just I didn't take my work phone into the room when I went to take care of patients that had COVID. So somebody else on the unit would have answered it. When I came out of the room, there'd be a little post-it note that said, "Hey, family's calling, they have some questions." So I'm making this note to say that I paged Dr. Shokar because Scott wanted to talk with him because he had already been in the middle of an extensive back and forth conversation with the family. So I just thought that was like best closed loop communication. He calls him back.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony in this case by Jessica that Grace was in restraints for a short period of time on the morning of October 13th. Do you remember hearing that?
I remember hearing that.
Now, your direct examination about a week ago, you recall the period where Grace may have been using something that called mitts. Do you remember that?
We had used mitts in conjunction with her feeding tube to try to keep her from pulling the tube out. The mitts go over the hand so that she can't, grab, but they're not considered restraints because she has free movement of her extremities. It doesn't tie her hands down to the bed.
Do you have any specific recollection now, nearly 4 years later, as to whether restraints like those described by Jessica may have been used for a short period with Grace on the morning of the 13th?
I have no memory of restraints. It's not unusual to the ICU setting. A lot of our patients are in restraints. I don't remember using restraints with her.
Okay. She may or may not have been, depending upon whatever the clinical condition was at the time?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Okay. Now, back in 2021, what would be the purpose of restraints in the ICU?
ICU are used only for interference with medical devices. That's why we use them.
And like a medical device, would we be talking about like a BiPAP mask?
The BiPAP, a ventilator tube, a feeding tube, pulling out IVs, that kind of a thing.
So would we be talking about something where a patient is so agitated that involuntarily they're thrashing, grabbing, pulling, trying to remove a mask or pull out a feeding tube or an IV line?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the only circumstance typically where a restraint would be used?
That is the only circumstance.
And would that be a typically short-term goal or short-term use until the agitation could be addressed?
It would be, and that was also the benefit of using the Precedex, because if the Precedex could manage agitation, then that's all you need.
So what was the use of Precedex, in fact, one way that you could either discontinue or avoid the use of restraints altogether?
It would be.
Was the purpose to obviously get on top of the agitation so that the patient would not interfere with the breathing machines?
That, and also so she could rest so that her oxygen level could come up and hopefully her respiratory rate would decrease.
Now, Jessica testified that you had supposedly explained to her that Grace was in restraints on the morning of the 13th because she had attempted to get up out of bed to use the bathroom. Would you have said that to Jessica?
I would not have said that to Jessica.
How is it that you would recall that you would not have said that?
Grace was working. She was using all of her energy to breathe. All she could do is just use all of her might to try to get air in and take a breath with this machine blowing air into her mouth. So she wouldn't have been physically able, for one, to stand up and walk to the bathroom. I know that.
Okay. And that was your recollection, I mean, from your personal observation of her that morning, that she was too weak to even contemplate getting out of bed?
Yes, from just watching her struggling with her breathing.
To your recollection, was Grace very agitated on the morning of the 13th?
She was.
Okay. And how do you recall that?
I had been titrating up the Precedex, and we were trying to help her stay in the prone position, so it was related to those things.
Okay. Was it your recollection that you did titrate the Precedex titration higher that morning?
Yes.
Okay. We will talk about that in a little bit. Was Grace pulling or ripping at her BiPAP mask due to agitation at times?
She was.
Okay. Was it a goal of your efforts in increasing the Precedex titration on the morning of the 13th to achieve a level of therapeutic calm so that Grace could be both proned and she could wear her mask and that restraints would not be necessary further?
Correct.
Now, Jessica also testified to an event where Grace apparently may have experienced a loss of continence or a bowel movement on the morning of the 13th. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall that.
Okay. In your experience as an ICU nurse caring for very ill COVID patients like Grace, was it common for patients in Grace's condition on the 13th to experience, for example, bouts of incontinence or bowel movements while in bed?
Yes, most of our ICU patients have to use a bedpan or stay in the bed actually to have a bowel movement. And sometimes it just happens, they're incontinent, they don't realize that it's happened, they go.
Is a patient that's working that hard to breathe sometimes simply too tired to be able to go to the bathroom or too deconditioned?
She would have been too weak to get out of bed. She was not able to sit up at the bedside, walk into the bathroom.
Can that, in fact, I guess, affect one's ability to, for one's continence, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, it can be just not something they do voluntarily. It happens because they're so sick and they're in bed and they don't even realize that they've gone. So then we would clean them up right away.
Okay, and that anticipated my next question. Whenever a patient might experience a bowel movement or a bout of incontinence while in bed in the ICU, how would you typically handle that?
Usually I would get a second person to help me so that she could roll onto her side, and we would change the pad, change the linens if we needed to, wash her up, change the gown, that kind of a thing.
Would you then yourself remove any soiled linen or gowns from the room?
We always take that stuff out, so at the point that I'm leaving the room, I'm walking out with the garbage and the linens and that kind of a thing. Once I'm done taking care of her at the bedside.
And then was there a place like on the unit where you could place like soiled linens and gowns and things of that nature?
Yes, one of the rooms in each pod, A, B, C pod, they have their own soiled utility room, and then that's where we remove that kind of stuff and put the bags in there.
Now, Jessica also testified to an instance where she noted that Grace's handheld call button may have become somehow positioned beneath her pillow. Does that happen on occasion in the ICU?
It could happen. It's a cord from the wall that comes up by the patient, and it has something that looks sort of like a remote control at the bottom of it. So it's either given to them like in their hand or maybe set next to them, but it could certainly move around.
Do beds in the ICU have any other type of mechanism or call button for a patient to be able to contact a nurse beside that handheld device?
There is on the side rail next to them a red button that they can push instead to use as a call light. It's affixed right to the side rail.
Okay, and that works basically the same way that the handheld device works?
Yes, same thing.
Okay. On October 13th of 2021, would Grace, like any ICU patients, have been able to use that call button on the bed rail, even if she were somehow unable to locate or access the handheld call button?
Yes.
Now, as a nurse assigned to care for a patient in the ICU, if you entered the room and noted that a patient couldn't find or otherwise couldn't access her call button, what would you typically do?
Well, that's one thing we always check for before we leave. Even when I'm training new people, that's kind of like the most basic important thing, that you always make sure the patient has the call button before you leave the room. So that's something I'm always scanning for and aware of.
Her next narrative note on October 13th is timed at 11:34 a.m. It looks like it's up on the screen. You write in that note, small bore NG tube placed left near with patient on 15 liters oxymask for procedure, placed with ease and BiPAP replaced. What are you describing there?
I'm placing a feeding tube for her here.
Okay. What is an NG tube?
A tube that goes up the nose and slips down into your stomach, used for nutrition, used for medications.
Well, what is a small bore NG tube?
There's different sizes of them, so that's our smallest, softest one, I guess.
Okay. And would that have been chosen specifically, like the small bore as opposed to a different size? Was that chosen specifically for Grace's size?
You'd pick it based on a person's anatomy and what their specific needs are. So this was the kind that Grace needed.
Okay, and that was taken into account, her specific anatomy was taken into account.
Correct.
Choosing to use the smallest tube?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicate O2 desat to 61% slow recovery. What are you talking about there?
So sometimes when somebody's on a BiPAP machine, they can wear it for a period of time and then it can be removed for a period of time for breaks. But Grace's lungs were so sick at this point that she couldn't breathe on her own. She had to have this BiPAP, this positive pressure ventilator at all times. In order to put the feeding tube in, I needed to remove the mask, obviously. So we used different oxygen, but in that short time, her oxygen saturation dropped lower from whatever it was down to 61%, which is a critically low number. That's not.
Okay. Would you typically expect to see an oxygen saturation desatting to 61% if you weren't a critically ill patient?
No, and like I said, sometimes people can have the mask removed and their oxygen doesn't drop at all, and they can be off of it for periods of time, maybe like 4 hours on, 4 hours off, just to manage. But this tells me how decompensated Grace's lungs were, that she couldn't be without this mask ever to breathe. And in the situation where I had to remove it to put in this feeding tube, her oxygen dropped critically low, 61%.
You also write CXR, is that chest x-ray?
Yes.
Called to confirm placement. Was there a requirement that a chest x-ray be taken to make sure that the tube was properly placed?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicate that patient sister present for comfort, patient tolerated well. I guess, what are you communicating there?
Just again that her family was there with her sister was there, and that she tolerated the procedure well. It's not difficult.
Okay. The final thing that you have there is RR, which I believe stands for respiration rate.
Yep.
Okay. Remains in the 40s. What, if anything, did that tell you at the time?
So again, reporting abnormals, her respiratory rate is twice what it should be. That's not good.
Grace's mother testified at one point that later on she noticed what she thought might be some blood near Grace's nostrils after her passing. Did you recall noting any blood near Grace's nose after placing the NG tube?
I don't recall blood in her nose after the NG tube.
In fact, when you made that notation there, you had indicated that the procedure, the NG tube, was placed with ease and that the patient tolerated well. Were you attempting to describe the way in which the tube was placed?
Yes, that there was no difficulty in it.
Okay. If you noted something like some residual dried blood or fluid on a patient's nose, is that something you would typically clean up when you noted it?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, is it common for patients in Grace's position to sometimes experience, for example, a nosebleed?
Yeah, that can happen. I mean, it could happen with a tube. I don't remember it in this situation. It can happen from being on forced air for such a long period of time. That can happen too.
Is that something that can also occur, for example, even in a post-mortem event of some sort?
Well, in the post-mortem, you lose all your like coagulation, so your ability to clot. So after a patient passes, if you even remove an IV, you end up holding pressure for a very long time because they're going to have extra bleeding in that kind of situation.
Okay. Let's go to page 87 on the exhibit here up on the screen, because your next note is timed at 13:58 hours. Okay. It looks like, there we go, up at the top. You write here that the feeding tube was confirmed in place and tube feedings were started. What are you communicating there?
So the x-ray was red, the tube is in her stomach, and now I've started her tube feeding.
Okay. You indicate there attempted bridle times 2 RNs, unsuccessful due to patient shaking head, taped in place. First of all, what's a bridle? What's it used for?
A bridle is a standard securement device for a feeding tube because it's better if once it's in, you don't have to repeat the procedure. I think that's just nicer for the patient. So we put in a bridle to keep it in place so it wouldn't either accidentally come out or try to get pulled out.
Okay. Did this process, to your recollection, result in any type of trauma that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Why did you elect to tape it in place?
Well, she was shaking her head. So in fact, to prevent trauma, I decided just to put a piece of tape there.
Okay. Was she agitated at that point and you didn't think you were going to be able to place the bridle without potentially causing trauma?
Right. I mean, she's moving her head back and forth and didn't like that part. So we're not going to keep doing that. And I would just put a piece of tape on the tube instead.
And was that decision made specifically to avoid causing trauma?
Yes.
Okay. Your next note is timed at 17:50 hours on the evening of the 13th. You write there that patient O2 sats 54 with proning, reversed with no recovery in O2 sat. Patient's sister at bedside who FaceTime patient's father to update on situation, family providing comfort. What's the significance of any of your observations in this note?
So on the 13th at about almost 6 p.m., we know that we're not going to be doing a breathing tube for Grace. So what I have to do to try to help her raise her oxygen is try the proning position. So we're trying to do proning and that's not helping. Her oxygen saturation is 54%. Again, a normal oxygen level would be 90. So this is critical.
Was it concerning to you that her oxygen saturation was only 54 with proning?
Well, absolutely, because if her oxygen's that low, I mean, that is an emergency situation. She cannot live, she can't continue on. If you only have 54% oxygen circulating through your body, it's going to just keep going down.
Now, there's been some testimony or speculation in this case that the oxygen saturation numbers on the machine in Grace's room were not accurately reading her oxygenation saturations. Had you ever encountered any problems with the accuracy of the equipment in Grace's room?
No.
Okay. Now, Jessica had a small store-bought Walgreens pulse ox monitor with her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to examine that store-bought pulse oximeter?
No.
Did you try multiple methods of measuring Grace's vitals during the time that you cared for her?
Yes, I mean, I am aware that you need to have a good waveform on the monitor to know that it's monitoring correctly. For the oxygen saturation, it's taking a level off of a capillary, blood level. So she had a sticker on her finger that we typically used and transduced it to see what the oxygen level was. But there's also a clip kind of device that I would switch out for and try multiple fingers just to make sure that I'm getting an accurate number. And we have an ear device that we could also try it in case there was swelling or a perfusion issue. You can check it that way. And in fact, in the room, we had a separate from the monitor, just a standalone handheld device I also had used at some point to verify what her oxygen level was.
Okay. And during the course of caring for Grace on the 13th, did you utilize all of these methods in order to try to get a good handle on what her oxygen saturations were?
I did, because this is a very bad number, and I'm just sort of checking our numbers, making sure that we have accurate information.
Okay, you didn't rely on one single device in checking the oxygenation saturation? Okay. Were you satisfied that you had an accurate reading relative to her oxygen saturations through the use of these multiple methods?
Yes.
Now, you note that Grace's sister was present at the bedside. And was she present at bedside throughout your shift on the 13th?
Yes.
Okay. Did Grace's sister have questions for you during your shift on the 12th and the 13th?
She did.
Okay. Did you do your best to answer those questions and to keep Grace's sister updated on her condition if she requested an update?
Yes.
Did Jessica have any contact with Grace's mother and father via phone or FaceTime while you were caring for Grace that you were able to observe?
Jessica was frequently on her phone FaceTime, just talking with her parents.
Okay. There was also some testimony that on the perhaps on the morning of the 13th, you had a conversation with Jessica where she had asked to take a shower in the room. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And what did you tell her at that time?
I told her no, because she's in full PPE and you can't wear that in the shower, obviously. Our shower is just a little sliding glass door in the corner of the room. It's not like a separate occlusive kind of bathroom, so there's no way that she could safely shower.
Okay. And did you understand at all times while you were there, Jessica was actually wearing personal protective equipment or PPE?
She had it on. That was a condition, as I understood it, of her visiting.
Okay. And as I understand it, this was a COVID isolation room and a COVID isolation unit?
Yes.
Okay. And was it typical that anyone on the unit would be wearing PPE?
Wearing the PPE.
Okay. Had anyone ever, in fact, requested under these circumstances in the midst of a pandemic, while wearing PPE in a closed COVID isolation unit, to use a shower before?
I've never had a patient family member request to use the shower.
Okay. Were you concerned about Grace's potential, or not Grace, but Jessica's potential safety and health if she were to take off her PPE, take a shower, and potentially aerosolize the virus?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be the reason that you suggested that it would not be a good idea to her to take a shower in the room?
Yes.
Okay. Your next note is timed at 17:55 hours. Now that is, if my military time translation is correct, that's about 5:55 in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. You note there that patient sister at bedside and father on FaceTime updated on O2 sat dropped to 40s. 2 different O2 probes tested and O2 sat confirmed. Stat ABG ordered by MD offering patient comfort. What's the significance to you of the observation that the oxygen saturations dropped to the 40s?
So now it's even lower. She's further along on this decompensation. She's had been breathing fast. She can't circulate oxygen. The oxygen is lower here.
Why were 2 different oxygen probes used?
Because 40 is a very abnormal number. Again, we want that number at 90. So I'm verifying the data.
Okay. Your next and final note is timed at 18:05, and you write there that Dr. Schara at bedside speaking to family. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Were you also present at the bedside at this time?
Yes, he and I were both present continually in the room during this whole episode, probably like almost 40 minutes.
Okay. And why were you and Dr. Schara continuously at Grace's bedside for so long at this point?
Because this was an emergency situation. This is what it looks like when somebody's dying. She's breathing super fast. Her oxygen is very low. We're updating the family what's going on. We're trying to work within the parameters that we had. We knew intubation wasn't an option. And so I've called the doctor. I need you here now. He came right away.
Now, in your estimation as an experienced ICU nurse as of October of 2021, was Grace facing an emergency situation at the time of your last narrative note there at 18:05 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit in a little more granular detail about what you were observing on October 13th, 2021 in terms of Grace's vital signs. Did you record Grace's vital signs throughout each of your shifts on October 12th and 13th?
Yes, with Meditech, we manually enter the information.
Okay. Would those vital signs then be recorded in Grace's medical chart?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about those. Your Honor, may I approach? First of all, I want to hand you a copy of what we marked as Exhibit 366. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is a medication administration record.
Okay. Let's go to page 882. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Okay, we've got the document up on the screen. At 7 a.m. on October 13th, that would have been at the beginning of your, towards the beginning of your shift that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you increase the titration rate of Precedex from 0.9 to 1.0?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have a recollection, or are you able to tell from this record why you did that?
My note says that patient is not tolerating the prone position, so as to help her keep in that therapeutic position.
Okay, and that was something that you actually wrote. That you were able on this record to write the reason for why you were titrating that medication.
Correct.
Okay, and you would have put that particular little note in there at the time that you raised the rate from 0.9 to 1.0.
Yes.
Okay. Now, about half an hour later at 7:30, it looks like you increased the titration rate from 1.0 to 1.1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we look there on that notation, it has a RAS score of +1. Would that be, once again, now above the target you're looking to achieve?
Yes.
Okay. We looked a little earlier at that RAS score chart. You want to get to -1, but you're at +1 here.
Right.
Okay. And what can you tell then why at this point you increased the titration to 1.1 at this point in time?
My note says that the patient is rolling on her side, increased to help tolerate the prone position. So I'm increasing it so she can maybe stay in this prone position to help out her oxygenation.
Okay. Now it looks like about 24 minutes later, once again, you titrate upward from 1.1 to 1.2. And does your note there also indicate why you did it at that point?
Again, increase to help patient prone, that she's rolling onto her back and desats. So meaning when she rolls onto her back, her oxygen level gets lower. We're trying to raise her oxygen levels. So we're trying to help her tolerate this prone position with the Precedex.
Based upon this titration record here, was she experiencing significant agitation that morning?
Yes.
Was she able to maintain a prone position for any therapeutic length of time? Okay. Looks like there at 7:54, you also indicate a RAS score of +1 there as well.
Right, which is 2 levels above our -1 drowsy that we're aiming for.
So you're assessing her in real time and you're seeing that it's not getting her to where you need to be.
Right.
And under the titration parameters, you're aiming for -1 and you're not there yet.
Correct.
Okay. And is that why you titrated to that level of Precedex?
Yes.
Now, in doing that, did you stay at all times within the titration parameters that Dr. Murata had determined to be safe and appropriate when he entered the order back on October 7th?
I did.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
I would like to hand you a copy of the document previously marked as exhibit number 363. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, these would be our vital sign recordings.
And what's documented here, just in general, in this, that we're going to look at in this exhibit?
So heart rate, respiratory rate, the patient's SpO2, which is her oxygen level, the level of oxygen circulating through her blood, FiO2 that correlates with what the machine is giving her for oxygen. Sometimes there's notes or a RAS score.
Okay, I'd like you to flip to page 344 of this document. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Matt, can we put up 344? Okay. Now, it looks like there's an entry here on exhibit number 344. Or no, page 344, you're right, of exhibit 363, correct. So now we have, it looks like on 1013 at 802, is this an 802 vital signs that you're inputting into the record?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna stand up here. I have a chart that we've prepared to kind of give us
So that note indicates that
Attorney Frankowiak, he's standing right in front of me. I can't see a thing and I can't see the chart.
Because you can stand up and come on over and watch from a different angle if you want, or move your chair over. My biggest thing is that the jury is able to see it. So I don't know if the jurors can see it. And then feel free, Mr. Mendenhall, to adjust accordingly so that you can see it. And just so the jurors know, it's very respectful that attorneys ask not to move, but I'm fine with you moving so you can see it. And you can move it up closer, Mr. Frankowiak, where you had it, if that's what you prefer. Yeah, and you too, Mr. Guzzi. I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget about you.
Now, the note indicates that Grace is on bypass. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it also indicates that FiO2 percentage is 100.
Yes, so that's as much oxygen as the machine can give her. She's at 100%.
Okay. So the pulse, it looks like, or the pulse is the heart rate as well.
That's correct.
And it indicates that 802 is the pulse 82.
Yes, that's a normal heart rate.
Okay. And I'm going to just have point it out as we go along here. So we've already indicated that you titrated the Precedex. It looks like Sam Hames had been here earlier, and he last titrated the Precedex at 602 from 0.8 to 0.9, and then we've gone over your titration from 0.9 to 1.0, 1.0 to 1.1, and then 1.1 to 1.2. Now we're at 802, so we're looking at a pulse reading right here, a heart rate of 82 at 802?
Yes.
And what's the respiration?
Respiratory rate is 41, so that's double what a normal respiratory rate would be.
Okay, and the SpO2 is 95 here?
Yeah, that's within the range where we'd be targeting.
Okay. It looks like the blood pressure there is 107 over 50. That's not right.
That's a normal blood pressure.
Now, there's a notation on there. What is the testicular opioid-induced sedation scale, EOSS?
That's just another sedation scale, kind of just actually like a neurologic assessment of, functionally, what is she doing? She's awake and alert, is what it's saying.
So what are these numbers telling you that we see here? The 82 pulse, the 41 respirations, and the SpO2 of 95.
Normal heart rate, respiratory rate is very high. That would be considered respiratory distress. The SpO2 of 95, she's needing an appropriate amount of oxygen circulating in her blood at this time.
Let's go to the next note that we have there at 0900 hours.
Okay.
Now, are you recording these in real time as you're you're going in the computer itself?
I am recording them and as close to the time that I can after I'm done with patient care.
Okay. Looks like now we are at the 0900 vital signs there, and the pulse or heart rate is 98.
Yes,
Respiration is 24,
yes,
and SpO2 is 92.
correct.
Okay, we've got that now at the 9 o'clock number. Those numbers are there. POSS, it looks like she's awake and alert,
Correct.
and it looks like the blood pressure there is 121/79. That was not hypertensive, but it.
Not hypotensive, normal blood pressure.
So let's go to the next one. We also have one at 9:13. That can go to the next page. Comment here. How often would you be taking and recording vital signs?
So the vital signs were ordered to be recorded every 2 hours. That's the physician order. At nursing discretion, I could take them more often if I have a concern or want to validate something.
It looks like you're taking them much more frequently.
Yes, she was very sick.
Is that a function of her illness?
Of-
You're taking it more often than 2 hours?
Because she was sick, I'm taking it more frequently, yes.
Now we're looking now at the 0913 vital signs. Looks like pulse is 116, respiration 37, SpO2 83.
That's correct. So now her heart rate is elevated. It's pumping faster because it's trying to get more oxygen around the body. Her oxygen level is only at 83. Again, 90 is where we want to be. And a respiratory rate of 37 is a high respiratory rate.
And that's 37 is very high, more than what you expect.
Yes,
POSS, it looks like awake and alert.
yes,
Now we have there a notation of a RAS scale. See that? And the RAS scale here is +3 or very agitated.
correct.
Are you assessing that and then recording this in real time?
Yes,
So at this point then, we're looking with a pulse of 116 and respiration 37. She's extremely agitated.
yes.
Now, were you present when Dr. Verdine testified that he did not believe that the nurses had any type of sedation target for use of Precedex?
I was.
He was not correct about that.
No, the target was a RAS score of minus 1, like we've been talking about.
And the RAS score that we see up there is in fact an indication of what the target is.
The
The RAS score is the target you're aiming for. You're aiming for a negative.
right, I'm aiming for a -1, yes.
So there's also a comment. Matt, if you could back it up to the comment. You make comment. Is this something that you're putting in the record yourself?
Yeah, I'm noting that she was kicking, so I'm assuming she's probably uncomfortable, right? So I reposition her. And then it says O2 sat recovery to 91% when calm, because all of her extra moving and flailing around is using more oxygen. Her oxygen was low at 83, so I try repositioning her. I continue to stay there and monitor her. And I do note that once she has calmed down after repositioning, that her oxygen level has increased to 91%.
Okay, so at the time of this note now, we got Precedex running at 1.2, and you're obviously not on top at all.
No.
Let's go to the next note if we could. This one's at 9:45 or 9:45.
9:25?
Yes, 9:25.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, so now we have a pulse of 87. That's not rapid heart.
That's a normal heart rate.
Okay, respiration 48 now.
So that's a very high respiratory rate.
Okay, and it looks like SpO2 of 90.
Yeah, so she's just barely meeting, with all the help we're giving her, just barely meeting that minimum bodily requirement of a 90% sat.
Okay, now it looks like once again the POSS, she's awake and alert.
Yes,
We have a RAS scale there. Once again, the RAS scale notated by you there is +1. That's so we're still above where we need to be for our target.
correct. Yep.
We're again Precedex here is running at 1.2 at this time, and we're still not on top of that application.
We are not correct.
Now, before the next set of vitals are recorded at 11:39, the MAR, the medication administration, indicates that you in fact titrated Precedex up to 1.4. You recall seeing that on the medication administration record?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you titrate the Precedex up to 1.4 at that time?
Simply my goal is a RAS of -1. I've got a -3 or a +3, a +1. She's agitated and I'm trying to alleviate that, help her oxygenation.
Okay. Matt, can we switch to exhibit 366, page 871? We put up there exhibit 366, page 871. That's the medication administration record now for the RAS. And we see there now on the 13th at 11:25 a.m. It looks like, are you giving a 0.5 milligram dose of lorazepam at 11:25?
Yes.
What was the reason for the administration of lorazepam at that time?
That was before her NG tube placement, just to make sure that she would be comfortable.
And was that the particular reason you knew this was going to be a procedure that was going to be done, and you're trying to alleviate some of this agitation that you're seeing noted in these records?
Yes.
Now let's go back to 363, page 346. So now we have Precedex running at 1.4. We have the first dose of lorazepam 0.5. And the next vital sign that you have recorded is at 11:39?
Yes.
Okay, that's up there on the screen. So we have a pulse there of 93. That's a normal pulse?
That's normal.
Not bradycardic in any way?
No.
You got a respiration rate of 41?
Yep, 41, so double a normal respiratory rate still.
Okay. And then we have an SpO2 of 65.
That's really low.
Okay. Again, we're aiming for somewhere above 90.
Correct.
65 is very abnormal.
It's a dangerously low number.
Now we have a RAS score here as well. It looks like the RAS score at this point is -1, no?
Correct.
So at this point now, we're running with Precedex at 1.4 and with lorazepam on board. We now have a RAS score that is the target we're looking for.
Yes.
When you're giving the Precedex, that is exactly the target. We're not aiming for a number, we're aiming for
A RAS.
0.7, 0.8, looking for that particular number.
Correct.
Let's look at the next note here. This one's at $1,200. We go now. We have a pulse here of 71.
Yep, that's a normal heart rate.
We have a respiration rate now of 50.
Yeah, so that's even higher.
Okay, and then we have an SpO2 of 82. That's what's down low.
That's still low. Again, 90% is where you need to be getting oxygen to your brain and your organs. So otherwise they start getting affected.
Is that respiration rate of 50 concerning to you?
It's very concerning. This is, the point where you'd be putting a breathing tube in a person that wanted to have a breathing tube, but we're doing BiPAP, we're doing medications, we're doing proning, and we're going to continue doing that.
Let's go then to, looks like 1222 is the next set of vitals. Okay, now we see a pulse of 68. Once again, that's not bradycardic.
That's a normal heart rate.
We have that. And now we have breath rates. We have respiration of 48.
Yes.
And that's a little lower than 50, but is that still concerning to you?
It's still very concerning.
Why is that concerning?
You can't breathe 40 to 50 times a minute and keep that up for hours. I mean, I don't know how you could even do that for 1 hour. This is what respiratory failure looks like. Grace is working really hard to breathe.
The SpO2, it looks like once again is at 82, unchanged from the last set of vitals. But that once again low.
That remains low.
Is it a concern that she is breathing so hard and so fast and yet still not able to achieve adequate oxygen?
Yes.
You also indicate here that the respiratory quality or respiration quality is labored. What are you indicating?
Labored as in she's not just taking a normal breath, she was taking 48 breaths a minute, and I can like physically see her like using her whole body to try to just like suck more air in because she just can't get a breath. That's what labored is.
So like accessory muscles, you're now seeing reduced accessory.
Yes.
And what does that mean? Using accessory muscles.
It means you're working really hard to breathe.
Let's look at the next note. 1405 is the next sign of vital signs here.
Yes.
Now we're looking, we got a pulse at 84. Is that a normal pulse?
That's a normal heart rate, yes.
How about respiration at 40? That's still high.
40 is high.
SpO2 of 80. We're still, we're having a hard time keeping the oxygenation up at this point.
Yeah, oxygen hasn't met the 90 minimum requirements that we need.
Before we go on to this here, we also see it looks like we have a RAS score here at 1405.
Yeah, RAS of -1, so I'm at my goal for the Precedex.
The RAS score, now again, you're making a bedside determination on her level of sedation, and you said we're right on target, bingo.
Yes.
And we're running with the Precedex at 1.4, and we're right on target for that sedation.
Correct.
Now let's look at the next note if we could. I think this one's 1500. Now here we have a pulse that's up to 127. Certainly not bradycardic.
No, that's tachycardic. So her heart rate is elevated. It shows that her heart's working hard because it's not getting oxygen that it needs. So it's going to increase the rate in order to try to circulate blood faster to get more oxygen.
Now we have respiration rate here of 54.
Yes, her respiration rate continues to be high.
And in fact, that's the highest rate we've seen so far.
Okay.
We don't see anywhere on here a respiration rate of 54.
No.
Okay. And we have an oxygenation or SpO2 now of 56. So that's a fall from even the last set.
Yes.
And is that concerning at 56?
That's very concerning.
And how about the combination of these numbers with the heart working that hard and breathing nearly at 1 breath per minute and still getting half of the oxygen you need? That's concerning.
This is what respiratory failure looks like. It's all concerning.
Now, there's a comment here. Now, if we could back that up and just look at the comment. There we go. And this is a comment you're writing here?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you communicating here?
I'm communicating that I tried to prone her again. Her oxygen levels are dangerously low. I'm going to try this prone position that's supposed to increase oxygen levels. It says patient repositioned self onto back soon after the position change. So she was unable to tolerate the prone position. She can't lay in that way.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the next set of vitals. And this one's at 1530. So we're going to change out the board here to see the rest of these. So now we're at 1530. And we have a pulse of 75 here.
Yep, normal heart rate.
Normal heart rate. Respiration of 56.
So it's still elevated. It's way too fast.
And in fact, the previous highest rate was 54. So now we're at the highest respiration rate we've seen so far.
Yes.
Nearly a breath.
Yes.
SpO2 of 8. Is this constellation of symptoms concerning?
This still remains concerning. Her oxygen is not at the 90%. That's where it needs to be.
We also see a RAS scale here as well.
Yes, of 0.
Okay, so we're at 0 now, which is alert and calm, but we're above our target rate now.
Yes.
We still want to get to -1. We're running at 1.4 with the Precedex. We're still not at our target score, our RAS target score.
Correct.
At least at this time.
Right.
So let's go to the next next note. This is at 1600 now. Okay. Now we got a pulse or a heart rate of 100 there. Certainly not bradycardic.
No, that would be considered tachycardic, 100 or greater.
In fact, it's up from the previous.
Okay.
Is that telling you anything?
Still just her heart's working hard. She's trying to pump faster and circulate more oxygen to her body.
And now half an hour after the last set of vitals, we have a respiration rate of 52. She's still over 50.
Yes.
And SpO2 is unchanged from a half an hour.
Correct.
And what is this telling you?
It's telling me she's not getting better. She's in respiratory failure. She's fighting very hard to breathe, and she's not oxygenating her brain, her organs, her tissues.
Now, we also have a RAS scale here at, looks like 1600 hours. So we're looking at 4 in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Okay. RAS scale here is -1 drowsy. We're bang on point with what we want to do with our assessment.
Correct.
And again, we're all this time we're running at 1.4, and we're right where we need to be with that assessment.
Yes.
Now, there's also a comment, I believe, on this note at 1600 to highlight that. Okay. And then what are you writing here?
Dr. Shokar, aware of stats, no further intervention available.
What if anything, is starting?
So again, I'm keeping the doctor updated on her condition, and as we can't intubate and the BiPAP is at 100%, there's no other medical intervention to help.
Let's look at the next set of vitals. That's at 1700 now, 5 o'clock in the evening on the 3rd.
Yep.
So we have a pulse of 78, heart rate's good.
Yep, normal heart rate.
Okay. And again, we're running at 1.4 on that Precedex, and the heart rate's looking good.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have a 54 respiration rate and a 54 SPO.
Correct.
Okay. Again, these are continue to be concerning numbers for you?
Yes, very.
Are these the trend we're seeing here? Is this getting better?
No.
Is this an emergency situation?
Yes, this is what it looks like when somebody is dying. She's breathing too fast and her oxygen is very low.
Now we look over there at the acero-opioid induced sedation, DOSS, for this note at 1700, 5 o'clock in the evening. It indicates somnolent, minimum to no response. Do you see that?
Yeah, so at this point, her oxygen has been low for so very long that I'm indicating that it's affecting her wakefulness. She's been hypoxic and her brain is being affected by this low oxygen level to the point that she's somnolent.
Okay, that's what you're indicating here when you made that note?
Yes.
So there's been some suggestion in this trial that Grace was somnolent supposedly due to some sort of medication. According to your experience with COVID patients suffering from severe lung disease who are experiencing prolonged periods of low oxygen saturation, was that what we're seeing here? Are we seeing some kind of overdose?
We're seeing hypoxia here. She's been very low oxygen levels for a very long time, and her brain, that's why you have that number 90% we need to get to, because your brain, your heart, your organs need that level in order to work well. So there's no surprise that she has a decreased level of consciousness now because she's not getting oxygen to her brain.
You were not surprised to see this somnolence as a result of this prolonged period now for hours that we're seeing.
Correct.
Of insufficient oxygen.
Correct.
And you were here when Dr. Garibaldi confirmed in his testimony that in fact lengthy periods of low oxygen saturation can cause a patient to be somnolent.
Yes.
Is there any way we can tell, or is there anything from the numbers that we're seeing here, the vital signs, that would tell us that this somnolence is due to prolonged low oxygen saturation and not, for example, a medication?
Well, with the medication overdose, your respiratory rate is always low. It's a respiratory depression. So I would see a respiratory rate of 6 or 8 with a medication overdose. She is in respiratory distress. This is a classic COVID pneumonia picture.
So we can't look at that somnolent notation there on its own. We can't take it out of context. We have to look at it for the context of the numbers we're seeing as well.
Yes.
And we've talked about previously, I think, the normal breathing for a person who's not suffering from COVID or lung damage is somewhere in the vicinity of 12, 20 breaths per minute.
Correct.
And if you're going to be having an overdose with a medication that's depressing you or causing an overdose, death by overdose, you're going to expect, as I understand it, a respiration rate that would be below what a normal respiration rate would be.
Yes, you see a respiratory rate of 6, maybe 8. A decreased respiratory rate is what comes along with a medication overdose.
So hours on end, we're seeing respiration rates that are way higher than they should.
Yes.
What basis?
Bleeding's one thing, but this testifying.
Comment, I think, here. Matt, can we back it out? Okay, and then stat drops this phone. What are you indicating there?
Again, I'm trying to prone her. That's the only thing I really can try to do at this point, and it's not helping her oxygen saturation.
Let's look at 1730, the next one. Okay, now we're at 1730 or 5:30 in the evening. Got a pulse of 84. Is that again normal heart rate?
Yes, that's normal.
Respiratory rate of 47.
That's elevated.
Okay, and we now have an SpO2 of 46,
Yes,
and that's the lowest we've seen so far.
correct.
Now it also indicates that once again we're still at an FiO2 of 100%. So this entire time has she been receiving 100% oxygen as well?
Yes, all day long.
Is it concerning once again now that we're still breathing 47 times a minute, we're only at 46% oxygen, and yet we're getting 100% oxygen through that BiPAP mask?
Yes, it's very concerning. There's nothing more that I can do to help in this situation.
We also have a comment here, Matt, can you back out on the comment? And is that a comment that you wrote there?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you communicating here?
Her oxygen is continuing to decline. It's not getting better. Her sister's there at the bedside updating her father and FaceTime about this situation. And I've now placed a page to Dr. Schara because this is further deterioration.
Now, the next set of vital signs in the record is at 1809. But before that, according to the records, there were a couple of doses of lorazepam.
Yes.
Now let's go back to 366, page 874. Okay, we're back to the lorazepam administration record there. Of course, we see 1746 and 1749. There was 0.5 milligram doses that were given. They were given by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so we have those on our little chart here. The administration of the dose at 1746, was that given pursuant to the standing order?
Yes.
And I believe the standing order was PRN Q6 hours.
Yes.
So what does that mean?
So every 6 hours, she can get a dose of this medication as needed. So then it's determined by the bedside nurse as needed.
And why did you administer that dose at that time at 1746?
Well, it was the last thing I could do to try to help her. She is still breathing extremely fast. It's affecting her oxygen. Her oxygen is low. So I'm going to give her this anti-anxiety medicine and see if that can alleviate what she's feeling so that she can breathe slower.
Now, Exhibit 366 indicates that we then have a second dose several minutes later at 1749. Is Grace facing an emergency situation?
She's critical. She's got an oxygen saturation of 46%.
Can you explain to the jury how it came about that you gave that second dose of lorazepam at 1749?
Dr. Schara had contacted me back. I explained what was going on with Grace in the room, what her vitals were, that I had given her a dose of the lorazepam and saw no effect. It didn't help her in any way. So he told me to give her another 0.5 milligram dose and that he was coming right down to see her.
And that was an oral order for Dr. Schara?
Yeah, he gave me a verbal order over the phone.
And after you gave that 1746 dose, were you watching her vitals and standing at her bedside, seeing how she reacted to that first dose?
Yeah, I was with her continuously from this time on.
And did you notice anything, her vital signs budge at all?
It didn't do anything.
And is that why you then called Dr. Schara to report that the dose did nothing?
Correct.
Okay. You administered that second dose pursuant to the oral order, and then I think you said Dr. Schara was going to respond to the bedside.
Correct.
Now, the next thing that we have, let's go back to our 363. This would be page 350. All right, now this is our next. We want to go to the 1809. We have the 1809 Now we're at 1809. This is the next set of vitals that we're taking after the lorazepam has been given. In fact, it looks like we're about 20 minutes after the second dose of lorazepam was given. We've got a pulse of 80, normal.
Yep, that's a normal heart rate.
We're respiration of 51.
Respirations remain severely high.
And it looks like we also have an SpO2 of 51.
That's correct. Oxygen level is still very low.
So it looks like, are these numbers trending better or worse from where they were before the lorazepam?
She's still in an emergency situation. There's nothing improved about what's going on with Grace here.
So the lorazepam really budge for vital signs at all?
It had no effect that I could tell.
Now, there's a comment on this particular one. Matt, can you bring that up? It says BP undetectable, Dr. Schokar present. Did you put that notation in the record?
I did.
Now, I want to just ask you about that. BP undetectable is at the same time that this note indicates that she has a normal heart rate or pulse, and she is in fact oxygen. She's breathing 51 times a minute, and she's oxygen. She really not have a blood pressure.
So BP undetectable, the machine is set to automatically cycle blood pressure and it didn't read one. So in this situation, I would be repositioning the cuff, resetting the machine to go. So it doesn't mean no blood pressure, it just didn't read what her blood pressure was.
At this particular time, it wasn't reading a blood pressure. Did you have to like readjust it and figure it out?
Yeah, I would maybe check another arm or just undo the cuff and reposition it to see.
Would it be accurate to say that she really had no blood pressure then? Or was it just the machine was just
No, the machine wasn't detecting it. It wouldn't be accurate to say no blood pressure, heart rate's normal.
Obviously, if you have a pulse or a heart rate, you have a blood pressure.
You're generating blood pressure.
You said Dr. Schokar present. So Dr. Schokar is now at the bedside at 1809?
Yes, we're in the room together with Grace.
And at the point when this entry is made at 1809, do you believe that Grace is experiencing an emergency situation?
Absolutely.
Now, according to the medical administration record, it looks like Dr. Schokar issued an order for the administration of 2 milligrams of morphine at 1850 now. Matt, can we go to 366, page 878? Okay, and here's the morphine administration record. So we have an 850 in there. You gave a 2 milligram dose of morphine at the verbal order of Dr. Schokar?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just recount for the jury how you recall that oral order?
Sure, I'm busy with Grace, trying to recheck her oxygen, her blood pressure. Dr. Schokar is on the other side of the bed, speaking with Jessica, who had Grace's parents on a video chat on the phone, and he's talking with them. And with all of us there together, he said, let's try giving her 2 milligrams of morphine. So I verified his verbal order, got the morphine and administered it.
Now, at the time that Dr. Schokar ordered this single dose of morphine and then you administered that dose, did you believe Grace was facing an emergency situation?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Garibaldi testified earlier in this trial, commenting that Grace's breathing was the equivalent of running a marathon at this point. In your experience as a nurse, based on what you've seen here and in similar patients, do you agree with that characterization?
I would agree with it. I mean, you have to realize this is just a person laying in the bed. That's all she's doing is laying in the bed, and she's breathing so hard, exerting herself so hard, just fighting to breathe.
Now, looks like let's go to the last set of vital signs at 1837. That would be exhibit 363, page 351. Now, here we are at 1837. So this is 6:37. Are you nearing the end of your shift at this point?
Yes, this is the end of my shift.
Okay. So now we have some vital signs, and this is 1837 or so. It's about 20 minutes or 22 minutes or so after that 2 milligram dose of morphine.
Correct.
Okay. And we're recording at this point. We got a pulse or a heart rate of 77, normal.
Normal.
We got a respiration rate of 35, and it looks like we have a SpO2 of 98.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are we seeing here? We actually see a drop from before the time on that morphine by about 16 breaths per minute?
Yeah, so the morphine helped her. It lowered her respiratory rate closer to what a normal rate would be. Normal would be down to 20, but she's no longer breathing 55 times a minute. And as a result of that, her oxygen level is able to increase to 98%.
It looks like from before the morphine was administered to after, we went from 51 to 98.
Yes,
Now 35 is still too fast,
35 is elevated, 20 would be normal.
but it's better than 51.
Yes,
Were there limited tools in the toolbox at this point to be able to deal with this emergency?
absolutely. There was, I don't know what else there was that we possibly could have done.
Sure, Attorney Frankowiak, whatever, it's a good spot to take a break, whenever you feel that is, you know.
Sure, we're actually getting close to this.
Okay.
Well, you were present for the testimony in this case, the toxicologist, Dr. Goldberger and Dr. Garibald. Both testified that if an overdose were occurring, we would expect to see that within a matter of minutes following the administration of the morphine. Recall that testimony?
I do. Typically with administration of IV medications, you see a response within 5 minutes if you're going to see a response.
And at 1837 now, about 22 minutes after the morphine was given, are we seeing any sign in your experience as an ICU nurse of an overdose of morphine?
No, because again, that's just strictly looking at respiratory depression. That's what comes from an overdose of morphine. And that would be a respiratory rate of 6 or 8 typically. And I'm seeing a respiratory rate of 35.
Based upon the vitals we're seeing there at 1837, do you believe that the administration of morphine 22 minutes earlier actually had a beneficial effect on the patient?
I do.
Okay. That's a good break point, Your Honor.
Okay. I was notified your lunch just arrived, so this will be a time for us to take a break. We'll start sometime around 12:30. Hopefully that gives you enough time. Hey, Bill. And then just a reminder not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. The jurors are excused. All right, you may be seated. Yeah, Ms. McGinnis, you can have a seat back with Attorney Frankowiak. So during that time, we had exhibits 442, 362, 366, 363, and 448. Was 448, is it 2 charts?
It's one exhibit, but it's 2 different because it was too long to put on one. So it's 2 charts. It's the exact equivalent of what those 2 boards are.
Okay.
It's one continuous chart, but it runs over into the second board.
Objection to those exhibits being received?
No, sir.
All right. Exhibits are received. How much longer do you think you have, Attorney Frankowiak?
I'm getting close, Your Honor. I probably maybe have another 20 minutes to half an hour.
Okay, and then Attorney Guzzi
Hour and a half.
with Ms. McGinnis?
Oh, I'm sorry, with probably 0.
Okay, and then you're gonna have a lengthy time, so we'll probably go until the next break, I would think. I mean, if we go for an hour and a half. Are you gonna take an hour?
Probably short of that.
Okay.
My goal would be to be short of that.
And then we'll have jurors' questions. Our plan would be then to finish Ms. McGinnis, then take a break. And then start with Dr. Schokard. Maybe you've answered that next question. It's gonna be an hour, hour and a half.
I think it's an hour.
Okay.
Keep it around that hour mark.
Okay, and there's no rush because I think we're gonna be here tomorrow either way. And how long do you think, who's got cross-examination of Dr. Shokar? Okay, Attorney Fleiter, lengthy,
40 minutes.
and is the preference to finish?
I do have one question on this. We address it later.
Is it gonna be, well, go ahead.
As long as we're talking about Dr. Shokar cross-examination. Understanding is that their cross-examination is limited to what has been brought up in the direct by virtue of the fact that they've already done an adverse.
I agree.
I would say,
Same with
I would say the same for Nurse McGinnis. She also was already, cross-examined.
right, but now here's a good thing. So I think they're gonna be able to cross-examine Ms. McGinnis on everything you've gone through, Attorney Frankowiak, which seems like everything.
If it was today, it was brought up here.
Yes, and so that'll be the rule. So even if they covered it the other day, if it was brought up again today, they have a right to ask questions on it again. And that'll be the same rule at Dr. Shokar. Okay, and then jurors are gonna be allowed to ask, we're not gonna limit them anyway. Okay. Okay, and then, I know you're playing tight to the vest, but you're gonna have to disclose anyway tonight. So who are you gonna have on rebuttal? Tomorrow morning? I mean, it'll be disclosed by 4, so I'm not sure if it's a great secret that we're keeping it until 4. And if you wanna hold on until 4 o'clock, that's good too. It's all this gamesmanship.
Gamesmanship, Your Honor. We literally are listening to the testimony and deciding whether we want to have a rebuttal or not. I mean, this is important for
I
us.
see.
We'll disclose that Mr. Schara will testify on rebuttal.
Yeah, well,
Maybe now is not the time for that discussion, but I do think that against further statutory provision, rebuttal is limited to new opinions or new facts raised in the defense. And I think fairness, if a rebuttal witness is being called, they ought to be able to identify ahead of time the new fact, new opinion that's being addressed to be consistent with the statute. I don't know the site off.
Just be ready to talk about it.
Yeah. Just raise it and also.
thank you. It's 9:05.
All right, anything else before we take a break for lunch? Attorney Frankowiak, anything?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Attorney Guzzi, anything?
Nothing further.
The judge.
We'll start at 12:30. We're adjourned. couple minutes early. Looks like everybody is here. The jurors are just outside the door. Are we ready to get started? Yes, okay. You may bring the jury in. All right, everyone may be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. We're in the middle of Ms. McGinnis's direct examination. I talked with the attorneys before, or when you went to lunch, and they had indicated what we're going to do is just finish her as a witness, then take a break, and it should be about an hour and a half, but it might be 15 minutes either way. And then Dr. Schara is going to testify, and our goal would be to finish him up by the end of the day. But again, we'll see where it leads us. I do want to just take a moment and say thanks for being a great set of jurors. You know, the fact that you guys were all lined up there even before I came out of my office, and you're on time every day, and there hasn't been issues. It's not usually how it works. So I'm not sure if one of you is leading, like who passed that note around, but you guys are doing an exceptional job, and I appreciate it. It just makes it easier for all of us, and it's good to know that you're taking your role seriously, and the parties, I expect, will appreciate that. So thanks. Your witness, Attorney Frank Koliak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nurse McGinnis, when we left off, we were just finishing up our discussion on the administration of a 2 milligram dose of morphine on the afternoon of the 13th of October. Do you recall turning off the Precedex at some point during your time at Grace's bedside during that period of time around 18-15 hours?
Can you hear me? Yes, I do. Dr. Schara and I, like I said, were together in the room for that extended period of time. He asked me to turn off the Precedex, so I turned it off at his direction.
You do that at the bedside at the time that he ordered the Precedex to be turned off?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to do that at the bedside? Did you have access to the machine?
Yes, I went to the IV pump and shut it off.
Okay. And after you did that, did you stay, I guess, at the bedside with Dr. Schara?
I continued caring for Grace and, yeah, stayed at the bedside with Dr. Schara.
Okay. Now, we saw a set of vital signs that you recorded at 1837. Did you record any further vital signs in Grace's chart after you recorded those at 1837? Okay. Now, Matt, let's put up Exhibit 366, page 883. Okay, Nurse McGinnis, this is the final page of the Precedex administration record, or the medical administration record for Precedex. Do you see at 1837 the time there? Is that an entry that you made at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like your entry at 1837 indicates that the Precedex infusion had stopped per the order of Dr. Schara, restart as needed.
Correct.
Okay. I think you just testified that you actually shut the Precedex off at the time that Dr. Schara ordered you to do so while you were at the bedside. That was about 8:15 or thereabouts, or 18:15?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That would be 18:15, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. And where were you between 18:15 and 18:37 when this order was input into the record?
I was in the room with Grace that whole time and Dr. Schara.
Okay. Now, why does this record indicate, or why did you put this record into the actual record itself at 1837?
Because Grace was in an emergency situation. She needed things done first, and then the charting came second. So That's when we were able to exit the room. She had stabilized and I could chart.
Okay, so was your first responsibility, I guess, to the patient?
I needed to do the patient care first and then the charting later.
And did you have access, for example, to your computer or computer terminal while you were actually giving cares at the bedside?
Not while I was taking care of Grace. I was busy doing those things and then the charting comes later.
Okay, and you were the primary nurse for Grace, so there was really nobody else to take your place. It was you.
It was just me.
Okay. Now, Matt, let's look back to Exhibit 363, page 351, if we could. Okay. Now, this is the timing of the last set of vitals that we put in there. And I think you told me earlier that in the Meditech system, you had to input those yourself.
Yeah, we typed in anything in these boxes that you see here ourselves.
And so you would have to be sitting in front of a computer terminal or screen in order to input these in?
Yes.
Okay. And we see up at the top where you put that in, these were entered at about 1837.
Correct.
Okay. And that is in fact at exactly the same time that you were inputting the record for the stopping of the Precedex too. Now, there's been some
Good afternoon, Nurse McGinnis.
Good afternoon.
Before we broke for lunch, introducing you, he introduced you as I heard him, Nurse McGinnis of Ascension Hospital's Northeast Wisconsin. Is that what he said?
I don't know.
Well, what I'm getting at here is you are a defendant in this lawsuit, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of your status as a defendant, you are inherently biased, are you not?
I'm just here to answer the questions and tell what happened.
Right. I mean, you've sat at that table next to your lawyer since this case began, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you've been able to sit there is because you are a defendant and you're not subject then to the judge's sequestration order, which would require other witnesses to leave the room. You understand that?
Yes.
And so as a result, you've been able to hear all the testimony that has occurred in this case, right?
I have.
And you've been able to conform your answers then to that testimony that you hear when necessary, correct?
I have the answers that I have because this is just telling you about what happened.
You've had an opportunity to meet with your lawyer in between, correct?
In between what?
In between witnesses?
Like throughout the week?
Sure.
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to meet with him so that he could coach you for your testimony today, correct?
I did meet with my lawyer before my testimony today.
Right. And you've changed you've changed a good deal of your testimony between the time you testified last week and today, correct?
I would like to know what you're referring to.
Well, I think that the terminology that your lawyer used was simply mistaken. You were simply mistaken last week. Did you hear that question?
In regard to what specifically?
I'm not giving you a specific.
6 p.m. We know that we're not going to be doing a breathing.
For
questions.
instance, right. And you were simply mistaken. You told us this morning you were simply mistaken when you testified last week that she was in restraints because in your testimony today, she was wearing mittens.
I have no memory of the restraints. I just don't recall restraints because, as I said, restraints are commonly used for ICU patients, so it's not something that stands out in my mind, and I don't remember restraints. I do remember mitts.
And you've testified that there was a change at some point during 2021 to the electronic Meditech record, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when that was?
I don't know specifically. I know it was in transition from paper to electronic, and since has changed to a new system.
Right. So the question I have is, were you using paper when you treated Grace Schara October of 2021?
There was a paper chart, I believe, and then there was also an electronic chart.
Okay, so if there was a paper chart and an electronic chart, were you required to enter items pertaining to your care in the paper chart and then transfer them electronically? How did that work?
I would just manually enter the information in the computer, in the electronic chart.
I thought you just said that there was a paper chart.
For other things, it could be for doctor's orders or I don't know, other things. It was a transition from a full paper chart to the electronic one, so it was half and half.
So as you sit here today, do you have any firm basis for a belief that you were utilizing paper with electronic?
I know that there was a paper chart for doctor's orders, but that the nursing documentation went in the computer. Is that what you're asking?
So I guess well, I'm trying to understand your testimony here. So I guess what you're saying is that if you forget about the doctor's orders and progress notes, which I guess I'm hearing you say was on paper, if we're only talking about your entries, nursing notes, vital signs, those types of entries, that was all done electronically in October of 2021?
Just the doctor's orders could be on the paper and then someone could transcribe them over, I believe, but all of my nursing documentation would have been on the computer.
You're not sure?
No, I am sure because there was either a paper form for me to chart on or there was a computer for me to chart on, and this is all information from the computer.
Paul, when we began last week, I started out by asking you if you agree with a certain statement. I'm going to ask that again. Do you agree that the nursing assessment is the systematic and continual collection and analysis of data about the health status of a patient, culminating in the formation of a diagnosis? Do you agree with that statement?
I had issue with the word analysis before, so I am monitoring and assessing the patient's condition and reporting any changes to the physician.
Okay, let's dive a little deeper on that answer. So you have a problem with the word analysis, right?
I just wasn't sure what you meant by that.
Well, what I'm asking you is that we understand you collect data, vital signs, blood pressure, those types of things. But I guess what you're saying is you are struggling with whether or not you analyze any data.
So I know what all the norms would be, and I would report abnormals to the physician.
Yeah,
that's your definition of analyzing.
Well, I'm asking you what your definition of whether or not you agree with this statement. You don't agree with it because you refuse to concede that you analyze any data.
I guess that's what I was stating.
Right. And have you taken any time to review the Wisconsin Nurse Practices Act?
I can't say that I have.
Did you hear the testimony of your expert, Julie Davis?
Yes.
You were here for that, right?
Yes.
And did you have any input into selecting that expert?
No.
Had you met with her before she testified last week?
No.
First time you ever met her was when she walked in here?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you had responsibility for assessing and evaluating every outcome of every drug that you gave to Grace Schara?
I would be responsible for assessing and evaluating her response to the medications.
Right. So you've seen this timeline that I have on the screen right now. Can we focus in on the first part so we can make it a little easier for the jury to read? Yes, please, like up to an opportunity to study it last week. You can see that on the vertical blue lines indicate that those are medications given, except for the 10-12 entry. So from, and this is bottom of the vertical bar all have a P next to it.
Sure, I see the P, yep.
And you've studied this nursing medication administration record, what you call the MAR, right?
I've been able to review the MAR.
You have reviewed it, and so I would expect that when you came in here to testify this morning, you were well aware of what the dosages of Precedex were, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were responsible for the care and treatment of Grace Schara from 7 a.m. on the 13th until your shift ended at 7 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So you would have been present for each of those dosages that were administered, the Precedex?
For the ones on the MAR with my initial next to them, those are the dosages that I changed.
I mean, there was no other nurse that treated Grace during your shift on the 13th, was there?
No.
Okay, so we can agree then you were completely and totally responsible for the administration of those dosages of Precedex on the 13th from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And also the same would go for the dosages of lorazepam, correct?
I did administer lorazepam, yes.
And what about the morphine?
Yes, I administered the morphine.
Okay, so we can agree then that you administered, keep in mind, I'm using the term administered. You're the one that administered all the drugs to Grace Schara on the 13th. Didn't order them, but you administered them.
I did.
Those dosages, right? And were you responsible for assessing the response of the patient to those medications?
I do, yes, assess after a medication is given what a patient response would be.
Right, and so based upon that response, isn't it your obligation as a registered nurse to provide information to, in this instance, Dr. Shokar, as to what her response would have been to the medication?
I wouldn't be calling him after every medication I give to an ICU patient to update him on what the response would be.
No, I understand you wouldn't call him at every time. But you would call him if the patient had an adverse reaction to a medication, would you not?
I would call him if the patient had a scenario where she was struggling medically, a change in her medical condition, and that he needed to be made aware of that.
Do you think that's the standard of care, the appropriate standard of care for a registered nurse to notify the physician if a patient was struggling, as you put it, in her response to a medication?
If a patient were struggling for any reason, I would contact the physician to let them know so they could, give more orders or be a part of what was happening, kind of correct.
Right, to try and correct the situation so the patient didn't enter into a life-threatening circumstance, right?
For whatever the scenario would be, the doctor would be informed.
Now, I know you didn't review any medical records before I came to Appleton to take your deposition last May. You've obviously reviewed these medical records since then. correct?
Yes,
Right. And since you've sat in this room, you've listened to all the testimony, you've heard where the focus of this case is, correct?
yes.
And so what I'm really interested in is, well, first of all, strike that. You just told me, you used the word struggling. Based upon your review of the medical records, was Grace Schara struggling on October the 7th during Sam Haines' shift?
The administration of Precedex within a normal dose range that's going to have a variable RAS does not equate with struggling. I'm talking about her struggling from her COVID infection and her high respiratory rates and her low oxygen saturation. To me, that was a struggling.
Wasn't there norepinephrine and other pressor agents administered during that time period?
Yes,
That wasn't in response to struggling?
could be infection, could be hypoxia. There's many reasons why medications like norepinephrine or pressors are started. And in fact, many of our ICU patients are on those with or without Precedex. It's a normal course of action for patients in the ICU. They're sick, they use these medicines a lot.
I know what you're giving me is the company line here, that the Precedex dosages were within normal limits, were titrated within what the doctor had requested. I get that. But what I'm asking you is, despite the fact that the Precedex had been given within normal limits, wasn't there an indication in the medical record that Grace Schara suffered an adverse reaction to that Precedex?
Grace Schara had side effects, known side effects that can happen with Precedex. You can have low blood pressure or low heart rate, and we're prepared. We have that medication available, and then absolutely would start a second line treatment to negate having to stop the Precedex, which she needed to keep the BiPAP mask on.
You mentioned something about infection as a side effect of the Precedex.
Not as a side effect. That's another reason why a person might have a low blood pressure from infection.
Okay. Did you see any indication in the medical record that she was suffering from an infection?
She had a viral infection called COVID-19.
Right. What was her white blood cell count?
I'd have
On
to
the
review the labs to see exactly what those are, but that's not the only indicator of infection.
And I think we've already established that when you came on the 13th of October, Grace's last day, you took report from Nurse Haines, who we've just seen for the second time today, right?
Correct.
And in that report, you would agree with me, would you not, that it would be important for him to identify for you any of the significant events that occurred relative to this patient, correct? Did you say?
Correct. Sorry.
Yeah. And it's my understanding from your testimony that you had never known until this lawsuit was filed that Grace had suffered an adverse reaction to the Precedex on October 7th, correct?
Grace had a known side effect to the Precedex reaction, and it was treated appropriately, as anyone in the ICU would know and expect to do. That's not something abnormal to be reporting days later. We're looking at a current clinical condition and presentation when I'm taking report from Sam.
A known side effect. It wasn't known to you.
It's known that Precedex can cause that, so it's not surprising to me.
So what you're telling us then is that it was really a completely unimportant fact in terms of your care and treatment of Grace Schara on October 13th.
It had no bearing on my care and treatment of her on that day.
And therefore it had no bearing on your ability to assess whether or not she would suffer a similar reaction on the 13th with the continued increase in the Precedex. Is that what you're saying?
I was still aware that those are potential side effects from Precedex and would be monitoring her heart rate and her blood pressure throughout my shift in order to assess for that.
So what you're telling me is, as a registered nurse working in the ICU in October of 2021, that you're not at all interested in whether a particular patient has suffered a side effect requiring reversal agents or pressors days prior.
Things can change quickly in the ICU, so what I need to know is the current situation, what is she on now, how are things progressing at this point?
What is your custom and practice in terms of preparing to care for a patient when you come on at 7 a.m.?
I take reports, I will look over labs, doctor's note in the computer.
Right, okay. And you heard Nurse Sam Haynes testify earlier this morning that it was his common practice. Well, strike that. You heard Nurse Haynes testify that, well, maybe I can't recall, I guess I'm getting confused. Was it you that testified that you were his preceptor, that you trained him when he came on?
Yeah, I've been there longer than Sam, so I did work with him as a preceptor when he started.
And that means you're like the mentor and you're training him?
Yeah, I'm helping him onboard to the hospital and learn about ICU.
Right. And we heard Nurse Haynes testify that it's his practice, typically in the ICU during October of 2021, for instance, that he would spend approximately 30 minutes of every hour in the patient's room at the patient's bedside. Did you hear that testimony? And since you trained Sam Haynes, would that have been your practice also?
I would say something similar. It's hard to give an exact number.
But would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury what is your common practice in terms of the amount of time you spend at the bedside?
I would say about 30 minutes each hour. I mean, if they need, the feeding tube, then you're maybe in there longer. Just it depends on what you need to do.
How about shorter?
It could be shorter.
Right. And isn't it true that you can observe all the patient's vital signs from your desk at the nurse's station, the ICU?
Outside Grace's room, I'm observing her monitor and her vital signs.
That's a yes. Is that
Observing
a yes?
Yes, that I'm observing her vital signs.
Without having to leave your desk, correct?
Window right outside her room, so I can observe her vital signs without having to leave the desk.
Right. And so you can record your entries relative to her vital signs without having to leave your desk?
Yes.
Did you inform Dr. Schara that you'd given Grace lorazepam at 11:25 a.m. and at 5:46 p.m. on October 13th?
I couldn't say that I told him about the 11:25 dose, as that was like an as-needed dose for her feeding tube placement. So I don't think that's something that I would have specifically called out. I did inform him that I had given the lorazepam at the 17:46 time.
17:46 means 5:46 for normal people, right?
Yes.
And 3 minutes later, you gave her a subsequent dose of lorazepam based upon your own assessment of Grace's condition, right?
3 minutes later, I had then talked to Dr. Schara and received the order to give the second dose.
And Nurse Davis came into this courtroom and she testified that the responsibility of a nurse is to challenge the provider if the nurse disagrees, do you agree with your own expert on that topic?
I would say that we have a good working relationship with our providers, and I absolutely could bring up if I had a concern and be able to talk through what my concern was.
Did you ever register any concern with Dr. Shokar about the combination of these medications and question as to whether or not that's that amount of lorazepam was appropriate?
This is a common drug in a really low dose, and I did not question why he was ordering that.
We've heard that many times, that these drugs are commonly given in the ICU, correct?
Yes,
Precedex, lorazepam, and even morphine, right?
right.
And yet the morphine was given to Grace when she was practically pulseless electrical activity, what you call PEA, isn't that right?
I wouldn't document it or say that it was that she had a heart rate, which means she had a blood pressure. I was in the midst of rechecking the blood pressure.
So you agreed then with Dr. Shokar's decision to give her morphine?
Yes,
Did Dr. Shokar order you to shut off the Precedex before giving her morphine?
I shut off the Precedex at the order of the physician. Yes, and that was before the morphine.
And what you're telling this jury is that although it was recorded at a later time, that you actually shut it off when ordered right then and there, that Dr. Shokar was in the room with you.
Yes, we were taking care of the patient, hands-on stuff first, and then the event was recorded later.
Nurse Davis, the expert that Mr. Frankowiak hired to support your care, testified that in the context of the morphine order, it's the nurse's responsibility to monitor the patient. Do you agree with that?
Dr. Shokar and I both were in the room monitoring the patient.
I asked you whether it's the nurse's, whether you agree with your own expert that it's the nurse's responsibility to monitor the patient.
Sure, I should monitor the patient.
Apparently, shortly before 7 p.m., you're almost at the end of your 12-hour shift. Jessica testified that she had gone out and found you and asked you to take Grace's temperature because she felt cold to her. Do you remember that testimony?
I remember the testimony.
You have reason to dispute what Jessica said, what she testified to?
I don't have a specific memory of that conversation.
Did you obviously, I think I understand your answer would be that you don't order drugs, so therefore you couldn't even give a reversal agent such as Narcan, right? Or naloxone, right?
I do not order drugs.
You couldn't even give a reversal drug if somebody was in the throes of an overdose. Is that right?
Without a doctor order, I would need a doctor order.
Okay. So you heard Jessica's testimony that she had panicked shortly before 7:18 p.m. Or 19:18 p.m. And she ran out in the hallway and tried to get the attention of some ICU nurses that were all out there milling around. You heard that testimony, did you not?
I did hear it.
Were you present when she came out and screamed for someone to help her sister?
I was not.
Did you hear about it? Were you in the break room or the changing room that you just described?
I left the ICU, I'd gone down to the break room and changed and then left for the day.
Have some sort of a speaker system throughout that connects you to what's going on in the ICU when you're in that locker room or break room?
They do not.
Did you hear from any nurses, like the nurse that just taken over from you? That must have been a traumatic event for her. Wouldn't you agree?
I didn't hear from the nurse who took her over.
So, I mean, no sooner do you get off the shift at 7 p.m., but Grace crashes in the first moments of this relieving nurse's shift. Did you know about that at the time?
She'd been crashing my whole shift, and I left at 7 and I went home.
When was it that you made the statement to Jessica that we have done everything we can for your sister?
Again, I don't remember specific conversations. I know that I had been keeping her updated that Grace was very sick and her respiratory rate was high and her oxygen was very low.
Do you recall what you told the nurse that took over for you on the 7 p.m. shift relative to Grace's condition?
I had been reporting how her vitals had been trending. I would have told her code status, just any review of assessment.
You indicated to us that the record reveals that you acknowledged a DNR order in the record, correct?
Yes.
And you would have done that sometime around 1600 or 4 p.m., maybe 4:09. Do you recall?
I don't know what time exactly.
Is it fair to say, without getting down in the weeds on these records and times, that that you knew at least 2 hours prior to the expiration of your shift, perhaps 3 hours, I should say, that Grace was a DNR?
Yes, it happened sometime early afternoon that order had come through.
A conversation with her sister, Jessica, that that order came through and you acknowledged it in the medical record?
I would have had no reason to. I don't remember having a specific conversation.
You know, the effect of the DNR is that you're not going to do anything to try to help Grace if she crashes, correct?
That's what a DNR means, is that when somebody's heart stops, that you don't try to restart it, you don't put in a breathing tube.
And you didn't think that it was at all relevant or important to convey that information to her sister, who'd been there at the bedside since at least 9:30 that morning?
Well, the order in the computer would have been the information that the doctor had that conversation with her medical decision maker. So that was already cared for.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you a direct question. Did you have a conversation with Jessica, her sister?
I have a direct conversation with Jessica about a DNR.
So what we're to believe is that, based upon your practice and what you recall of your care and treatment of Grace Schara on the 13th of October, that you spent approximately half of the time of your shift, a total of 6 hours, if my math is correct, in the room at the bedside. And most of that time, her sister was present, correct?
Yes, she was.
And throughout that time, you never felt it was important for you personally to relay to Jessica that in the event that her sister crashes, there will be nothing done to prevent that.
Full medical treatment for Grace, and we weren't withdrawing any kind of therapies. So the conversation of DNR didn't come up between Jessica and I.
By full therapies, you mean the implementation of oxygen, taking vital signs, attempting nutrition through an NG tube? Is that what you mean?
Yep, proning, all of that.
You know, wouldn't you expect a layperson who's observing her sister in this hospital room and observing you inserting a nasal gastric tube for the purpose of nutrition, wouldn't you expect her to believe that her sister's condition is improving?
I would not, because in my notes I mentioned how often Grace's oxygen was low, very severely low, and her respiratory rate was high, and that I was keeping Jessica informed of that, and she then was relaying that information to her parents via FaceTime.
There was nothing that Jessica indicated to you that would have led you to believe that she had any specialized medical training, correct?
Correct.
And I know you keep making reference to the fact that it's in the record, it's in the record, it's in the record. And Dr. Shokar's expert, Dr. Garibaldi, was talking about how he could just pull up on his phone and view the record. There was no way that Jessica could review any aspect of the record. Was there?
I don't believe so.
Of course not. So the fact that the DNR had been entered was of no consequence to Jessica, or I shouldn't put it that way, would have not have come to her understanding that that was placed in the record, correct?
She wouldn't have had the medical record to see that order placed in it.
She would have had?
She would not have had the medical record to see that the order was placed in it.
Right. You have no reason to dispute her testimony that she first learned of the existence of a DNR on her sister after you had left the room at the end of your shift. You don't have any reason to dispute that, do you?
I don't.
Mr. Frankowiak asked you some questions which are of mild interest to me about aspects of the medical record. He took great pains to ask you, for instance, was there any reference in the medical record that Grace was deaf? Do you remember that question,
Yes.
that testimony? And you said no, there was no indication in the record that she was deaf, correct?
Yeah, I didn't remember seeing anything in her record that she was deaf.
No, but what is in the record in at least 3 places is that she is hearing impaired, correct?
I believe it was stated like conductive hearing loss.
Say that again?
Conductive hearing loss.
Conductive hearing loss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's not a reference in the medical record using the word deaf, but there are at least 3 instances in the medical record that talks about the fact that Grace suffered conductive hearing loss or was hearing impaired, correct?
I don't know how many references there were. I know that I was able to communicate appropriately with Grace when I was her nurse to the best of her ability.
Well, we have got a portion of the medical record up on the screen right now. It's already been received into evidence. I think it's 363. I could be corrected by someone who has a number. Here,
Part of Exhibit 1, I can assign a new label.
I think it's already in. I mean, it's been testified to. Right. Do you see that portion that we have highlighted, which says hearing loss?
Yes.
So although there's no reference to deaf, quote unquote, in the record, there are references in the record, in the nursing notes. What we're seeing there is just what you went through with Mr. Frankowiak in painstaking detail going through all the vital signs. That's a nurse entry for hearing loss, right?
Yes, different than being deaf.
Yeah, I get it. And although you testified, I believe last week, that you would not have had access to the medical record, I think you changed your testimony today again in response to a question from Mr. Frankowiak relative to whether or not you had access to the medical record for the event that occurred on October 7th.
I had access to the medical record. It's a different medical record than we currently use. So in my deposition, I was trying to think in the moment, how did we change screens? What could I actually see of that medical record? I think you read my response of that. And I could access the medical record to look back far enough to see what had happened for her whole stay.
Well, I'm not asking about your deposition because it's my recollection when I took your deposition in May of 2024 that you hadn't reviewed any medical records.
No, I hadn't, but you had asked me a question about could I review, and I was in the moment trying to picture our old computer system. How did that work? And yes, I could have reviewed back for her entire stay.
But you chose not to in anticipation of giving your sworn testimony under deposition, correct?
I had no reason to review her medical record.
Knowing you were going to walk into a deposition to give truthful testimony about the care and treatment of Grace Schara in October 2021, you had no reason to review the medical record?
Well, it was my first deposition and I didn't know that I was supposed to, if I was supposed to.
Well, Mr. Frankowiak was your lawyer back then, right?
Yes.
And couldn't you ask him, would it be beneficial if I reviewed the medical record before I give a sworn testimony?
It didn't cross my mind.
Okay. In reviewing the sequence of your entries in the nursing record for October 13th, I noted that the first entry, and you just testified to this, because I'm not trying to trick you. You testified that your first note was at 9:41 a.m. on the 13th. Is that fair?
Okay.
So what were you doing between 7 a.m. and 9:41 a.m. on October 13th?
I would have been reviewing her record, going in and doing oral care for Grace, maybe brushing her hair, getting her into a new position in the bed. I think that might have been, I don't know if we were proning at that time, so I'd have to see specifically about that. Listening to her heart and lungs. We put pillows under all of our ICU patients to prevent wounds and bed sores. So elevating her heels and making sure she doesn't have any tubings that are maybe stuck under her leg or whatever, like a thorough skin assessment.
You forgot to mention that you immediately increased the dose of Precedex as soon as you came on.
So then that was related to the proning.
So then it's my understanding from a review of the time entries on your nursing notes, your next entry was at 11:34 a.m., just shy of 2 hours later, correct?
Yes.
And during that 2-hour period, the RAS score was met, correct?
So you're talking on 10/13?
I am talking on 10/13. The RAS score was met. Therefore, the medications were working to decrease her agitation, correct?
I have a RAS score charted at 913 of +3, and my goal would be -1, so it's not met in that time frame.
Was it met during that time frame before 11:34 or at 11:34?
A subsequent RAS score would be a +1, and then at 11:39, she's at the -1 where her RAS is met.
Her RAS is met by 11:39. You also testified that with regard to the placement of the NG tube, which was done also around that time frame, 11:30 on the 13th.
Yes,
Did I hear you correctly when you testified that you did not recall any blood in the nasal passages?
I do not recall that she had any bleeding from the tube.
But you did say that she had to have a bridle placed, and a bridle isn't necessarily something you do every time you place an NG tube, correct?
It is. It's a standard securement device.
Securement device? Okay. And in the process of securing that tube, is it probable that she would have suffered bleeding?
I would say it's possible, not probable. Can happen.
You don't recall any bleeding.
I do not.
And Jessica testified, you were here, obviously, that she noticed that Grace had significant bleeding around her nasal passages. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
You know, it seems to me that Mr. Frankowiak wanted to make a big deal out of the fact that Jessica wanted to shower in Grace's room and she was denied the ability to do that. And I used a word that I hadn't seen before, aerosolize, because, and I think you agreed with him that in showering in this room, that the act of showering would have aerosolized the virus. Do you recall that testimony?
Is just floating around in the air. So if she were to take off her PPE in the room, then she would be exposed to the virus. That's what that was discussing.
But I mean, if she's in the shower, isn't the act of showering something that would prevent the aerosolizing of the virus? No. I know that Mr. Frankowiak took you painstakingly through all of those vital signs to talk about her respiratory rate and her oxygenation rate, but there were several entries where her respiration quality was listed as regular. Did you notice that in the records, in the nursing notes that you contributed to the medical record?
Yes.
There's an entry at 1600 or 4 p.m. on the 13th that indicates, quote, no further intervention available. And that was your entry, correct?
4 p.m. on which date?
4 p.m. on the 13th.
A nursing note?
Did you make an entry in the medical record at approximately 4 p.m. on the 13th that said no further intervention available?
Maybe on the vital signs. Sorry, yes, under her vital signs, I did write no further intervention available after Dr. Shokar was made aware of her SATs.
And yet you waited an hour and a half to page Dr. Shokar from that entry, correct?
So he was contacted here at this time of 1600 is what this is saying.
He was contacted and you relayed the information as to the low sats, correct?
At 1600, yes.
Right. But then you waited an additional hour and a half to page Dr. Shokar, correct?
I paged him next again, yes, at 1730 was the next page.
1730, an hour and a half after that entry. You would agree with me, would you not, that Precedex does not do anything to reduce the respiratory rate?
Correct, it does not affect respiratory rate.
So you would not expect a low respiratory rate with an overdose of Precedex, correct?
Well, no.
So with regard to your testimony from last week, you were simply mistaken as to whether or not there was an ability to place a purple DNR bracelet on Grace in October of 2021.
Mistaken, that's our current policy, and in going back and looking at, or our current practice, I should say, going back and looking at the policy for that time frame, there was no purple wristband. That wasn't something that we did.
So what you're saying is the current policy at St. Elizabeth is to place a purple bracelet on a DNR patient?
I haven't reviewed the current policy, but our practice is to do that.
Your current practice. Well, how does a practice come about? Do the nurses just get together in the break room and discuss it and say, hey, let's change our practice? Or does the hospital implement a new policy?
Sometimes there's just a workflow improvement thing we can do on the floor. If there's something that people think will be beneficial, we bring it up to our clinical nurse lead.
Was this workflow improvement done as a result of Grace Schara's death?
No.
You wouldn't know that, would you?
I have not heard of that.
You're not part of the administration planning committee relative to improving the quality of care?
Trying to think. I am on.
Continue with the questioning.
Thank you, Judge. Would the court reporter read the question back, please? It's a yes or no question. Did you answer it?
So, committee improving quality of care for ICU patients, is that your question?
Any committee of the hospital?
I am. It's not called an ICU quality committee. The name of it is escaping me right now, but it's with my manager and select people. And I am on a committee similar to that. And to my knowledge, we've never talked about purple bracelets in this committee, so I don't know more about that.
So, just to recap, what you are aware of relative to the drugs that you administered during your shift, after you made an entry that said no further intervention available, somewhere around 1600 or 4 p.m., you then went ahead and administered 3 additional drugs at 1746, 1749, and 1815. How is that not further intervention?
Well, this is speaking specifically to, we're not going to be intubating Grace. We can't take it to a higher level. She's been decided no intubation.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Okay, Attorney Frankowiak, it's back to you.
I just have a few. Ms. McInnes, I guess you were asked some questions at the outset about whether or not you had conversations with your lawyer and whether your lawyer told you things to say or something like that. You understand you're under oath here today.
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that you were under oath here the first time you were testifying to us.
Yes.
Okay. No matter what anybody tells you, you understand that you're required to tell the truth on that stand. Okay. Nothing I tell you is going to change that, right? Okay. And you have endeavored, I assume, to tell the truth in everything that you've said to the best of your ability.
Yes, I have.
Okay. You don't always remember everything. It's 4 years ago, but to the extent you can remember, have you endeavored to tell us the truth each time you've been on that stand?
I have.
Okay. As I understand it, we went through a bunch of records. We put a bunch on the screen there, and they all look like electronic medical records to me. They're typing, and so that we can agree that everything we looked at today were electronic medical records.
Yes, these were all electronic.
Okay. You were asked some questions about whether Grace ever struggled as the result of medication. At any time on the 12th or 13th, did Grace ever struggle as a result of medication that was given to her?
No.
Okay. Matt, can you put up 442? Okay, we put up 442 there. That's that RAS scale that we talked about. You were asked a couple of questions about I guess when Nurse Haynes had changed the titration of the Precedex from 1.0 to 0.7. You remember being asked a couple of questions about that?
Yes.
Okay, and we saw on that note that he had indicated a RAS score of -3, and that was the reason why he dialed it down to 0.7.
Correct.
Okay. So this period of time that we've been hearing about, the Dr. Burdine referenced it something like with the words like catastrophic overdose or something. In fact, what Grace was experiencing between 1220 or 1200 and 1220 on the 7th of October was a brief period of moderate sedation, wasn't she?
Yeah, with that scale, she would have been able to move and open her eyes still at that point.
Okay, so when we talk about, a -3 and dialing down from 1.0 to 0.7, that was in result to what Sam noticed as a short episode of 20 minutes of moderate sedation.
Correct.
You were also asked some questions about lorazepam and whether or not you got, I guess, permission or an order to give those couple doses of lorazepam, for example, at the 11:25, I think, at the time that the NG tube was being put in. Okay. Was that a standing order? The PRN Q6 hours, that was a standing order?
Yes, that order was already in place.
Okay. So if that order is in place and it's a PRN Q6 hour order, were you required to check it with a doctor before you gave it?
No, you wouldn't. You would give it if it was needed.
Okay, and the same thing with that, the first dose of lorazepam that you gave in the afternoon, that was pursuant to a standing PRN Q6 order?
Yes,
And you didn't have to check with a doctor to do that. You were empowered to do that because of the standing order?
I could give it because it had already been ordered. Yes, standing
Okay.
ordered.
You were also asked some questions about whether you had any discussions with Jessica about the entry of the DNR order. And certainly I think you had previously told me that you didn't have any reason to have any discussions because Dr. Shokar had already had the appropriate discussions with the actual decision maker.
That's correct.
Did you understand at any point that Jessica was ever the legal decision maker for Grace?
I did not.
Okay. And I think you had earlier said that while you were there and Jessica was in the room, that you observed her talking with her parents over the phone and on FaceTime?
Yes,
Okay. So she, to your observation at least, she had full access to her parents?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever become aware at any point why Mr. Schara, since he's the one who made the decision about the DNR, never told his own daughter about that decision that he made?
No.
Okay. He certainly had the ability to do that. He was in contact with her, right?
Right.
You were asked just a couple of questions about the placement of the bridle for the NG tube, I believe.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I heard you correctly because I think you had said that in the note you had tried to do the bridle, but then decided that Grace was too agitated and decided to just tape it in place instead.
That's correct.
And the reason for that was because you weren't going to force it on her because it was clear that she didn't want it or she couldn't handle the bridle?
Correct.
Okay. And was that the reason you did that, was so that you actually would not cause trauma to her?
Right. Just
Okay.
tape it in place.
I guess the last thing you had mentioned, and I think you might have clarified it, but that notation about no further intervention necessary, was that a reference specifically to acknowledging that there was no further support that could be given in terms of like intubation and mechanical ventilation?
Right. She couldn't be intubated. We were on max BiPAP support, so there was nothing more we could do for that.
When you made that comment, were you understanding that she was already on max BiPAP support and that there simply was no higher level of oxygen support that could be given to her at that point, short of mechanical ventilation?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it didn't mean that you weren't going to continue to support her, do what you can to give her medications to try to bring her breathing down, if you could do so without putting a tube in.
It did not mean that.
Okay. And in fact, that's what was done subsequently with the medications. I think you said your toolbox was very limited at that point. And the goal with those medications was to try to manage this critical situation that you and Dr. Shokar were faced with under the circumstances where you knew you couldn't do an intubation.
That's right.
I think you were also asked whether or not you would expect to see a low respiratory rate with Precedex. Would you have expected to see a very low respiratory rate with morphine if in fact we were seeing an overdose of morphine?
Yes, an overdose of morphine would show a low respiratory rate. It causes respiratory depression.
And according to the I guess the vital signs that we looked at today, did you ever see any vital signs that would lead you to believe that there was any type of morphine overdose that was going on at any time on the afternoon of the 13th?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Attorney Guzzi?
Nothing further.
Attorney Administer?
One question, Judge. You repeatedly said during your direct testimony in answering Mr. Frankowiak's question, that this is what it looks like when someone is dying. Do you recall those answers, that testimony?
I said something to that effect, yes.
Of course you did. And during the approximately 6 hours that you spent in the room during a 12-hour shift, Jessica, Grace's sister, was present for approximately 9.5 hours from 9:30 on to 7 p.m. when you left. Did you ever make such a statement to Jessica?
I don't remember like specific words, but I was conveying to her that that Grace's respiratory rate was too high and her oxygen was too low, that somebody can't live this way, that she's breathing way too hard.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
All right, anything, Attorney Franco?
Nothing.
Do members of the jury have questions for this witness? It seems like there's several, so about 6 hands that I see, so we'll start circulating those. And marking as exhibit number 573, the questions from juror 2746. Marking as exhibit number 574, the questions from juror 2749.
Exhibit 575 will be the questions from juror number 587. Marking as exhibit number 576, the questions from juror 262. Marking as exhibit 577, the questions from juror 2746. Marking as exhibit 578, the questions from juror number 386. And I think the last one is exhibit number 579, the questions 1989. Just a reminder, try to use a full sheet of paper when you ask questions so we get it's easier for the clerk to handle those. And if I don't ask your question, just blame it on me that there's some legal reason why it's not being asked. And the questions are the following. If a patient is naive to morphine and is also experiencing lung and breathing distress, should that patient be more closely monitored 30 to 60 minutes after being given the morphine?
No,
And why not?
because you'll see the drug effect within about 5 minutes. So she was being monitored the appropriate amount of closeness.
Okay. Was morphine set up to be titrated?
No.
And so maybe if you could explain how it was administered.
So it was a specific dose, route, and time given one time.
And how was it given?
She had an IV infusing, so there's a little port on the IV, and you slowly infuse that over 5 minutes through the IV line.
Is the time clock you used to clock out in a different part of the hospital than the ICU floor?
It's not in the break room, it's on the stairs, or there's time clocks all around the hospital, but I most often use the one by the stairs.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. So when you would have left work that day and you left the ICU,
Mhm.
where's the time clock in relation to?
Walk down the hallway to the elevator, and then that's where I would swipe out.
Okay, so right on the same floor?
Yes.
And how far down the hallway? If you can, is it as long as this courtroom?
But yeah, maybe like to the doorway. The door is there.
Okay, so from you to the back door?
Yes.
And you clocked out at what time?
I think it was 7:40, 7:30, something.
Can you explain again how many hospitalists were available on the night shift versus the number of hospitalists available on the day shift? And then with that same question, what's the ratio of patients to hospitalists for both shifts?
So what I know is that there's usually 5 hospital service doctors on day shift. And I think they can take up to 12 patients, but I don't know that for sure. And then on night shift, there's 1 hospital service doctor who would be covering all of those patients for night shift.
And that's the way it was in October of 2021?
Yes.
Is there a requirement for you to leave right at the end of your shift?
No.
Grace's death was 27 minutes after the end of your shift. Why didn't you stay, given her rapidly deteriorating condition?
Deteriorating most all of the day, but the night shift was there and I had handed the care over to them, and breathing in a mask for 12 hours is a really hard thing to do and I was exhausted. So I went home, I had to come back the next day.
On October 12th, there was a no POA listed for Grace. She acted as her own person on my nursing chart. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
At 11 a.m. when Jessica arrived, was there any written document or did Jessica state she was POA? And did anyone ask Jessica if Grace was DNR? So there's a couple questions in there, in that one category. So maybe I'll start with the first one. Are you familiar with what was written in this question, that on October 12th, there was no POA listed for Grace? She acted as her own person on my nursing chart stated on nursing notes. Is that something you're familiar with or not?
No.
At 11 a.m. when Jessica arrived on October 12th, was there any written document or did Jessica state she was the power of attorney? Are you familiar with that?
Jessica did not state to me that she was the power of attorney.
Okay. Did anyone ask Jessica if Grace was DNR that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
What does a patient's begin quote, good day, end of quote mean? Please explain. As it relates to Grace.
I don't believe I wrote that, so I don't think I can answer that. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, so if somebody else explained Grace is having a good day, they should ask that person?
Correct.
Okay. Is the timeline of medication vitals accurate?
Yes.
Does Praxidis or morphine hasten death or restrict it? Answer for each.
So Precedex treats anxiety. Morphine can treat pain, or in this situation was used to lower a respiratory rate. So those are what the drug actions are.
On October 13th, you increased Praxidis in increments of 0.1 milligrams, except for the last one at 10:48, where you added 0.2. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and the question is, do you recall why you did this?
I do not. I know I was titrating to her RAS. That was what the order was.
What do you mean when you said Grace was not struggling?
Was that she was not struggling?
Yes.
I guess I would need the context of that, or what time they were talking about.
Okay, and the juror, if you want to clarify, but I think it was in response to when do you call a doctor, and your answer to Mr. Administrator was when a patient is struggling. And then there was testimony that there wasn't a call for a period of time. Do you remember that?
Oh, so I would call with a significant change. So she already had a high respiratory rate and a low oxygen level. And then if the rate got higher, the oxygen got lower, then that would be sort of my indication to call, I think is what I was referencing.
On October 13th at 18:37, it is showing Daniel Leonard as the physician in the medical records. Was Daniel Leonard the physician on duty at that time?
No, he was not.
Okay, so do you know why his name would be part of the medical record?
I'd have to see what medical record they were talking about.
I don't think you can have an opportunity to clear that up. Can you clarify for the jury if St. Elizabeth's monitor alarms can ever be silenced or turned down in a room but remain on at a nurse's station?
If we hit the silence button in the room, it also silences it at the nurse's station.
So is it your testimony that it can never be where it is silenced or turned down in a room but remains on at the nurse's station?
Correct.
Have you ever had a patient that needed to be taken off a Precedex due to adverse effects?
No, I've had to titrate Precedex up and down for expected side effects, but not somebody that had to have it removed due to adverse effects.
Can you help the jury understand why the RAS score isn't always noted on the MAR when the Precedex was updated?
I believe there was a RAS score with each Precedex change. That would have been my goal to do that because that's the standard by which I'm titrating the drug.
Is it common that in an emergent situation with a patient, nurses still step away from the patient to give/take report and subsequently clock out?
Can you read that again?
Sure. Is it common in an emergency situation with the patient that nurses still step away from the patient to give or take a report and then subsequently check out? Is that common, what you did in this case?
Well, in this case, the things that were concerning to me were better. So that's why I had stepped out and then gave report to the next shift because her oxygen level came up, her respiratory rate came down. So to me, that was stabilizing, no longer an emergency situation, she's stable now.
What time, do you know what time you checked out?
Sometime either like 7:30, 7:40, something like that.
Okay, so it would have been after the 9-minute call?
When I don't know when the call was, but
7:18 to 7:27?
so after that.
Okay, and it's just down the hallway, like as far as the back door, is that what your testimony was?
To the break room, yes.
I apologize. So the question that was asked before, let me just go back to that.
Well, the time card is like from where I'm sitting to that back door. The break room would be maybe 3 times that.
Okay, so when you left the ICU, I understood your answer before that you would leave from where you're at.
Yep.
And the time where you punch out, you said was down by the elevator.
Opposite side of the hallway, yeah.
But it's the distance between where you are at and where the door is in the back of the courtroom?
From the break room to the punch clock is like from where I'm sitting to the back of the courtroom.
Okay, where's the ICU?
The ICU would be maybe 3 times that distance. It's at the end of the long hallway.
Okay, so you go to the break room, then you punch out?
Right, go to the break room, change, gather my things, do any of my end of shift tasks and go.
Okay. I just want to go back to the last question that this year. So it is common for somebody to just clock out in this type of situation?
In this specific situation, because I believe that she was stabilized, so did Dr. Shokar, he had also left, yes.
The MAR showed that the morphine was given at 6:15 p.m., but entered at 6:30 p.m. Is there a reason the Precedex being turned off couldn't have been backdated like this for clarity?
I had no reason to go back and review my charting is what I thought. So I don't typically, after taking care of a patient, then go back and review all the charting to change times.
All right, those are all the questions. And again, if I didn't ask your question, it's just because that question isn't appropriate in this setting. Do any jurors have any follow-up questions? All right, then Attorney Frankowiak, any follow-up questions based on those questions and answers?
Just one or two. Obviously, at the end of your shift, it's 12-hour shift. They're all 12-hour shifts.
Yes,
And it was a stressful shift for you in this particular instance?
it was.
Were all of your shifts, your 12-hour shifts, stressful back during COVID?
They were pretty stressful, yes.
Okay. And then when you hand off, I mean, there's obviously a beginning and an end of every shift. And when you hand off, the new nurse is taking care of that patient?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't have any way to predict, for example, if someone is going to code or when that's going to happen or anything like that?
Well, no.
Okay. There's no requirement for you to, period where you need to stay around just in case something happens to a patient that you've already handed off the care.
No, there's no requirement. I've passed care onto the night shift and I'm done.
Okay. Okay. And once care is handed off, the new shift is completely in control of the care, just like you were during your shift.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the way these shifts work, the way that they have to work? So you have one person who goes home and another fresh person comes on.
Right.
Okay. And there's really no indication to have multiple people staying on or overlap beyond what's necessary to communicate. True?
True, that wasn't needed.
Okay. And certainly after a stressful 12-hour shift, you believe you would be entitled to go home to your family.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Attorney Guzzi?
Nothing, Your Honor. No question.
Okay, anything else from the jurors? Okay. We're going to take our break at this time. So take the notebooks with you. Just remember, you can't discuss this case with anyone, including each other. The jurors are excused. All right, everyone may be seated. I'd like Ms. McGinnis, just if you could stay there. I just have a couple questions for her, which is odd, but I'm doing it outside the presence of the jury because I think I was hoping the jurors were going to ask questions about it and they didn't. And I want to just focus on the purple bracelet.
Okay.
Okay. I'm confused.
Okay.
And it's not your fault or anybody's fault. Maybe everybody else understands it, but I have some decisions that I need to make on it. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. From what I understand that you just testified to today, the current policy or practice at St. Elizabeth Hospital in the ICU unit is to place a purple wristband on the wrist of individual patients who are DNR?
Yes.
Okay. And when, to your recollection, did that start?
I don't know for sure. We've been doing it for, I would say, at least a year, but I don't remember when it started.
So it's your testimony today, to the best of your recollection, that the policy and practice at the ICU unit, or the intensive care unit at St. Elizabeth has been doing that for approximately 1 year?
Yes.
And prior to that, what was the practice or policy at St. Elizabeth Hospital as it relates to that issue?
The policy was the doctor would put the DNR order in the computer.
And I'm not worried about the DNR. I'm just worried about the bracelet.
And there was no bracelet available.
At all.
Correct.
So your testimony the other day, when you testified about the bracelet, can you just explain that to me?
Sure, it was a jury question about was there like a sign on the door. There wasn't a sign on the door, so I was trying to rack my mind for what do. We do a doctor's order, and we currently do this bracelet. So I said the purple bracelet, but it's been 4 years. So I'm sorry that I misspoke about that. I believed that was part of indicating a DNR, and it wasn't in this case, like back in 2021.
Okay, then I'm just going to hand to you document number Exhibit 91, which everybody has, and it's the Ascension Informed Consent AW policy with the origination date on December 27, 2017, last reviewed and revised on May 19th of 2021, and the next review was May 18th, 2024. And other witnesses have testified in this case that this was the policy in place in October of 2021. Just to take a look at that, I have it on, what page is that on?
Doesn't give a page number on the bottom.
Okay.
Sorry. Like what page? It's like page 4, 5, page 5.
I want everybody just to follow along. So I think it's page 5. And I want you to read paragraph F number 3. And I'll just read it out loud in case you don't have it in front of you, everybody, but you're looking at it as I read it. It says, treatment without informed consent. In an emergency, consent for the necessary procedure or treatment is implied unless there is visual documentation, e.g. community DNR bracelet, etc., or prior knowledge of a patient's wish to the contrary. You see that?
Yes.
What do you know what that's referring to in October of 2021?
Yeah, so that is if a patient, say for example, a patient undergoing has cancer and it's an outpatient thing. If they come in to the facility with a different kind of bracelet that their physician has already determined that they will be a DNR, it's saying that continues on with their treatment in the hospital. That's still their wish to be a DNR. So that's not an in-hospital procedure. That's somebody coming from the community. So like if the paramedics come to your house and you're down, they see you have this community DNR bracelet on, and then that's the doctor order saying don't do CPR.
Okay, so that's referencing outpatient treatment.
Yes.
Okay. And the outpatient treatment at St. Elizabeth then would be different than inpatient treatment?
Yes, the inpatient has different everything.
And I don't care about everything. I'm just focusing on the bracelet.
So if a person came from home with their outpatient treatment of a DNR, then that's what this bracelet is what they're talking about.
Okay. And so the policy and the practice at St. Elizabeth in October 2021 would be different between outpatient and inpatient as relates to that purple bracelet that you're understanding?
This is just a completely different bracelet. The purple bracelet was maybe like I don't know if it's the nursing communications sort of implemented.
Well, there's a statute that talks about it, which I talked with the attorneys in a sidebar when they were up here, but
okay.
And do you know anything about the statute?
I don't.
Okay, so I won't ask you about that, but it mentions a purple bracelet for DNR orders. Yes. Okay, let me just pull it up for you, and maybe I'll ask you since you're on the stand. So there's a statute 154.19, and the attorneys and I have been talking about it throughout the trial. And it indicates I guess the easiest way is in 154.19 sub 2 sub B number 1. It says affixed to the wrist of the patient a do not resuscitate bracelet that meets the specifications established under Wisconsin statute section 154.27. Do you know anything about that statute or placing a bracelet of any color on a patient who is do not resuscitate? And that would just kind of be news to you?
Yes,
So if this statute existed back in 2021, and Grace is a qualified patient, if those things are true, you still don't know anything about placing a bracelet for people in a hospital with the DNR?
I do not. We did not have a bracelet in 2021.
Okay. And do you know any reason why not?
I do not know why not.
Okay, that's good. I don't know if that's all. I'm good answering. Attorney Frankowiak, you have questions for me on that, or
No.
or for her? Anybody have any questions for Ms.? I don't want to give you guys an opportunity to ask questions. I just wanted to sort through my mind what her testimony was, in terms of how we're going to draft the verdict form, probably. Okay.
Question, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, we had one sidebar. Susie, you had asked for the sidebar. You were objecting on, and Attorney Frankowiak, you joined in on the objection on the peer review basis. During that sidebar, I didn't think that she was part of a peer review team. She had indicated she had no knowledge about it, so I wasn't concerned that it was going to discuss or involve anything the hospital did post-mortem or as a result of a peer review, because she had already testified a couple questions earlier that she didn't know the reason. Fair enough. And I don't think an attorney administrator used the term peer review, right?
No, but peer review is pretty broad. It's quality control, and I think those may have been, I don't recall exactly, those have been more of the words that were used. Quality control, peer review, all under the same statute 146/38, and is not even mentioned.
Attorney Frankowiak, anything on that objection you want to add?
I would concur with Attorney Guzzi. That was the main concern we had. Didn't know where it was going, but that certainly is the same objection
Right.
I had.
Anything on that, Mr. Administrator?
Judge, I'm not opposed to a curative instruction if you choose to give one. I don't think that it really elicited any testimony that could potentially be damaging or in contravention of the statute. So I would welcome if you wish to issue a curative.
Do either of you want a curative instruction? Attorney Frankowiak?
I tend to agree. It was a relatively passing mention.
Okay. And then, of course, I think everybody knows, I didn't ask the question from, which was Exhibit 579. The question was, is this your only civil lawsuit against you regarding working at St. Elizabeth Hospital? I just don't think that's relevant. So any objections to me not asking that question?
No, sir.
Okay, and the two of you objected to it.
Correct.
So I'm going to receive the jurors' questions 573 through 579. We have one witness left. We're probably not going to finish him today, Attorney Guzzi, or what are your thoughts? Okay, just. To finish?
What's that?
To finish with him today?
Depends on, how long the process. I mean, don't like the idea of having him do his direct and then have someone do his process tomorrow.
Right. So I'm probably going to defer to Attorney Guzzi on that. So if there's a point in time where you want to talk about it, I don't want to have them start cross today and then regroup tonight and do it again tomorrow if that's not what you want.
No,
So
I would rather have it in one setting. So I guess I think that I'm trying for an hour. That gets us to 3:30.
yeah, or later, because we're not going to be coming back.
I mean, as far as my drive.
And I don't want anybody to feel rushed, so I'm not sure.
I mean, the
And
only
then
other suggestion is if we didn't, we just wanted to get it done in one setting, is start having our conversations about jury instructions, special verdicts this afternoon, and then come back and both this direct across tomorrow morning. But that's, I mean, that's up to the court. I just don't know that we're gonna be able to complete them today unless we hold until 5 or something.
What's your preferences, is the question?
I would prefer to do it all in one, either all today or all tomorrow.
Plaintiff's preference?
We'd like to get it done today.
Yeah, so then let's get it done today, and I'll talk with the bailiffs if they can introduce that to the jurors now, and I'll let you know if there's any pushback on that.
I just didn't want it.
Okay, so let's start on that clock at 2:45. ready to go early. So we didn't get done until later. We spent some time doing some work. So I had told all the parties and attorneys they didn't have to be back here till 2:45 on that clock. So again, it's the first time the jury's waiting outside, ready to go before the time we give. It's impressive. We need you guys to serve again. We're gonna keep putting you back on the list. I explained to them that before the time they were supposed to be back. I believe it's going to be your witness, Attorney Guzzi.
Yes.
All right. You're calling Dr. Shokar?
Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Gavin Shokar.
All right. Dr. Shokar, if you want to come on up to the witness stand, just remain standing and raise your right hand.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
State your name, spelling both your first and last name for the record.
Sure, it's Gavin Shokar, Gavin. Last name is Shokar.
Current profession.
I'm a hospitalist physician.
Where at?
I'm with SCP Health, and I'm working at Ascension St. Mary's Hospital in Chicago.
Doctor, can you, let me back up before we ask you about your role and responsibilities there. You're married? Do you have any children?
I have 2 children. I just had 1 child a week ago.
Boy or girl?
Girl.
I think everybody wanted to kind of know.
Yeah. She's
Everything's
cute.
good with mom and baby?
Yes, thankfully everything's good.
All right. Back to your current position. Can you describe for us your role and responsibilities in your current position?
My current one as of now?
Yeah.
So a hospitalist physician essentially is a general physician essentially, either in family medicine or internal medicine, that takes care of people who are admitted to the hospital if they need that level of care. And they're not turned away from the ER, for instance, or are able to have their problem addressed in the ER. If they get admitted, they need an attending physician to care for them while they're in the hospital itself.
In your current role, are you currently serving in any special committees or anything like that?
So my current role, as of the last year, say, became the medical director of the facility, and I've been in multiple committees, inclusive of sepsis, stroke, committee, bylaws committees, credentialing committees, med exec committees. I mean, there's, you name it. I'm pretty much on every committee.
Doctor, you provided us a copy of your CV. I don't know, do you have the exhibits in front of you?
No, I do not.
That's my fault. Hang on. So, Doctor, I'm handing you a packet of exhibits that we're going to use. If you could locate exhibit 239, please.
Okay.
Can you identify that document for us?
This is my CV.
And doctor, is that a current and most up-to-date CV?
It's my most up-to-date CV, yes. I think this was the one I sent you. I would assume so, yes. It looks pretty up-to-date.
Move for admission of exhibit 239.
Right, that's received.
Move to publish, Attorney Navarrete.
Nay.
Sorry. All right. And we're showing your current CV on the screen, is that right?
Yeah, looks right.
Okay. Tell us, doctor, where you went to, where you did your undergraduate studies.
Well, I'm Canadian, so I actually went to the University of Western Ontario, which is in London, Ontario. Not far from here, I guess.
And what was your major or your majors?
I did a double major, actually. I did a double major in medical science and biology. The medical science major was something that was kind of unique to that university. And in that you had to select a couple of medical science tracks, essentially. So
What tracks did you select?
So my major tracks, my primary ones were pharmacology and toxicology. And my second was anatomy and cell biology. And then in addition to that, you do secondary courses for your electives, for instance, that are in the other tracks. And the major ones I selected for those ones were microbiology, immunology, and genetic engineering, which is more plant genetic engineering.
Can you give us an overview or explanation as to what you studied or what the course of study was when you were in the, with your emphasis in pharmacology and toxicology?
Sure. It's essentially, well, it's a medical science, pharmacology, toxicology, so looking at different molecules and their interactions with the human body. It goes over concepts such as pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, which essentially boil down to, what a body does to a drug and what a drug does to a body, essentially. Those are those two fields, and it goes through what the molecular structure of things are and how it affects the receptors, different types of receptors in the body, the downstream effects of those, and essentially all the broad classes of molecules which are essentially drugs as we know it, and how they affect the body in different areas.
In your studies in undergraduate with pharmacology and toxicology, were those studies something that would have informed you as to the use of some or all of the medications used in connection with Grace's care and treatment?
Oh yeah, it's definitely covered in my undergraduate, but then it was, in medical school you go over all those topics again, so it was kind of like a double education, I would say, in those fields. In medical school, you learn the same thing: pharmacology, you learn toxicology, you learn anatomy, obviously human body anatomy. This was a little bit more in depth in regards to on an undergraduate level. It's a little bit more broader.
Where did you obtain your medical degree?
Well, I went to Ross University School of Medicine.
And where's that located?
That's actually in the West Indies. It's on in a country called Dominica. It's one of the West Indies.
And after you completed medical school, doctor, did you complete a residency?
I did. I went to Southern Illinois University. Obviously, it's the main campus I was attending was in Decatur, Illinois. It's about 3 hours south of Chicago.
Did you have a focus or specialty that you were working on within your residency?
Yeah, right. I did. I was doing a family medicine residency, which I completed at SIU, and became board certified afterwards. Yeah.
And you mentioned that you're board certified. In what discipline are you board certified?
In family medicine. So I did the family medicine board examination after my residency training, completed that, and subsequently actually went back to Canada.
When you went back to Canada, did you start a practice of medicine at that point?
Right. I went back, I got married, and started a practice. It was kind of the.
Why don't you just go ahead and tell us what type of practice you went into after you completed your residency?
Sure. So again, I'm Canadian, so trying to get back to Canada was one of my goals initially. And one of the ways that you can do that is to do a family medicine residency and, provide services to the community there. We have a, huge shortage. I think there's shortages everywhere, but Canada specifically had a large shortage, and I was missing my family. So I ended up going back, opening up essentially an urgent care solo practice type of deal, and started taking care of a community of patients. And eventually, after doing that for about a year, I was also writing the rest of my Canadian boards just to kind of make things equivalent. So I was pretty much studying all the time doing that as well. And then I ended up migrating my solo practice with a group practice. And that was so we can provide a little bit more around the care coverage because, sometimes people need coverage early mornings or in the evenings or the weekends. And so a solo practitioner is sometimes hard to do all that and provide that services for everybody. So I ended up joining a group practice and doing that for a couple of years. And then realizing that I really missed the hospital environment, and I had a very good affinity for that. Everyone kept saying, like, you shouldn't do this. You should stay a hospice physician, essentially. And so when you as a Canadian, when I come to when I'm doing a training program in America, after your training period's done, you have to return to your home country for about 2 to 3 years before you're allowed to return and practice, essentially, unless you get something called a J1 waiver. So it's an immigration thing. And so I didn't get a J1 waiver. I just actually went back, studied, practiced for about 2 to 3 years, and decided I wanted to return to America. And I entered hospice medicine, which was the best career choice I could make.
And that would have been around 2018?
Correct, yeah. I went to Dallas, Texas, and started with Sound Physicians as a hospice physician.
And tell us about your practice in Texas at Westlake.
Well, I actually joined Sound Physicians. Sound Physicians' head office is in Westlake, Texas, which is what's on my resume here. The hospital that I was actually that I was working at was actually in Tyler, Texas, which is just east of Dallas. And I was living in Dallas. I was kind of doing a commute there. But so I was at Christus Trinity Mother Frances Hospital in Tyler, Texas, and working 7 on, 7 off, 12-hour shifts, and I think about an hour and a half commute. So it was long days, I would say, but it was worth it. I mean, they had a good program there.
Now, your CV mentions that you at one point were appointed hospital physician for Lewis and Peach's Heart Hospital. First of all, what kind of hospital is that?
Okay, so Christus Trinity Mother Frances Hospital was actually kind of like 2 hospitals. The main campus was this Trinity Mother Frances Hospital, which was everything that you could think of. But they had this other dedicated hospital, which is called the Lois and Peaches Hospital, which was really like this specialty, high quality care, cardiac and pulmonary hospital, essentially. So it was everything transplant related, valvular repairs and transplants, CHF, like anybody that heart attacks, bypasses, or heart failure for the cardiac side of thing. And then one of their floors, so they had a few floors, one of them was actually the pulmonary IMC, it's like the step down unit of the ICU. And so anybody who had COPD exacerbations, interstitial lung disease, any type of lung issue essentially went on into the pulmonary IMC if they were sick enough. And it was essentially a unit that had access to vapotherms and optiflows, those high flow nasal cannulas that you have heard about, as well as like CPAPs, BiPAPs, and dedicated pulmonary services as well. So when I joined, so they wanted particularly good hospitalists that could communicate from the general setting. Essentially, that's what their goal was. So they would always kind of scout who was available on the hospital's team that they could recruit over to essentially take care of their services for patient satisfaction and just being able to communicate what the specialists were doing, since there was a lot of specialists involved. Mm-hmm. And so they felt that I was probably one of those people that could do that. And so they recruited me over there, and I started my tenure there. Yeah.
Let me give you a break here, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see, in terms of your role there, you were at the Lois and Peaches hospital when COVID started, is
Uh,
that right?
Yes, during COVID in Texas and then the Delta wave, I was essentially in that hospital. Yes.
And what type of patients were you treating, from the time the pandemic started in 2020 to when you came to St. E's, specifically with regard to your duties as a hospitalist at Lewis and Peaches?
Yeah, when I started that, it was what I just described to you, but because COVID had hit, they had transformed the pulmonary IMC, as I mentioned, into a COVID floor, essentially. All the people who are not intubated but on BiPAP or CPAP, we use BiPAP in that hospital. During those early times of COVID and going through that whole initial wave through the whole summer of, it was 2020. And I was essentially the one of maybe 2 or 3 physicians that our whole census of patients, which would be about 20, I was seeing strictly COVID patients on BiPAPs. And I was rounding with a pulmonary critical care physician. They use pulmonary critical care there instead of infectious disease doctors to kind of be the specialist who was co-managing and be the attending physician for these patients. And so it gave me a lot of exposure for COVID. And this was again during the early phases where we were trying to develop treatment plans and figure out what's going on, what is this, and what kind of modalities we could use. And so I brought that experience to St. Elizabeth when it came over, and they were having a surge at that time. So I had left one surge, it was starting to go down, and did another surge.
So during your time at Lewis and Peaches, would it be fair to say that a lot of the things that you were dealing with in Grace Schara's case were things that you had seen at Lewis and Peaches?
Oh, yes. I would say it was kind of more of the same of what I had been doing for quite a while.
I guess in general, doctor, based on your experience treating patients with COVID-19 or acute respiratory distress syndrome, is there a general pattern that you've seen since the pandemic started?
Yeah, particularly for people who are on BiPAP. There is this, because that was mainly what I dealt with, those people who were non-intubated on BiPAP. If they got intubated, they went to the ICU, and then the critical care doctor became the attending for them exclusively, essentially. But anybody shy of being on intubation, I was literally dealing with this pattern, the pattern which is acute respiratory failure, acute respiratory distress, and then what it looks like in end of life. And then that decision-making process to, well, what do we do?
You had mentioned something a little bit earlier about your friends telling you that hospitalist work was the area that you should be in. What is it about hospitalist work or the role of a hospitalist that appeals to you in terms of providing care to patients like Grace?
So in general, a hospitalist deals with the more complex or severe side of an illness. So if you imagine, hypertension or high blood pressure, when you're out seeing your outpatient doctor, you're relatively stable. You may have some fluctuations and they do some adjustment to your dose of medications. When you come into the hospital, if it's for hypertension, you are way out of the regular parameters and you may need IV medications or you may need some other interventions or considerations. And so same diseases, but on the more complex or severe side of the equation. And so I was especially good at doing that in my residency. So people, especially we rotated chief residency positions and whatnot, and I was able to demonstrate my affinity for that essentially. So everyone was telling me you should do it, and I was like, well, I really want to go back to Canada. And so there was this internal struggle, let's say, but going to the hospital world essentially won in the end, and I that's why I came back.
You came to St. Elizabeth in 2020?
I did, yes.
And what was one of the driving forces for you to leave Texas and come to Appleton, Wisconsin in 2020 in the middle of a pandemic?
Happy wife, happy life would be the my wife was looking for employment and she got a really good role at Kimberly-Clark, which is in Neenah. And so that was the reason. And I was already put in the door with hospitalist medicine. I said I could go anywhere. So she took us here. And I picked up a job that was close, which was Ascension.
Now, you testified earlier in this trial a couple of weeks ago, and you testified about the whole topic of the discussion about the do not intubate, do not resuscitate at that time. For purposes of today, what I want to focus on with you is your actual care and treatment on a day-to-day basis when you took over Grace's care. So starting with when you came on shift on October 12th, can you tell us who the previous hospitalist was when you came on board on the 12th?
So again, we work 7 on, 7 off, essentially. So this would have been Tuesday, I was switching over, taking on the service, which includes any number of patients. And so the night before that, I took over from Dr. Carl Baum, who was my hospitalist colleague partner who was taking care of Grace previous to me for the last, I guess, week before that.
And I think we've heard various terms to describe the process, whether it's a handoff or taking report. I don't know what you refer to it as, but could you, from the perspective of a physician, tell us how that process works?
So one of the reasons we work 7 on, 7 off is for continuity care, why we work such long hours and how many days in a row. So when we switch over, that's kind of the time period where things could, we have to kind of relearn or learn about a whole patient census. And so we do an extensive phone call. Every facility is a little different. Some people do written stuff. At this facility, at St. Elizabeth's, we did a phone call, which could last about an hour or so the night before. And so Carl called me, and we reviewed every single patient, all their problems, all their medications, all the things that that need to be taken care of, and all the also a lot of psychosocial issues usually come up, or social issues that I need to be aware of. And so that happened the night before.
And did Dr. Baum give you a description of Grace's clinical situation and give you some background as to any other information concerning Grace that would have been helpful as you took over care?
So Dr. Baum essentially, in a nutshell, he essentially told me, Grace was on BiPAP, she had COVID, she was in respiratory failure. He told me the history of how we do a little bit of status things. Well, what are the risk factors essentially that she's facing? How did she get COVID? So we kind of went through the story as it was. She came in, she was at a concert and contracted COVID, and then came in and ended up on BiPAP, and it progressed. So he kind of gave me the clinical scenario of that, and she's on dexamethasone, which is a steroid. She's already done that. She's talked to Dr. Zymet, the infectious disease doctor, a couple times, or the family has. In COVID patients, we always want to know about dexamethasone, remdesivir, and Actemra, which is tocilizumab, but that inflammatory one that everyone keeps talking about. I use it as a brand name, it's easier, it's Actemra. So he gave me the status of those 3 medications. Monoclonal antibodies would be the 4th one. And, so we went over all that, and then he kind of went into the problems that the hospital staff was reporting to him in regards to Scott, how he had been removed from the hospital. There's some concerns about modification or doing something with the alarms. But he was now, there's gonna be Jessica, he told me about the POA in regards to Cindy being number 1, Scott being number 2. And then he talked about how he's been trying to figure out about their code status. And he's been having conversations with them, or with Scott, and he essentially said he couldn't peg him down. He said he doesn't want her to be intubated, but he's having a tough time in formalizing anything with them. So you're gonna have to have a crack at that. And Scott knows you're gonna call him, and essentially I told him that you're cut from the same cloth. That's essentially what he said. So, and that's quotes. So I said, okay, well, I'll try my best, and we'll revisit this conversation about code status. But otherwise, everything else was done at that point. She was on BiPAP, and we were waiting to see if she would recover.
At some point in time, did you review Grace's medical chart when you took over service?
Right, so when I come in the next morning, our shifts are 6 in the morning to 6 p.m. So a little bit off from the nursing schedule, which is 7 to 7. So we're 6 to 6. So I get in and essentially I start reviewing all my patients' charts. So I kind of go in order. Usually I start with the sickest patients and essentially review everything that you can review. You have a limited amount of time. You also have multidisciplinary rounds. You have to talk with the nursing staff. So there's a few things that need to happen in the morning, but you have about maybe a couple hours you can kind of go through as much as you can. So I reviewed what I could of Grace's situation, Mad's verification of her diagnoses on her last progress note. And usually what I like to do is verify to see, okay, well, is there anything else going on? Does everything make sense? Because sometimes a previous doctor will make a diagnosis, and when you go through the data, you're like, well, it doesn't really make sense. But in this case, you want to verify. And so I did my quick calculations and assessment to figure out if she did really have acute respiratory failure with COVID. I looked at the imaging, looked at the labs. I was worried about inflammatory surges and cytokine storms, and I looked at her BiPAP settings in her labs and all that stuff that you're supposed to do when you come in the morning.
Let me stop you for a second.
Mhm.
You just used the term cytokine storms. What is a cytokine storm?
How do I explain this? Okay, so when you have COVID or any virus, but let's talk specifically about COVID because that's what this case is about here. When you have a virus like COVID and you have acute respiratory distress, you get these sequences where you get this inflammation surge, and that's promoted by these little proteins that you generate called cytokines. And so we have this ongoing cyclical type of inflammation pattern that happens where your body ramps up its inflammation. You get fevers, you get labs that kind of support inflammation, like your CRP and your D-dimer and your LDH, and these things that can kind of elevate. That cytokine storm causes damage. That cytokine storm causes fevers and worsening condition. And then you may or may not get over it. Most people in COVID that I was seeing, for instance, in Texas, you'd have these cytokine storms. They would improve. The dexamethasone may help. And then hopefully we're hopeful maybe they won't get another one. And if they didn't, they would slowly recover. But if they did get another one, it would just be this cyclical thing of more damage, more damage. So when I say cytokine storm, that's the one thing I'm looking at to see about progression or the clinical features of what causes the progression, the worsening lung damage.
When you reviewed Grace's medical chart on October 12th, did you see evidence that there had been this cycle of cytokine storms?
Right. Every time she had a fever, I think she had one on the 8th, if I can recall. She definitely had one on the last day on the 13th, but it's what I was looking for. So every time that you saw she had like a fever in her clinical course, if you look at the labs, you can kind of correlate that with their pro-inflammatory markers as well. So that when I did my assessment, I was saying, okay, well, she's in acute respiratory failure. This is from lung issues because you can do something called an AA gradient to get a differential. And well, this is definitely from inside the lung issues, and it's being caused by things like these cytokine storms from COVID, which is, you could just say inflammatory reaction or inflammatory something.
Overall, at that point, and this is before you saw Grace, did you formulate an assessment of Grace's condition? Let me ask a better question. Based on your discussion with Dr. Baum and your review of the medical records, did you formulate a preliminary assessment of Grace's condition?
Yeah, what it looked like, this was a lady who was in the ICU. She was on BiPAP. She had been on BiPAP. I don't like to see people on BiPAP more than 2 days or so. It starts becoming a problem. That she had been in these cytokine storms, and that she was essentially on dexamethasone, and we're hoping that she would start improving, but there was no inclination of that as of yet. So she was essentially critically ill, requiring ICU care, BiPAP dependent. That was secondary to COVID. and in essentially respiratory failure with features of respiratory distress. So that was my assessment.
Is it a pretty sick girl at that point?
She was in the ICU. Anybody in the ICU is generally sick. I mean, you have to take the context of if you're in the ICU, you're already in a select subset of population where you're already sick, like way more sick than everybody else in the hospital. So she's in the ICU, so that automatically makes her one of the sickest patients in the hospital. And she had not turned the corner as of yet. There was some hope I think around the 11th when I first came on, I was, I think the pulmonologist, when I was looking at his note, was saying, well, we're going to try to wean down that FiO2 or something. It didn't work by the end of the 12th. So it was not a good situation.
In arriving at an assessment about a patient, do you use something called a differential diagnosis?
Yeah.
Can you kind of just walk us through the process of formulating a differential diagnosis?
Sure. So like differential diagnosis is essentially like a decision tree. It's the meat of being a clinician. Essentially, it's what you go to medical school for. So imagine, reading all these textbooks to learn about medicine in general, so that once something presents itself, you can generate a list of possibilities. And it's an extensive list, long list of possibilities. This could happen, this could happen. If you ever Googled something, you'll see all the list of possibilities. But then the training in medicine is essentially to weigh those possibilities into probabilities from the highest probability to the lowest probability. And so essentially generating what we call a differential diagnosis is listing out all the possibilities, reweighing them with all the information that you can gather, such as their history, the context of their history coming in, the physical examination, labs, imaging, all that to kind of weigh a differential diagnosis for what's the most likely thing that's going on. And we have to do this in medicine because if you don't do this, you can get a misleading diagnosis, essentially. You can cherry pick a piece of information, for instance, and you'll go down the wrong path because you didn't put it in context, you didn't look at the physical examination and everything else that's supporting or negating that information. So in medicine, we always say nothing's 100% because we put it on a probability tree, essentially, and we try to figure out what's the most probable. So I can give you another example. If you're driving in traffic, for instance, and you come to a standstill, and you're like, well, what are the possibilities? Was there a construction? Is there, an accident? Is there, I don't know, a protest, people walking down the street or so blocking traffic? Those are your possibilities. But if the city, for instance, said, hey, we're going to be doing construction maybe next week, you kind of list that as, oh yeah, this is maybe construction. Or maybe you're driving down the highway and you realize all this debris around. Okay, well, maybe an accident's more likely. So everyone does this every day. It's an application of this to medicine, essentially.
On October 12th, 2021, when you took over care, did you formulate a differential diagnosis?
Right, I did. I mean, it was a verification of a differential diagnosis that was already formulated, which would be the acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia secondary to COVID. And then my process would be to verify, is that definitely what's happening? And with all the historical evidence and everything I was seeing, I confirmed that was the highest probability of everything, and continued care along that pathway.
And maybe I'm going to use the wrong term, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but over the course of time that you're providing care and treatment for a patient, do certain items in your differential maybe float up and down based on the current clinical presentation of a patient?
You can have new pieces of information.
Up and down.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the information that's coming in. So if something changes in the day, you use that information again to rework your differential diagnosis, and things can kind of go up or down depending on what's more probable. For instance, if you are short of breath and you have a history of heart failure, and now maybe you came in with a pneumonia because they said, hey, you had a pneumonia, you're going to get some antibiotics, but you also have this heart failure in context, and all of a sudden you drank like 3 liters that night and started getting fluid. Your differential could reweigh to say, well, maybe some of the shortness of breath is related to the amount of fluid you just drank, because I now have that piece of information, and physically I'm seeing your fluid overloaded, like you have swelling in your legs or something. So now it's not a pneumonia you first came with, now it's in conjunction with heart failure. So that weighs in every day when you do your assessment, when you look at the new information coming in, how are you going to reweigh the possibilities again?
At any point in time during either October 12th or October 13th of 2021, was metabolic acidosis something that you considered within your differential diagnosis?
Are you talking about like primary metabolic
Let's
acidosis?
start with primary, and
No.
why not?
Again, so you have to look at kind of all the pieces of data and put it into context. Okay.
You have water.
I have some water.
I can check.
Why am I? Let me just do this first.
It looked a little parched there for a second. So.
No, I would say primary metabolic acidosis was not the case in this situation. Okay, there's actually two metabolic acidosis. There's a primary and there's a compensatory metabolic acidosis. So if you take all the pieces in consideration, you have somebody who is low oxygen and hyperventilating, which will then blow off of your acid, which is your carbon dioxide. Your body, your pH level will then go to the base side of things, so above 7.4, which you see in essentially all the preceding ABGs. So you know she's in an alkalotic state. And then the body in compensation will start wasting or getting rid of extra bicarbonate, which is your base. So essentially the body's always trying to balance things out. So we can look at these patterns and in context, the pattern of how things go in order to determine what is driving a lab value, such as a bicarbonate. So in this case, I believe they were talking about, oh, the bicarbonate's low, it must be metabolic acidosis. But at the same time, in context, if you don't just take one piece of data and just run with it, if you put it all in context, you can see that she actually had respiratory alkalosis, and the normal body's compensatory mechanism is to get rid of extra bicarbonate and lowers the bicarbonate to balance back out that pH again. So she didn't have a primary metabolic acidosis, in my opinion, when I was looking at this data.
And even if there's a secondary metabolic acidosis related to the respiratory alkalosis, that's a natural byproduct of the alkalosis. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. You would expect that, because if the body didn't try to correct, then your pH would keep going up and up and up, 7.5, 7.6, and that also causes cardiac issues, respiratory issues, confusion, agitation, all those things as well that the acidosis side causes. So it's you don't want those symptoms. So the body's always trying to keep you at 7.4.
So we're talking about a primary respiratory alkalosis with potentially a secondary metabolic acidosis. What's the treatment?
What's the treatment of?
Yeah, I mean, how do you address that?
The underlying cause. I mean, in this case, this is a respiratory mediated problem. So your goal would be to fix the respiratory issue, which in this situation we couldn't do. It takes time, unfortunately. The body has to kind of overcome that. We can provide supportive care because this is damage from, you know, the body's own overreaction, let's say, to this COVID virus, causing these inflammation surges, these cytokine storms, and so it causes damage and damage and damage over time. And so you're hoping that, okay, well, hopefully this will calm down and the body will have the time to start healing itself. And, you know, given enough time, maybe the respirations improve, and then given enough time, maybe the body doesn't have to compensate so much.
You mentioned controlling the respiratory rate and bringing it down. In your treatment of Grace on October 12th and 13th of 2021, was that one of your overarching concerns, her respiratory rate?
So there's two things here. Number one, a respiratory rate's needed. It's supposed to go up. You want it to be elevated so that you can get more oxygen. So if you are low oxygen for whatever reason, you will and appropriately compensate by increasing your respiratory rate. That's a normal thing. The problem is when you compensate to increase your respiratory rate, your pH starts going up. So you then have to compensate for that by wasting your bicarbonate. And so essentially, I wasn't trying, let's say, to modify a respiratory rate for the purposes of getting into normal. you want that compensatory mechanism, but the other angle of this, or the other problem with being in a respiratory rate that's elevated, is it takes a lot more energy, and it takes a lot of work of breathing, and it really fatigues you, and it really drains all your energy reserves, and it takes more oxygen to support that. And so you can do it for a while, but eventually you will stop becoming efficient in doing it. And there becomes a point where, like I'll give you an example. On the 12th, when I was reviewing, when the first day I came in and I was reviewing her respiratory rate, which was, and I always give averages. I don't give like a dedicated, I know everyone's like, it was 335 here and it was 40. You have to give a range, because the range will tell you a little bit more about what their minimum and a maximum respiratory rate is. And when I was looking at that, I said, okay, well, she's breathing around 40, but her gases, her blood gases, she's doing a good job of trying to compensate. Her pH, her PCO2, all that was in the normal range. So she's breathing at 40, but she's doing okay right now by compensating, so I'm leaving it alone. What I was inferencing was saying, well, if she gets worse than this, if her respiratory rate starts approaching higher, now we're going to be getting into problems where she may not be able to support that, because even the nurses at that point were, she's at 40. Doctor, she's at 40. Well, she's compensated. I'm not touching it. Because if you do, then you're going to have issues with carbon dioxide retention and all that. But at 60, now it becomes a problem. Well, how long is she going to be able to do that before collapsing? And I will tell you, people cannot breathe at that rate for very long. So essentially, the goal now is, doesn't matter what the underlying cause is, you got to get the respiratory rate into a reasonable balance. So now you're talking about a very delicate balance. And so this is the difficult part of essentially being in these situations.
Doctor, maybe the best way to kind of talk about this is to start going through some of your notes. Everante, could you put up Exhibit 217, please? This has been admitted already. Doctor, can you identify this as one of your notes? It should be in the packet.
Okay. This is 217? Okay. Yeah, this is...
you can pull that packet apart.
This is my note.
All right. You could maybe walk us through portions of this particular note that you found informative, and in terms of your examination and then your assessment of Grace on October 12th in the morning.
Would you like me to just kind of go down the whole thing, or?
Yeah, I don't want you to read it verbatim, but if you could just highlight, for example, let's talk about the vital signs. What about the vital signs taken at that time or relayed to you would have been significant in terms of your assessment of Grace?
Right, so this was on the 12th when I first came in onto shift, my first assessment of Grace. So vital signs wise, as I said, I have a range here. She's breathing 31 to 48 on the BiPAP. And they were actually attempting at that point to, as we always try to do, we try to get people on the lowest amount of BiPAP settings. We don't like people being on such high settings all the time. But so the pulmonologist, the critical physicians, my teammate, who's also in the ICU during the daytime, kind of more dedicated there, was trying to wean down the FiO2, which is the amount of oxygen you provide somebody, from 100% down to 85%, and seeing how someone does. So in that morning, she was saturating at 92%, above 90, very good. She was down to FiO2 of 85, so we said, okay, well, there's some weaning going on from 100 to 85. She's breathing real fast. Her heart rate's okay, her temperature is low grade. It's not true fever, but it's okay. So her physical examination, looks like everything was looking okay, apart from the regular findings you see in COVID. Sometimes you get these, we call them adventitial sounds, or essentially these sounds of fibrosis or crackling type of thing that happen in the lungs. They're relatively nonspecific, I would say, but it's mentioned in my physical examination. And then when I see someone obviously breathing fast, I start worrying about, well, what is the reason for that? And I talked a little bit about in the blood gases I reviewed from the day before, normal pH, PCO2, HCO3.
Let me stop you for a second, Doctor. In terms of the lab data, You had previously mentioned a D-dimer. Is that a lab value that could tell you whether there may be an infection of some sort in place?
So D-dimer, traditionally, we use it to see if there's blood clots. That's what we before COVID, it was kind of exclusive. We really were just looking at it's for blood clots. And it's also an acute phase reactant, so it goes up anytime there's inflammation or infection or anything like that. But when COVID came around, we started seeing it being extremely high. And it was an unusual marker. I think that's what kind of prompted everyone against, everyone was getting CT scans left and right because we were worried about blood clots in the lungs because of these D-dimer values. And still, I think practice is still like that because we don't want to miss a blood clot, so everyone gets a CT scan essentially.
Let me ask you this, and any of the information in the October 12th warning note, is there any indication that there's any type of bacterial infection going on here?
No. There's no bacterial. So she's at risk of a bacterial infection just given the nature that she's on dexamethasone and she has already an infection and she has respiratory failure. So it's always something we're looking at. We have an infectious disease doctor always looking at every day, and I think he was commenting every day, Dr. Zymet was, about his assessment of bacterial infections or super infections, which he didn't feel like there was any going on. But by itself, it's not a marker to suggest a bacterial infection, let's say. It's again, it's an acute phase reactant and one that we see in blood clots as well. So there's no indication that I'm seeing on my initial assessment that there's any additional infections, if that's what you're asking.
I am asking. And as far as October 12th and 13th, were there ever any indications to administer antibiotics for Grace for any reason?
No.
You referenced Precedex in your note, both in your subjective and your plan. How does that factor into your assessment of Grace on the morning of October 12th, 2021?
Right. So Grace had been on Precedex for a few days. It was listed as being treated for agitation, anxiety, agitation type of thing to help her keep the BiPAP on, the PICC lines in with her, essentially what we could do for her care to keep her oxygenated. My concern was mainly relational to agitation and its play on when someone's short of breath and they have air hunger, they feel essentially like they're suffocating. And so that's going to kind of rev up the respiratory rate. So if you can keep someone calm, you won't have that like superimposed level of respiratory rate on top of what they're compensating as. So there's like an additional, they're going to be breathing fast just because of this agitation component. So if you can get rid of that, then you're really just going to be using the right amount of energy efficiency, oxygen, everything just for the hypoxia component. And so essentially I was alluding here that, she's on Precedex, she's hyperventilating, there's possibly an anxiety component, it might, cause problems. So her last ABG was okay at this respiratory rate, as I already explained, so we're not going to do anything about it right now. But if it significantly increases, perhaps we need to do something about it, which is essentially what happened on the next day.
Okay, doctor, and under subjective, you make a note that no concerns overnight. Clinically speaking, what's the significance of that phrase?
Sure. When we write notes, as you can see this, you might be wondering what is subjective, objective assessment plan. So we've been trained to kind of write this SOAP note, subjective, objective assessment and plan. And subjective is essentially data that we collect from everybody else, family, from nursing, from the patient, what are they saying? Say, hey, doc, I don't feel good. I'll put that in my subjective. The objective is what I'm seeing, objective data, which includes labs and imaging and all that. And then I use both of them to create an assessment of what is actually going on. And from that assessment, then I generate a plan to target the assessment. So the subjective here, which was things are, I think you're saying she was doing no concerns overnight, was because my report from nursing, family at bedside, and any information I could pull suggested that she was able to prone. There was no events overnight that were significant or new. I mean, she was critical. Obviously, she's on BiPAP, but there was nothing else that I can pull as far as information.
When you note no concerns overnight, that doesn't mean or you can tell me if I'm wrong, it doesn't mean that Grace's condition isn't still serious.
It's still serious. Again, this is just the subjective portion of the note. The assessment is still acute respiratory failure with hypoxia requiring BiPAP level support. That's serious. But no concerns overnight means that there's no additional piece of information that would change my differential diagnosis using that information from the subjective side. And then I'd go to the objective side to see if there's any new piece of information that would change my assessment from that side. And then I would rework my differential diagnosis and put in my assessment and generate a plan based off of that.
And I wanted to finish taking a look at your plan. So Attorney Navarrete, could you maybe get us to page 2? You reference in your plan, item 5, we'll discuss with dietary in regards to nutritional status and recommendations. Why is that in your plan?
1 second, sorry. Just trying to get the next page. All right, so one of the things that Dr. Baum had indicated to me just in sign out as well was the fact that she wasn't eating very well, and there was concerns of nutrition. He had already talked to Scott about it. And when we do as hospitalists, which are, we're general physicians, we look at the holistic side of everything. So we're not just looking at the lungs, we're looking at the whole body. Nutrition is part of that, activity levels are part of that, the social dynamics is a part of that, you know, the psychiatric portions of agitation or anxiety or being cooped up in a hospital for too long, or all those things are also, we address that as well. So dietary, and I think my next plan also talks about the same stuff, but there's also PTOT, physical examination. So, yeah.
Hold on, Dr. Warner, let's take one thing at a time.
Sure.
In terms of nutritional status, in a patient with COVID-19 / ARDS, why is nutrition important?
Well, in this situation, I mean, people have a bit of a reservoir for how much they can do without eating or getting new nutrients in. It's a few days. Unfortunately, if you are febrile, having fevers, or having a severe illness, you're using a lot of your reserve real fast. And so it's important to essentially replace the nutrients, the calories, protein, you know, your macronutrients, so that you don't have muscle wasting and you actually have the energy that you can support your organ functions, essentially how fast you're breathing, how fast your heart's going, you know, supporting the generation of essentially supporting your immune system too, because you need energy for that to kind of combat things.
The note also mentions PT and OT. I assume that stands for physical therapy and occupational therapy.
Correct. It's something that we generally have on every sick patient in the hospital. If they are definitely in the ICU or anybody who's questionably not able to get out of bed or has low energy or has not eaten in a while, we want to assess their physical capabilities as well at some point.
That, would it be fair to characterize that as more of a long-term goal as opposed to something that you anticipated was going to happen on October 12th, 2021?
Yeah, that's definitely down the line on recovery.
Doctor, you saw Grace again in the afternoon or evening of the 12th, is that right?
I did, yes.
And we'll show you Exhibit 219. You should have it in your packet. I believe that's already been received. Tell us, and I want to focus on the first part of your note there. Tell us what the situation was like. Well, let me ask you this first. What's the timestamp for your note? What time did you dictate?
Let's see. It says here dictated at 4:46.
So presumably sometime before that is when you obviously would have seen Grace. Had there been a change in Grace's condition from when you saw her in the morning?
Oh, yes. So my morning assessment was a reflection of essentially, again, as I was saying, the subjective and the information I was pulling from the day prior and overnight because I saw her early in the morning. However, as the day went on, she dramatically deteriorated. her settings went to max settings within she went from 15/12 down to 20/15, which is a very high setting. So, and it was still, and the reason for that is her oxygen was going down even on those settings. They had to crank it up, and the FiO2 went back to 100%, and then they had to, the respiratory therapist and the pulmonologist had to increase their settings to 20/15 at that time just to keep her oxygenated above 90%. So that's a significant increase, pretty high settings, and which generated me having, this was something I was going to talk to Scott on that day about, because again, with my report from Dr. Baum was we really need to address the code status and the goals of care. This one was, when this happened, I needed an answer sooner than later, given that deterioration.
What was your diagnosis, or working diagnosis, as of the evening of October 12th, 2021?
Yeah, it was the same diagnosis, just more critical. It was acute respiratory failure with hypoxia, secondary to COVID-19, acute respiratory distress, essentially, on BiPAP dependent, escalating pressure levels, and essentially no more wiggle room to go up on the BiPAP or do anything else at that point.
In that conversation that you had with Mr. and Mrs. Schara on the late afternoon, early evening of October 12th, 2021, would you have told them that Grace had a good day on October 12th?
No. I still don't know where that comes from. I know it's listed on these, I don't know, I'm seeing it all, it keeps getting posted, but I wouldn't have said she had a good day. In the morning, their morning assessment, she was doing okay based off of, and when I say okay, it's a relative to how she had been doing, right? There was no changes overnight. But by that evening, she clearly deteriorated. I would never have said she's having a good day.
Were you, at this point, given Grace's overall condition and apparent continued deterioration of that condition, had you started formulating a plan as to what was going to happen if Grace experienced cardiac arrest?
So what was on my mind, which was of utmost importance, was to try to figure out her code status, essentially. What are we going to do? Because in these situations, you need to intubate. But I had already heard on multiple counts and from previous providers, treatment team people, my pulmonologist, infectious disease doctor, Dr. Baum, that the family had expressed wishes not to intubate, but it was not formalized yet. So what I could do as a provider who didn't have any additional medicines I can give, and she was already on max settings, was essentially to spend a lot of time to rebuild a rapport with the family, because the relationships were tenuous prior as far as what I was seeing or being reported to. And so I wanted to kind of just start fresh and have a conversation so that we can come to a collaborative decision. And that's what we do as modern physicians. We have collaborative decision making, by the way. We come to a decision so that we can figure out what to do. Because if we're not going to intubate, then there's other things we can do. We can talk about, and I can anticipate what the next move may be to kind of support her through these cytokine storms. Hopefully not, she's not going to have another one. But if we are going to intubate, then okay, well, we can start pressing for that a little bit more.
Anything else in terms of your note from the evening of October 12th, 2021 concerning Grace's condition at that time that would have informed you as to, for example, her prognosis?
I mean, her prognosis is poor at that point, right? We had to kind of come to a decision of what to do next. The only thing that really would have been beneficial, and I say that because even with intubation, there's some, as I reviewed with them, it's not like that's a guarantee either, okay? And these are difficult decisions. The family has to be informed of essentially what the projected prognosis is and what the complications are, or what it's going to look like for Grace. So that was all delivered. These are not, these are decisions that you have to kind of come to a level playing field. I always tell people there is no wrong decision here. You have to make it in an informed way, essentially. You have to tell me what information you know. Let me fill the gaps. So we're all on a level playing field. We have a level amount of information and we can come to a collaborative decision on what to do next. And then you go over essentially scenarios of what that decision looks like. Are you going to go intubation? Are you not going to go intubation? Given the information we have, answer those questions, and then go over other scenarios. If you're not going to intubate, well, it could go this way or it could go this way. What do you want to do in those situations? And so but the first step is really just making sure everybody's on a level amount of information, so we can, as a team, family and physician, come to a reasonable decision, essentially.
All right, doctor, let's turn to October 13th, 2021, should be exhibit 222. So looking at the subjective, let's scroll down and get the timestamp of this note. Do you have it in front of you, doctor?
It says dictated 12:57.
So at the point that you dictate that note, you'd already seen Grace?
Right. I always see the patient before I talk to the family, so that if they have any questions, I already have a up-to-date clinical presentation for them as well.
So in your subjective section, you talk about the BiPAP. It seems to be a little confusing as to what was going on. Because at one point you say it was doing well, and then, anyways, explain the situation with her BiPAP as of that morning.
Right. So as of that morning, essentially she was oxygenating above 90% on those settings. So those settings were working for her. So she was doing well in those settings of BiPAP. I mean, obviously they're extremely high settings. It's not like an ideal situation, but she was tolerating it at that point, let's say. And the goal was, let's get the settings down. We got to get them down. So they tried to wean the FiO2 to 90%, and unfortunately she desaturated below, to the 80s. And so essentially it means that she's now BiPAP dependent on the highest settings possible for a BiPAP machine.
Why is this a concern on the morning of October 13th, 2021?
There's no more room to go. This is it. We're at max settings. Can she sustain it? Can she not? She's BiPAP dependent. And the hope is obviously, we'll be able to start weaning her down on the BiPAP settings, but as of this morning, she was unable to do so. So it was just continue what we're doing, since we're providing support as much as we can.
You also moved down a little bit. You referenced Precedex, and that had been increased or used that morning. What was your understanding as to why Precedex was increased on the morning of October 13th, 2021?
As far as I know, she was having agitation events. The nursing staff will increase the Precedex depending on how much agitation there is. And so you could see that her agitation or RAS scores were going up. But the main event was this, as far as was reported to me, the stooling event that happened and that she got really agitated from. And so my understanding was that the Precedex had to be increased somewhat around this event, which was distressing for the patient.
I think your note references something about the PICC line and the mask.
Right. Every time someone gets agitated, or particular Grace, from whatever the reason is causing it, the problem becomes trying to take off the mask or trying to take out the PICC line. I was more worried about the mask or the PICC line. It's a way we can administer medications or fluids or anything we need to. So we need line access in a hospital. But the main issue was don't take off the BiPAP. Without someone, at least we did it very briefly, I think, to put the NG tube in. But other than that, it's like you want the BiPAP on because it's the only thing it's life support for you right now.
Doctor, based on Grace's condition at this point in time in the morning, number one, if, for example, that BiPAP mask had been off for, say, 4 or 5 minutes, it fell off or something like that, would that potentially have been enough to cause cardiac arrest for Grace?
Yeah, she could have entered cardiac arrest at any point from the 12th to the 13th. That's what I explained to the family as well, that she could crash, aka cardiopulmonary arrest, at any point, even when we were talking on the phone. That's how sick she was. And so, yes, anything could have caused her to go into cardiac arrest at this point.
So if we look at the objective and look at the vital signs, doctor, it shows a temperature of 101.4. What is significant about that?
Right, so I see a temperature of 101. I'm wondering, is she in a cytokine storm? What do? I order a bunch of labs to correlate with that. The labs essentially correlate with the fact that she's in a cytokine storm, an inflammatory response to COVID. So she's not getting over this, at least that day. And now the goal is, let's get her over this inflammatory surge, and hopefully this is the last one. And so again, supportive care, trying to get her through things at this point. But the temperature was very concerning given the fact that, what was going on with her acute respiratory distress.
So in terms of inflammatory response that you're talking about, what is that actually doing to the body?
So the unfortunate thing that COVID does in these situations is it causes your own body to overreact. And so it causes your own body to essentially attack itself, and it causes all this inflammation, and all that inflammation essentially causes more problems. So inflammation is normally a compensation for something, as the body likes to compensate, but when it overcompensates, it causes damage. Hence why we want to ice our ankles when we get a sprained ankle, because you leave that inflammation, it's going to start damaging things. So we want to get the inflammation down, right? Same deal. You want to kind of address the inflammation. If it goes overboard, you start damaging the lungs in this day. But it's not just the lungs. COVID also is damaging heart muscle, it damages brain tissue, damages everything. Because, this is why people have long COVID symptoms where, months later, they're feeling, man, I just don't have the energy level I used to after that COVID episode. It's the same situation.
And as you're evaluating Grace at this time, would you have considered her condition to be emergent?
Her condition, so she's in the ICU, she's critical the whole time, right? Any episode in which she is in the 50% saturation, respiratory rates through the roof, that's a crisis. That's an emergency situation. If we're, definitely the situation in the evening when I had to go back, that was 100% an emergent situation. It was a crisis. Yeah, I think it put in context because she's in the ICU, so she's in an emergency situation the whole time. But if you want to categorize the scales of how bad of an emergency, you can do that, and that's kind of what we kind of have to do when someone's in the hospital, depending on where their location is.
Matt, can we go to the second page, please? I want to talk a little bit about the plan that you have outlined on the second page of this note. Specifically, stay.
Correct.
Make it sent it to a feeding.
Correct.
Curious, I want to talk about the goal of activity here. In your note, it reflects a goal of activity is to have her in a chair watching television. And you put that in your note. Was it meant to be something that was going to happen that day?
No, that was something that me and Scott discussed during our conversation. We talked about nutrition, and we talked about energy, and that she hadn't eaten well, and what to do about that. And then we talked about concerns of activity levels and sedation, and that he didn't like how she was drowsy, and we should wean off the sedation, and we should get her in a chair watching TV. She likes to watch TV. I think that'll be very fruitful for her. I agreed, obviously. We definitely want people active and doing that. But so I reflected in my note as something that we had discussed. But right now, I said she's relatively bedbound, and realistically, that's not something we were going to do at any point in the next few days. That was something that potentially could happen if she had recovered in the future.
Up until this point on October 13th, would you have told the family that Grace was having a good day?
No.
Why not?
She was not having a good day. It's clear deterioration of her situation, and she's having a fever that day, and she's on max setting. So I would not have said she had a good day.
And again, when we're talking about getting her up and watching TV, long-term goal.
Right. I mean, again, holistically, I want to put every aspect of someone's care in, right? You want to talk about things like their mental state or agitation levels. We want to talk about their physical capabilities, what we're going to do for that. We're going to talk about nutrition. We're going to, those all go into someone's full care plan. Some of them are for later. Some of them are more acute pressing, which usually go to the top of the note or the assessment plan.
And at this point, you're still providing full care to Grace. Is that right?
Correct. I mean, our conversation, or my conversation with Scott, essentially, here I'm trying to get his daughter better, whatever way I can. Essentially, we talked about it. We said, well, we're hoping and trying to push to get to a resolution where she gets better. How do we do that? Nutrition. How do we do that? Okay, those are a little bit later on, but what are we going to do now? Well, let's keep going with the BiPAP. Let's give her time. So I'm under the impression where I need to have her survive as long as possible.
And your note under plan item 8 notes that her code status at that time was DNR, DNI.
Correct. The one thing that came out of the conversation that was definitive was that he did not, as a family, they had discussed it from the night before. They got back to me and said they do not want her to be intubated. We had previously talked about futility of CPR in that situation. I reconvened and we talked more about it, and we went through all the aspects of what CPR is, the prognosis, because, and I told them basically, when you're in the hospital and you're a normal patient or as normal as you can be, your chances of resuscitation with CPR are 23%. This is not a guarantee. This is with someone who had no comorbidities. And this is the conversation I had with them. I said, CPR is not a guarantee. You can get resuscitated on average 23% only, and that's if you have everything going for you. If you have comorbidities, issues, damage, your chance of resuscitation goes down dramatically. Okay, and so if you have an irreversible cause now, which is hypoxia or lung damage, and you are not fixing that, your chance of resuscitation are almost nil. And even if you somehow get the heart to restart, it will stop again. And you end up in this vicious cycle where you are just jamming on someone's chest, breaking their ribs, causing trauma until they die. And so that is the conversation I had with Scott about this would be futile to do. It would actually not look good. It's going to cause a lot of more trauma. And, so that was kind of the context of that conversation. And so the end result of that conversation was, right, we shouldn't do it if we have a respiratory arrest or respiratory distress.
You firmly believe, you're 100% certain that the DNR order you entered on October 13th, 2021 was consented to by the family?
I 100% believe it was consented to, given how extensive the conversations and the detail that went into those conversations beyond that of other DNR, DNI conversations that I've had.
You were here earlier when Attorney Haynes testified, and there seemed to be some confusion on his part about whether a DNR was entered or there was some indication of a DNR on October 12th. Did you enter anything into Grace's chart concerning or indicating that she was DNR on October 12th?
No. If you want my comment, again, preceding this, I think people were trying to be respectful. The Whistler was saying they were saying verbally they didn't want her to be intubated, and it was a confusing situation for a lot of staff members, but nothing was formal. Nobody put an order in. And I didn't put an order until the 13th.
right, let's go back to the afternoon of the 13th. Throughout the day, did you have other patients?
Yes, I mean, I have a full census of patients in addition to Grace.
How many patients would you, approximately, how many patients would you have had on the 13th?
It's variable. At St. Elizabeth's Hospital, we generally started with a census of 12 or 13 or so, and we usually admitted 1 or 2 patients through the day as well. And discharged 1 or 2 patients. So it was rotating.
And how much time do you think on October 13th that you would have spent with Grace?
Oh, this situation was half of my day, every day. So it was late. Unfortunately, other patients didn't get as much time with me.
So in terms of what happens after your note, did you continue to monitor Grace's condition throughout the afternoon and evening of the 13th?
Yes, I rely on my ICU nurse or bedside nurse to give me those updates, given the fact that after I leave the floor, so I do my initial assessment. When I do a rundown of all the charts in the morning, I pay particular attention to people who are more critical. I go see those patients first. I address all their concerns. As you can see from the notation, I was mostly finished with Grace around noon. And again, my shift's 6 to 6. And so after that, you know, a little bit of lunch maybe, if I have time. But otherwise, the rest of the 4 or 5 hours, I'm seeing the rest of the patients. And so I'm relying on my nurse to update me so that in real time I can address things if I need to, or run back to the floor if I need to. So for instance, on the 13th, that's what I was doing. And then by the evening, which I think it was like 5:45, 15 minutes before my shift ended, this happened. So I stayed over.
So, you know, as you're going through the afternoon and early evening of the 13th, in light of the fact that intubation was not an option here, were you considering what your options were in the event Grace suffered a cardiac arrest?
Suffered? There's nothing, if she suffered a cardiac arrest with a DNR, DNI, there is no next thing. That what I was formulating was to prevent her from getting a cardiac arrest as long as possible. And that was, I was formulating that from the 12th because I've seen these patients before. I know what happens.
So what was Holly McGinnis telling you as far as Grace's condition, you know, respiratory rate or vitals as we're proceeding through the afternoon and early evening of October 13th?
Yeah, Holly messaged me or paged me. She pages and I call back in the afternoon. I think it was like 2 o'clock-ish or so, saying that her oxygen saturations are lower. She's on the max settings, and I think she reflected it was around 80s at that time, and it got worse. It was like bouncing 50s down to 50s, averaging around 80s. I think it was something like that. And at that point, I didn't have anything else I could do. So well, my hope was that she would get over this inflammatory response situation and oxygenate again, or respiratory would come down. In the back of my mind, I was thinking, well, if this is persistent, I might need to intervene, but let's give it a little bit of time.
Did you have like a target respiratory rate at which you felt you would have had to initiate some intervention?
Combination of respiratory rate and oxygen. So again, body needs to compensate by increasing the respiratory rate. As long as it's oxygenating well, that's fine. Now her respiratory rate's going up and her oxygen's starting to come down. You know, not a great situation. Hopefully that increase in the respiratory rate might actually start, you know, she might get over some of this and the oxygen starts going up again based off of that compensatory mechanism. Unfortunately, I think it was like an hour and a half later or in the evening, she was persisting to breathe very, very fast, and our oxygens were dropping into the 50s. So the compensation was not working, and in my opinion, at that point was detrimental.
So at some point you were contacted by Nurse McGinnis in relation to a dose of lorazepam that she gave Grace in the early evening of October 13th.
Right. I got a page from Holly. It was like 5:45. She had updated me about Grace's condition and the intervention she had already tried, which was essentially that she was breathing extremely fast, I think it was like around 55 or so, and she had already tried to kind of, because we talked about this before about the respiratory rate, that she already tried that measure, and I said, well, okay, well, you already tried that. It's the lowest dose. It didn't work. I mean, if I only have two things I can do, I can either give another dose of that or give her an opiate to try to target that respiratory to bring it down a little bit. And since she had already taken lorazepam, I thought, okay, well, why don't we just try another dose of that and see if, since she's already taken it before, that's the safer option than switching to another class at this point. Let's try that again. So I gave her authorization verbally to give her another dose of a 0.5, again, the lowest dose, since the other one didn't work. And I was hoping that maybe that would have some effect. Again, I'm trying to target, it's a delicate balance. I'm literally just trying to reduce the respiratory rate a little bit to what she was doing the day before, which was around 40. And now she's around 55, going to 60. So that was the idea.
Now, all the while that this is going on through October 12th and 13th, Grace remains on Precedex.
She was on Precedex, yes.
Was there any indication during the time that you were taking care of Grace on October 12th and 13th that Precedex was the source of any of Grace's issues or any of her symptoms or problems?
No, not at all.
What do you attribute to, or what is your opinion as to what was causing the higher respiratory rate and the lower oxygen saturation level?
She was in a cytokine storm. She was getting worse.
Related to?
Hypoxia, ARDS, respiratory failure, whatever you want to term it. It was from the COVID causing effects in the lungs, causing hypoxia, and she was in another phase of the cytokine storm.
So at some point in time, you came down to Grace's room after the second dose of lorazepam was administered.
Right, so on the phone, we talked through the case, what her intervention was. I said, well, I agree with your intervention. Let's try it again. I'm going to be down to assess the response, essentially. And given the fact that she was in a critical situation, like a crisis emergency type of situation that was going on then, and Holly was really like, this is not good. We need you. So anyways, I just came down. I know it was the end of my shift, but I wasn't going to leave her in that situation, particularly because the night doc has so many more patients. So I gave that, I ran down and essentially started an assessment, a primary assessment of what was going on, what we could do to kind of give her a little bit more time.
Before you gave Nurse McGinnis the verbal order to administer that dose of lorazepam, did you weigh the risks of ordering and administering the lorazepam against the risks of doing nothing?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the problem was if I did nothing, she would have died right there. I mean, when I was in the room and I'm looking at her at almost approaching 60, I mean, I had to make a decision. Do I walk away and let her die right there? She would have. Without an intervention, she would have died. I was just giving her I was trying to give her another shot, essentially. I was digging deep, essentially, trying to get her.
Did you, after that 1749 dose of lorazepam, did you monitor Grace's condition?
Yes, I mean, of the lorazepam?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the lorazepam I gave her, and then by the time I got the room, the effects of the lorazepam should have been happening. And so my primary assessment when I went into the room, you know, and kind of looked at the situation, it didn't seem to have done anything. So
did you observe any adverse effects from that dose of lorazepam?
No, she was still in the same situation that Holly described before.
So doctor, when you ordered that Grace be given that second, verbally ordered that Grace be given that lorazepam on October 13, 2021, did you give that order for the purpose of causing damage to Grace Schara?
No, absolutely not.
When you ordered that Grace be given that lorazepam on October 13, 2021, did you give that order for the purpose of worsening Grace Schara's condition?
Absolutely not.
You ordered that Grace be given that 0.5 milligram of lorazepam on October 13, 2021. Did you do so for the purpose of trying to preserve Grace's life?
Yes.
did you consider that situation when you ordered that, verbally ordered that second dose of lorazepam to be an emergency situation at that point?
It was an emergency. That's why I gave it as a verbal order instead of putting it in myself. I had to give it in a, when you talk about emergency, you're talking about a crunch time frame. That's essentially what you're talking about. How much time do you have before someone's going to crash? So I had to give a verbal and run down and assess. I didn't even have time to go down and assess and then give it because it would have been 10 minutes too late.
Shortly after that, uh, did you stay in the room with Grace at that time?
Yeah, I was in the room for a good amount of time to essentially monitor her improvement. What I was looking for was once we do interventions in an emergency situation, you stay in the room until someone's stabilized and you see some response.
So the lorazepam didn't do anything. What was your next option?
There was only one other option, which is an opiate class medication. And the only one that can be given IV is morphine in the lowest dose. That's the lowest dose formulation that we have. Essentially, is 2 milligrams of morphine. So I didn't have any other options.
So that takes us to 18:15 or so in the evening.
Right, I think it was about 6:15 because I think I got to the room around 6:05 or so from the notations or from what I gathered.
What was Grace's status at that point when you got to the room?
Oh, she was not looking good. It was a little bit of an unusual situation because the monitors were, she had 3 monitors on her, all reading different oxygen saturations. Jessica was on the, the right side of the chair asking questions. And I'm talking to Holly who's saying her, that the machine's essentially not picking up a blood pressure either. So it was, okay, well, let's figure out what is happening first and then intervene.
There's been discussion about, or some testimony about there not being a detectable blood pressure.
Yeah.
Did Grace have a blood pressure at the point in time that you decided to order that she be given morphine?
Yeah, she had a blood pressure. It's just the machine was not picking up the blood pressure. She had a blood pressure.
Okay, how do you know that? I mean, the machine says, if you look at the record, it says no blood pressure.
I get it. So again, the blood pressure cuff has an accuracy level to it. You saw some pictures. I think she had a cuff on her wrist, and we usually put it on the upper arm there. When you have discrepancies in the machine or the information that's you're getting, you have to rely on your physical examination, your clinical aptitude for assessing the situation. So I went and I looked at Grace and I did a physical examination, and she had pulses. You check all the pulses: carotid pulse, dorsalis pedis, brachialis. You check the popliteal pulse. You check all the pulses. And when I check things like capillary refill, which is essentially pushing on the fingernail and seeing how fast the blood returns, and we can do that by seconds. If you push on the fingernail and it stays white for more than 3 seconds, well, you have bad perfusion. But if you're pushing on the fingernail and it returns within a second, then you have adequate perfusion. So these are clinical things, pieces of data you can get from a physical examination to give you what's actually going on with the patient. You cannot rely on one piece of data. That's the issue, is that if you take one piece of data and run with it, you might get it wrong.
Based on what you observed when you walked into Grace's room on the evening of October 13th, around 6 p.m., did you decide to intervene?
Yeah, I was trying to get her to survive as long as possible.
What's the first thing you did at that point?
When I came into the room, so in context, Scott was concerned about sedation levels. We were debating, and in my mind, I was debating, well, what do we do about this? I know he doesn't like it, but we need it. So one of the factors when it came in was, well, let's just turn it off now. Let's just get rid of it. My concern is that I might need to give her additional medications, aka the opiate, and I didn't want any type of confounding going on. And in the monitors, as I said, the data was coming in, and some of the pulse rates are going down like to 50. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe there's I don't know. I don't want there to be a bradycardia issue either. So essentially, the first thing I did on my primary assessment was, let's get rid of the Precedex. It solves a lot of issues for moving forward, and the family didn't even like it in the first place. So
as long as we're talking about Precedex, Dr. Shokar, at any point in time, did you give any order regarding Precedex other than to turn it off?
No, I don't. Precedex is done by ICU physicians, pulmonary critical care physicians usually. I just gave the order to turn it off because, again, emergency situation, I have that authority to do things like turn off stuff. But in the day-to-day, it's not something I don't prescribe that myself.
Do you have an understanding as to if your name were to show up in a document, Precedex, as to how that might happen?
Not really. I mean, again, I don't prescribe Precedex at all. It depends on, sometimes things get put under your name, but that's about it. I mean, I don't.
What about in the circumstance of where it's necessary to have a IV bag change?
Oh yeah, that can happen. That happened, I think, in this case with Leonard as well, who's one of the other primary pulmonary critical care doctors, where when the pharmacy does a bag change, they have to put a name in, and so they just put the attending name in. You should be putting the pulmonary critical care name in because they're the ICU doctor, right? But sometimes they put the attending, which is the primary, on as well.
So turning back to the evening of October 13th, after the Precedex was turned off, do you recall actually seeing Holly McGinnis turn off the Precedex machine?
Well, it's a smaller room. She walked over to the IV pump and was doing something with it. I was assessing Grace because, attention divided, but I'm pretty sure she turned it off.
You've worked with Holly McGinnis?
I've worked with her before. She follows, I said turn off the Precedex. She walked over to the machine. Well, she confirmed first because nurses always confirm. You want me to turn off the Precedex? I said, yes, turn off the Precedex. And so she walked over to the machine, the IV pump.
So there would have been a verbal confirmation. First of all, verbal order.
Verbal order, verbal confirmation, then the action. But I didn't see her push a button because I wasn't focused on the machine at that point. She was at the machine, so I don't know what.
Your assumption would be based on the fact that you told her to turn it off. She's at the machine. She turned it off.
Correct.
All right. So you made the decision to administer 2 milligrams of morphine. First of all, doctor, are you able to give us some kind of idea, maybe what the equivalency of is as far as maybe Tylenol 3 or something like that of 2 milligrams of morphine?
So morphine to tell like a PO Tylenol or something like that. Yeah. So morphine 2 milligrams is probably equivalent to like 2 Tylenol 3s. That's probably the best way because if you do the morphine conversion, it's about 2 Tylenol 3s or 1 like Norco, which is a hydrocodone, which is a pretty low doses of meds.
When you made the determination or decision to intervene and order 2 milligrams of morphine, did you consider the possibility that the morphine may result in an adverse event?
When you order something, you have to weigh risk and benefits. I mean, that's always a concern when you add it. Any medication you give, you have to wonder about it. But that's why it's usually a dose-dependent relationship, and that's why you always choose the lowest dose possible, and you kind of work up from that, and you have to factor in what the risk of not doing anything is, right? You're using medications like, for instance, a blood pressure medication for a reason. If you don't use it, what's going to happen? If you use it, what's going to happen? Is the side effect acceptable? Because it's overall better than the other option.
After the morphine was administered, did you monitor Grace for any adverse effects?
Yeah, I was in the room watching to see what happened because, again, I'm looking for a clinical response in this crisis kind of emergency situation that's going on. We call them, I don't leave the room until something happens, essentially. So if she started getting worse, that's when I'm talking to family, okay, well, this didn't work. But because she actually got better through that monitoring period, I felt comfortable to leave the room and call Scott to update him on what was going on while I was still sitting outside the nursing station looking at the monitor, which is directly across the the desk that you sit at, to continue monitoring. I think Holly was still in the room for another 10, 15 minutes or something while I was doing that, making a call.
And so when you were at bedside, did you observe any adverse effects or indications of an overdose?
Oh, no, she got better. She was actually, I was happy. I was like, okay, her oxygen is now 95, 100% of all 3 monitors. Remember, she had 3 monitors on them. They're all having discrepancy. Oh, wow. All the oxygens are above 95%. She has a pulse and a blood pressure with an MAP that is greater than 65. And her,
Stop you for a second. Referred to MAP, what is that?
oh, that's a mean arterial pressure. It's what, it's essentially this average of, when you do a blood pressure, you get a top number and a bottom number. In the IC, we use an MAP because an MAP over 60 means that she's perfusing, and an MAP over 65 is really like, that's the goal. We want an MAP over 65, but anything over 60 essentially is you get perfusion to your organs and everything. So we use the marker of MAP in the ICU as a more reflective measure of what's going on with perfusion, rather than the blood pressure, which may have this big discrepancies or other issues with it.
So based on the vital signs that you observed after a period of time after the morphine was given, intervention worked the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, I was happy with the intervention. I had a, you know, I gave a dose of morphine for the intention of improving her condition. My theory was that she was overcompensating. I needed, and she was going to crash right there from the amount of work of breathing she was having, and my intervention targeted that. The respiratory rates went down to what I wanted it to, mildly, or it was decreased. I was hoping to target around 40, what she was doing the day before, and the respiratory rates went down, her work of breathing improved, and all of her vitals improved. So I was very satisfied with the intervention. And so then when I went out to talk to Scott, I told her, well, this is what happened. I gave her some morphine and these medications, and she's more stable now. You know, her oxygen went up, and then we went on to talk about why other things like the discrepancies in the oxygenation and all that.
And when you administered the 2 when you ordered the 2 milligrams of morphine on October 13th, 2021, did you believe that Grace's condition was emergent?
It was emergent.
It for, I think you said, the purpose of improving Grace's condition?
Yes.
You ordered that Grace be given morphine on October 13th, 2021. Did you give that order for the purpose of worsening Grace's condition?
No.
When you ordered that Grace be given morphine on October 13th, 2021, did you give that order for the purpose of causing damage to Grace Schara?
No.
When you ordered that Grace be given 2 milligrams of morphine on October 13th, 2021, did you do so for the purpose of trying to preserve Grace's life?
Yes.
Dr. Shokar, when did you become aware that Grace had passed?
Next day.
You had already left the hospital?
Right. So my shift is 6 to 6. I stayed over until like 6:30, 6:40 or so. Signed out to the night physician. It was Dr. Beck on at that time. Explained the situation in a critical nature, and then essentially left the hospital. I found out the next day that she had the situation that had happened, and that she had passed, and then called Scott and talked to him for 30 minutes as answering his questions and debriefing and offering condolences. He was going to the funeral home, I believe.
All right, Doctor, we have one more exhibit to look at. Can you take a look at Exhibit 259? Are you able to identify that document for us?
This looks like a death certificate.
Okay. Move for admission of Exhibit 259. Well, let me ask one more question, make sure we get the foundation right. Is that a document that you prepared?
Yes.
Now move for admission. Move to publish, or ask permission to publish. All right, doctor, the only thing, because this is kind of hard to read, You said this is a document prepared by you. Why would you have been the one to prepare this document?
When someone passes, generally you do a document, essentially a discharge or a death summary in the hospital for the hospital record, which is a brief summary of what happened, and then for the state you have to prepare a death certificate, so which is an official document indicating their primary and potentially secondary reasons for passing, and that's submitted so that they can be released to the funeral home and well, it's their official statement essentially.
What did you note as Grace's cause of death?
It was acute respiratory failure with hypoxemia, secondary to COVID-19 pneumonia.
Doctor, at the point in time that you prepared this document, was there any indication in any of Grace's medical records from her hospitalization at St. Elizabeth in October 2021 that the medications lorazepam, Precedex, morphine, either singularly or in combination, was the cause of Grace's death?
No, they weren't.
Almost done here, Doctor. Doctor, do you believe that the care and treatment that you provided to Grace Schara on October 12th and 13th met the standard of care?
Yes, I do.
Doctor, do you believe you did everything you could within the limits of the Schara family's wishes to save Grace's life on October 12th and 13th, 2021?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I have.
Need to recognize when we have a stipulation by everybody, so we all agree we're gonna be done for the day. So, it's good news. I didn't wanna favor anybody, the plan will be, we're gonna stop, which is different because it's gonna take more than a half hour, and you guys are owed a break right now anyway. But we've gone past 4 o'clock. So tomorrow morning, we'll start at the same time. We'll start with the cross-examination of Dr. Schara, and then jurors' questions. And then after that, I think the defense is going to rest. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, so they'll rest, and then the plaintiff will have an opportunity to have rebuttal witnesses or a rebuttal witness. And my understanding is that might be up to like a half a day. So it probably won't be a full day for you tomorrow, but we'll keep you posted. And then I mentioned to you that the attorneys and I have a long period of time that we need to work. So if we get done early tomorrow, you guys will be able to go home, and then we'll work to finish up these jury instructions and special verdict forms with the plan that you'd come in Wednesday morning for the jury instructions, closing arguments, and then begin deliberation. So hopefully that sort of updates you on where we're at. Thanks again for your attention today. Reminder, don't do outside research or independent research, and we'll see everybody tomorrow morning. The jurors are excused. All right, everyone can be seated. You can step down, Dr. Schara. During the testimony, there were exhibits that were discussed, and I believe there were exhibit 217, 239, I think 219, 222, 259. Any objection to those being received to the extent they haven't been already?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so all of those are received. Keep these, the clerk will keep these separate, so they'll go back up on the witness stand in the morning. We had a sidebar, and I think I indicated that the jurors needed a break, and I had a note from the juror that if it was beyond 5, which it clearly was gonna be, she would need a 20-minute break, not just a quick break. And I think we had a consensus that we just come back tomorrow. So anything you want to say to add to that sidebar?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Guzzi and Attorney Frankowiak?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so the plan tomorrow then is to finish the doctor's testimony, and then what's the plan on rebuttal?
Sure.
Okay, and how long do you anticipate that to be approximately?
About 30 minutes.
Okay, so we'll finish in the morning. Plan would be? Okay.
Case law that the only purpose of rebuttal is to address a new fact or opinion that's raised. So I guess I would like to have on the record what exactly we're talking about tomorrow, because it's not an opportunity for Mr. Schara to rehab entire.
You want to take the lead on that?
Your Honor, it just seems that if that's an issue on rebuttal, that can be objected to at that time. And the court can make a ruling. I haven't seen any law that says that you have to disclose the topics of one of your witnesses that you're going to cover on direct prior to putting them on the stand. So I think that's a little too far.
Okay, well, I think this case, you've had a week of, so there's a lot of additional facts and additional theories, expert opinions, facts that Dr. Schokar just testified to, new things that are fair to have rebuttal to. And so then there's that line that he's not going to repeat what he testified to for a full day already. That's sort of the rule, and then, yeah, I'll give some leeway like I've done, but
Can we agree that the court is not going to offer opinions by experts?
I believe that's
That to come up during the draft, and then want to be clear on the record that is not something that you allowed to comment on.
me of when we had that on direct. I don't remember that.
He offered an opinion on cause of death. And the court said, yeah, well, it's from his perspective as a father. I disagree with that. He'll offer any opinion. But that would be an example of something like that. Get out ahead of it. Say, no, you cannot address metabolic acidosis.
I think you just raised two things. So I would agree that he's not going to give an opinion on the cause of death. That seems like an easy one. Might his testimony talk about metabolic acidosis? I think it could, because there's been metabolic acidosis addressed by your experts, by Dr. Schokar, by Nurse Haynes. So the rebuttal to that. So two different issues. So we'll just deal with it on a question-by-question basis then. But my parameters are going to be, that leeway without repeating everything, and it's not going to change. He's not going to offer opinions on cause of death. I was thinking one other thing that the record should be clear about, Attorney Guzzi, and I think everybody has made arguments throughout that says, well, this is a violation of the motions in limine. Remember when I decided all those motions in limine, I said they may change during the trial. So there are times that I've allowed things because just like when I made all those decisions, I said, well, when we get to the trial, I don't know where we're at and who's saying what, these things are all subject to change. I don't know if I've ever said that during the trial though, but I thought of that this weekend. Okay. What else about tomorrow? Anything on either the rest of the defense case or the plaintiff's rebuttal?
Judge, as to the rebuttal, I think the law is State versus Watson, 46 with second 492. At the very last line, page 499 to page 500. Trial court wide discretion on facts that came in.
I'd asked this morning then for everybody to be ready for a discussion regarding the verdict form. And Attorney Fleiter, I'm going to just pull up what you submitted. Because I think that maybe answers part of my question. Is that the one that you were referencing, Attorney Guzzi, when you said you are far away apart? Okay. Attorney Fleiter, are you the one who's going to take the lead on this?
Attorney Voiland's going to take the verdict form, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead, Attorney Voiland.
Judge, I think the difference is our verdict form asks about all of the specific breaches that are alleged. The defense verdict form does not. There's facts in evidence on both sides of this about whether any of these facts are breaches of the standard of care. Our experts put in each of the breaches that we ask about. I think it's appropriate for the jury to be asked about each of those breaches separately, first as to the hospital, and then secondly as to Dr. Shokar.
First to Dr. Shokar.
First to Dr. Shokar, second as to the hospital. I think that's appropriate. Also, we separately have the jury answer the questions as to negligence versus wrongful death. I don't think the defense verdict does that. And we separately ask about the do not resuscitate order questions. We separately ask about the battery. I think we work very diligently to guard against the possibility of an inconsistent verdict by having the jury ask in each of those separate sections who are the dissenters and as to what questions.
Attorney Guzzi.
I haven't gone through every one of these. There is an inherent problem with most of them. One, there's a number of them that assume there's a duty. For example, we'll just pick one that's under the medical negligence question we had today. Raised is Dr. Shokar negligent failing to obtain informed consent from anyone in Grace's family, including by failing to inform anyone in the Schara family that Grace had again suffered an adverse event. There are facts in that section that, if this question is read, would be, this way, there are disputed facts in that question. And if the question is read this way, it gives the jury the indication that the court has made a finding of fact. For example, the use of an adverse event. Well, there's a dispute of fact as to whether it's an adverse event, whether it's a side effect that's accounted for, not a big deal, was it life-threatening, not life-threatening. And so that's for starters. But the question also presumes that there is a duty on Dr. Shokar's part in that situation. And in almost all of these questions that I looked at have these same flaws. The assumption of a duty. We don't do this in auto cases. I'm just using the example. If we have an auto accident case and the allegations are that the tortfeasor is speeding, failed to use the right of way, and also failed to maintain a proper lookout. We don't ask specific questions in that case as to those individual alleged failures or breaches of their duty. We ask it in a singular question as to whether they were negligent with regard to the operation of their motor vehicle. And part of the reason for that is because each one of those allegations has a very specific instruction stating the law as to a person's duty to maintain a proper lookout, to maintain a proper speed, to yield the right of way where appropriate. In this particular case, the way this is fashioned, there is no law upon which the court can instruct the jury without making a determination as to which set of experts is correct on the duty within the standard of care, which is exactly why in medical negligence cases, by far and large, I don't know that I've seen, I'm not saying it's not possible because I've been proven wrong before. There may have been verdicts that break out each individual alleged breach of the standard of care. Perhaps Your Honor has one. But in general, the construct under 1023 is a separate verdict question on the overall standard of care. And in this case, you would also have I think it's 1023.1, 1023.2 that address the issue of informed consent. And because there's the inherent nature of a medical malpractice case is the very thing that the court would normally instruct the jury on, the law when it comes to duty, is usually the very thing that's in dispute in these types of cases, and it is here. From soup to nuts, the dispute initially starts with duty in this case. So I don't know how the court can possibly instruct the jury on the duty of informed consent beyond what is already in the informed consent jury instruction, which states the law at 448:30. And by the way, well, that's an issue for another time. It has to do with the battery claim. But that's what I think right now as I look through these questions. This is not a workable verdict form. And I don't know how we get there if there are assumptions being made as to whether so-and-so had a duty. I think there are problems with the hospital questions because the way the evidence has come in, and it's a Dr. Shokar problem too. It seems to be that I don't think the hospital can be held vicariously liable under Chapter 655 for the acts of a doctor that is not a defendant. I think there's actually something specific in Chapter 655. Likewise, we talked about captain of the ship before this case started. The way the evidence has come in, or in the plaintiff's case, I think there is at least a suggestion, if not potentially the argument, that this idea, for example, if an adverse event over sedation side effect occurs on the 7th, that somehow Dr. Shokar, 5 days later, has a a duty to have an informed consent discussion with the Sharas. That implies that that initial order may have been negligent.
Can you just slow you down for a second? I just pulled, and I want to make sure you're consistent then in what you're saying, because your instructions that you sent me over the weekend, questions 9 and 10, that have to do with the negligence of Mr. Schara. There aren't jury instructions on that, are there?
It's the ordinary care instruction, and there's a case, Brown versus Dibble. I can give you the site. It specifically says.
But I'm saying the concern is, the duty that you just argued. It assumes a duty. So there's not an instruction.
There is an instruction. It's the ordinary care instruction.
Okay. Which number?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I should know, but I don't.
The verdict, what you submitted.
Yeah, I'll send. Well, I don't think we may not have submitted in the original packet.
Okay.
But I'll give you the site, or actually send you the Brown versus Dibble, because that's the one. That case states that a patient has a duty of ordinary care with regard to their own health and safety. Now, a case obviously says patient, but it seems that that should also apply to a patient advocate.
And when you say it seems like it shouldn't, now we're assuming the duty on the patient advocate that we don't have an instruction for. So I'm trying to make it fair.
I understand.
So how do you justify asking for 9 and 10, but not asking for the number 3 under the medical negligence if the argument is there's no way to instruct the jury, the duty's in dispute?
Well, I have not looked to see if there's anything that expands on Brown versus Dibble.
Okay.
One thing.
Well, now's a good time. I mean, we're at the crunch time now.
Oh, I understand. I understand.
And I imagine if there was, you would have provided it to me.
I have not looked that deep. I just was looking at, in a break today, the starting point of ordinary duty or duty for a patient.
Frank Polyak, your thoughts on the instruction, what has been said?
Oh, on the verdict, Your Honor?
Yeah, it's just, but where I'm sort of leaning, and I gotta think this through again tonight, but I'm thinking if we start with a more of a simplified version, similar to what the defense is arguing, and if they answer yes, for example, to the negligence of Dr. Schokar, then we send them back with 2 or 12 categories to say which of these was there a breach in the standard of care. But if they answer it no,
Right.
well, I think
There would be no reason at that point to elaborate further. And negligence is negligence. We don't need to know. There's only one category of damages here, and that's pain and suffering. So we don't really need to differentiate.
Is that agreed to?
No, it's not, and
It's not agreed to. Okay, so there might only be one category of damages, but assuming there isn't, and there's more.
There really is no reason to know one way or another what the answers to anything else is. It's either negligent or non-negligent. It doesn't matter if negligent on this particular question or that particular question. It's no or yes, and that answers the question one way or another. And then you go to the cause question, and you go to the comparison question, and then you go to the damage questions. And depending how they answer, there's no breaking them down like, okay, there's 21 questions on negligence against the hospital. It doesn't give us anything if 6 of them are answered yes. I mean, it doesn't really do anything. These are just a resuscitation of many of the, I guess, the arguments of plaintiffs' experts, and some of them, they also include duties that just don't exist. I mean, there's things in here trying to hold the hospital responsible for informed consent on the DNR, and there's been no testimony on it. It's not even consistent with the law. It strikes me that this just would encourage a party to employ an expert who has 26 different opinions so that they can get 26 different kicks at the can on the verdict, and that's not the way it works.
They wouldn't be getting 26 kicks, they get the 1 kick. And if the 1 kick is answered yes, then the jury itemizes which of the 26 apply.
Well, I'm not,
But if they answer it no, then there's no reason to get the 26 kicks.
I
And the
guess
jurors
I'm
aren't
not,
gonna
I'm
know-
still not convinced about what value that would serve. I mean, if there's negligence, it's negligence. It doesn't matter if one of them or 16 of them or 21 of them or half of them are yes and no. As long as one is, that's all you're really asking for. It's not going to change anything. There's not going to be any different damage or damages or anything like that based on those further answers. It's just yes or no. And generally that also is, that also eliminates or at least cuts down the potential for an inconsistent verdict. Here, I would be very concerned for an inconsistent verdict. You have to have the same 10 jurors for each negligence, cause, and damages. And to have the same 10 jurors agree on 26 different questions I think it's going to be impossible at this point. I think there's just the one question. It's negligence, it's cause, it's negligence, it's cause, and then you do the comparison and you do the damages. It's very simple. I mean, they either prove negligence or not. There is no reason to break it out just because there's 6 different opinions. I think Attorney Guzzi was right that the jury instructions will tell them on the various claims. This is what you're supposed to, this is the law, this is what you're supposed to look at. You make that determination, did they or did they not meet the standard of care for that respect? And they make their determination. And if they think on one of 5 different claims that one of the defendants did not, meet the standard of care, then they'll just say negligence, yes. I mean, there's no reason to break it out because it doesn't do anything by that point. Once it's negligent, I don't understand what the value would be to get it broken out. I mean, it doesn't really add anything. You're going to go to the damage, you're going to go to the cause question, you're going to go to the damages question without regard to whether 6 of these or 21 of these were answered yes by a jury.
And I can answer that.
Okay,
That's my turn.
go ahead.
So I'm gonna go one of the first questions at a time. Once the topic of Mr. Schara is next. And speaking of motions in limine, there's a motion in limine that says nobody can be held liable to have caused either harm or death unless there's a expert report and an expert opinion that says they were. And there's none of the defendant's experts tagged Mr. Schara at all. None of their reports blame Mr. Schara for any harm or risk. None. That's one point.
That's a good point.
None.
I'm ready to respond.
I would like to.
Yeah, so keep going.
So then, I think the motor vehicle accident example is a really good one. Because a motor vehicle accident takes place in 5 seconds, 10 seconds. So there's going to be one breach, failure to look out, failure to observe crash. This was a 7-day hospital stay. And Dr. Burdine came in and testified, and he was qualified to testify, and the defense witnesses, the defense experts can disagree with him. But he testified that there were breaches of the standard of care day after day after day, and time after time after time. And I think it would be inappropriate to ask only one question about was there a breach of the standard of care, because each of those breaches that Dr. Burdine testified to all led to a separate injury, except for the death. The death is the only one injury that's a unified injury. All of the breaches that Dr. Burdine testified to led to a separate tort. So there's not only one injury. There are many separate torts that Dr. Burdine put in evidence on. The jury can say, no, I don't agree that that was a breach. But there's evidence there for the jury to conclude that it was a breach on all of the items that we list relating to Dr. Schoffer. And there's evidence from Nurse Eichinger that there was a separate breach on all of the items that we list for the hospital. For example, the DNR informed consent. Nurse Eichinger put in expert testimony that the nurses did have an obligation with respect to that. The defense nurses said contrary, although I think Julie Davis actually agreed with it, said that the nurse did have a thought, but Nurse Eichinger put that in, and she put in, again, like Dr. Burdine, breach after breach after breach, day after day after day. I think it would be not correct to ask only one question, because this is not a 10-second motor vehicle accident. This is a 7-day, 24-hour hospital. And the jury can answer the question, for example, this Dr. Schoffer question. Did his continued infusion of Precedex, is that a breach? And then it goes on to explain more. Dr. Shokar testified this afternoon. He eventually turned it off. He knew he had to turn it off at some point. The question is, Dr. Burdine testified he needed to have turned it off way before he did. That's another breach. That caused additional harm to Grace. So this cannot be answered in one question, and cannot be answered in one question, Your Honor, I don't think up front and then later comes back to you because it lumps it all together. And this was not a 10-second motor vehicle accident. It was a 7-day overnight hospital.
All right, brief response, and then we'll call it for the day, Attorney Guzzi.
First of all, I don't think it matters whether it's 7 days or not, because in this case, they've dismissed 5 doctors that were involved in this case. And I think that's going to lead to some confusion. And so I think it's inappropriate in terms of, for example, the Precedex to have, I mean, it depends on the question, I guess. But from a larger overview, I just, again, they can argue all those breaches occurred within the context of their closing argument. I see absolutely no point in breaking them out one by one, and I think it vastly increases the likelihood of an inconsistent verdict, and perhaps the likelihood of a mistrial. If you've got to get 10 out of 12 to agree on all of the 13 breaches that you list under Dr. Shokar, good luck. I think you do. I think it's all they all have to agree on the same claim. The way they have it broken out, they have it claim 1, claim 2, claim 3, and there's multiple questions.
That's why it would be error to give one question, because we ask at the end of each of these sections which 10 jurors agree and which 2 would dissent by juror number. So it would be an error to ask it all as one rather than separately.
I just think it's completely unnecessary. There's absolutely no point to it. We're not asked. I mean, there's no point in doing it when simple accomplishes the same thing.
Okay.
I tend to agree with Attorney Guzzi. Number one, they can argue all 26 things, all 18 things, whatever they want. If the jury buys one of those arguments, they can answer yes to the negligence question. They can deal with the cause question. Breaking this out, there are like 26 different questions for the hospital alone on the negligence. You will need to get 10 of 12 agreeing on every one of those, and then all of them, the same ones, agreeing on the cause question and the damage question. The chances of that, there's a 99.999% chance of a mistrial. It's never going to happen. That's why we have the simple question: negligence, cause, and then damages, because that gives them. You can get 10 people on that who can agree to that. There's no way. On top of which, I would definitely want to argue half of these things. They don't state the law. They misstate the law. You cannot have where's Ascension Hospital and or its nurses. The hospital is responsible for its nurses. They are not responsible for anyone else. They're not responsible for the doctors that the plaintiffs deliberately dismissed from the case. When they dismissed those doctors, they bought whatever negligence could be attributable to them. They wiped it out. They got rid of it. That was a strategic choice they made. You don't get to hang that on the hospital. There is no, they weren't employees. There's no evidence they were employees. This is going to take days to work this through. What they've suggested here is unlike anything I have seen, and is unlike anything I will ever see if I practice until I'm 100 years old. I've never seen this. It's unworkable. We're going to need to really delve and dig into this if we're going to get this complicated.
That's why it says Ascension or its nurses, not its doctors. It doesn't trigger.
So I would want to just, maybe you hit on a topic. The way I've been drafting that is, I understood what you submitted pre-trials. The hospital is responsible for all the acts or inactions of its nurses, other than the battery.
The hospital, through its nurses, is one way to put it, and I think that's the way we put it in our proposed.
The way I put it is hospital, nurses and/or hospital.
Well, I would object to
and/or.
and/or.
Looking at it, well, it's either if the nurse did something wrong, then the hospital's responsible for it, right?
Yes, the hospital through its nurses, but that is it because that limits it to, you have to limit it to the nurses. They're the employees. no one else. Like if you say the hospital or the nurses, that leaves it open that, well, what about Dr. Baum? Because
I think we can say by a hospital, we're talking about nurses, not doctors.
well, I think, and that's why it would have to say the hospital by its nurses or something that clearly shows that you're talking about only the nurses and no one else. You know, the hospital is the party, but it has to indicate by the nurses so that they know we're only talking about the nurses here.
Okay, so get ready for that discussion.
Can I just make one
Sure.
short comment on that? Using the hospital generically like that also suggests that they can find the hospital negligent for policies. And there's been no evidence by an expert that any of the policies of Ascension were defective or a breach of the standard of care. Dr. Berdine, I don't think that's in his opinions. And I don't think he's even qualified because that is something that you need an expert to testify on, an expert in healthcare administration.
And Dr.
Okay,
Berdine
so
was
for
very
example, there was expert testimony that the eviction from the hospital, for example, are we just going to blame that on Ms. Barkholz and then say if Ms. Barkholz was negligent, then it's the hospital's negligence, and then with that same breath, not allowing Jessica Vanderheiden to immediately enter as the alternative power of attorney, for example. It seems like the hospital, as opposed to a specific nurse, the messages were that she was denied entry when she showed up by the hospital, then she was removed by a nurse. So it gets complicated. And I was of the understanding, Mr. Frankowiak, that your clients, the hospital and the nurses, are sort of one and the same. If the nurses did something that was negligent, the hospital is responsible based upon them doing it in their employment. And the hospital's a party, so if they did something that was negligent, they're responsible.
well, the hospital is responsible for the nurses, but the only testimony from the experts in this case is about the nurses. For instance, Berdine specifically said his only criticism was the removal.
I don't think that's true. So for example, removing Jessica Vanderheiden from Grace's hospital room on October 11th at 7 o'clock.
Sorry?
Removing Jessica Vanderheiden from Grace's hospital room on October 11th at 7 o'clock. Do you remember that?
She was never removed.
No, she was removed. At 7 o'clock, she was told she had to leave because she was treated like a visitor.
At the end of visiting hours? What you're saying?
Right. So that first day she went there on the 11th, she then had to leave at 7 o'clock. Right? That's what the testimony is. And that's not disputed. I don't know if that's a nurse or a hospital, but if that breached the standard of care by failing to recognize her as something more or something different than a visitor, then I think your client's responsible. You're looking at me like I'm talking a foreign language. Do you remember that Ms. Vanderheiden was removed from the hospital?
Yep. Yes, I don't recall if there's any expert testimony on that or not.
There was. I have it right here. It's on my list of, I just put together a whole bunch of notes. I have it down. And then I have down that the testimony came in undisputed and that she was treated like a visitor instead of like a power of attorney or a patient advocate. That was testified to by Nurse Eichinger. It was testified to by, the facts were testified to by Jessica Vanderheiden, Scott Schara, Cindy Schara. The opinion was from Nurse Eichinger. And your people have verified those facts. There's nothing to the contrary.
Well, except that she wasn't a power of attorney. She was the third alternate power of attorney.
I said power of attorney or patient advocate. So you can be a patient advocate without being the official power of attorney. So anyway, I mean, be ready for that because like that question is going to be asked or it's going to be part of our instructions in our verdict form. And I would think that we're going to say if the nurse or the hospital violated the standard of care, that's the same thing in that question. Like it's clear Dr. Schokar didn't do that. Dr. Schokar didn't have Jessica removed. So I don't think that question relates to him at all. But it will relate to, and I don't think Nurse McGinnis did it either. But some nurse did it, or somebody at the hospital did it, and those are the same, that's your client. Correct?
No, by the nurse. If the nurse did it, they're responsible for the nurse.
And that's your client. And if a nurse didn't do it, but it was hospital policy, and the nurse executed it, some nurse came in and told her to leave, that's undisputed testimony. And show me a fact in the record that says that that's in dispute. And so tomorrow, what I want us to do is, and I tried to tell you this at the beginning of the trial, let's quit advocating and just deal with reality when we draft these instructions. So our goal is to get answers from the jurors. I'd like to do it in a very less confusing way. And I'm bothered by the fact, Mr. Frankowiak, that you're confused kind of with my questions right there on what are clearly undisputed facts. So my question would be, how are we going to ask the jury that? And how are we going to instruct them? Like, if that was a mistake, that falls on your client. Is that the hospital, or is it the nurses, or is it the nurses and/or hospital? And the way that I've drafted it so far is I've tried to distinguish between Dr. Schara and the second category is nurses/hospital. So like that's an example that I don't think that has anything to do with Dr. Schara. Just on the flip side, I think the informed consent has nothing to do with the nurses or the hospital. I think that's Dr. Schara. So that's where I'm at with it. Mr. Guzzi, you said that you don't need an expert opinion about Mr. Schara. Is that what?
I believe so. It's ordinary care. And the testimony here is that, and we're really focused on intubation, right?
Well, I'm not sure. You haven't told me that yet. So is that the only issue of
Yeah, I think that the issue is whether the decision to make the determination that Grace would not be intubated in the light of the conversations that were occurring with all of the doctors, including Dr. Schokar, whether that's negligent. And I think that's ordinary care. And I don't think you need an expert for that.
Okay, and so if you don't mind, I would like to get from you sometime tonight or early tomorrow, then the case law that says making a decision about being either DNI or DNR, you can be found negligent for.
I can tell you right now, there probably is not one case, but I'll double check.
So why do we want to create that here?
Well,
How can somebody be negligent if they make a decision about DNI or DNR? Especially if it's your position that they were fully informed. So if they're fully informed by the doctor, which I think is what you're suggesting, and they take that information and they analyze it and they say, okay, here's our decision, DNI, then you're saying they can be found negligent in a court for that? It doesn't seem to make sense.
well, I think it's, I mean, there's a lot of new.
Just give me something tonight if you don't mind, so that we're not just shooting from the hip. I struggle with it. If it's the removal from the room or being rude and that resulted in that empty time period when she wasn't with an advocate, that's maybe a different issue. Okay, so I'd like an itemization of what the items are and then any case law that would support that.
Itemization
Of acts of negligence, just like I asked them to do about the doctors.
Sure.
But it doesn't make sense to do the DNI if your position is they were fully informed.
It's almost, it's the flip side of, and you'll see, I'm going to send you Brown versus Dibble.
Okay.
I don't know that it totally applies in this case, but it talks about the idea of informed consent and the patient's reliance and contributory negligence. But I will agree with you right now, there probably is not a case that specifically addresses a patient advocate. But I think by analogy, I mean the patient advocate stepping into the shoes of the patient. And then I highly doubt there's one specific to DNI, DNR. It's just not an issue that comes up.
Right.
The flip side of this is the issue that comes up where a DNI, DNR, or DNR order is not observed. So it's a life claim.
So concerned, but if your position is that Mr. Schara made a bad choice or poor choice, and he hurt Grace by making that choice because it caused her life, doesn't that fit in that your client or the hospital didn't cause the death? They were simply following what Mr. Schara said, so it would take away the causation on your side. She died as a result of the DNI that was properly invoked, not because he committed some negligent act.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so I'd like you to think that through, because I asked you last week, are you really serious on keeping them on that verdict form? Because that's where I'm at legally. So if you can follow through on that. And I,
In more than Connor versus West Shore, where there's suggesting where there's evidence of causal negligence, the person has to be on the verdict. More than that. I'm just making sure.
say that again.
Never mind. I think I understand what the court's asking.
Well, I think yeah, just so I can say it again.
No,
I'm not advocating for one side or the other. I'm just saying if the suggestion is that after an informed conversation, Mr. Schara made a decision, a DNI decision, and that caused Grace's death. He contributed to her death. I think your argument then is that if you find that you, Dr. Chokar, or the hospital did something negligent, they didn't cause the death. The death was caused by the DNI.
Yep, I understand what the court's saying. I'll take a look at it tonight.
Okay, so those are my thoughts. I don't think the battery claim is going to survive. Just heads up on that, but I'm going to listen to Mr. Schara tomorrow on that. But I'm bothered on the consent issue. Heads up, okay? Anything else tonight?
Well, go ahead, Joe.
One issue on the single question versus multiple questions. I also think it's important with respect to chapter 655, because the limits in chapter 655 are, it's used throughout the chapter, each occurrence. So if there is an occurrence on October 12th and there is a separate occurrence on October 13th, the caps are each occurrence of medicine negligence. That's important, and I know you're on to look at all of this and study this at night. I didn't want to fail to mention that before we left.
I don't think that's true. I think that there's case law concerning ongoing.
Well, just be ready to work into the night then tomorrow, it sounds like. When the evidence finishes tomorrow, we'll start our discussion, right? But I think you understand where I'm at, and based on what has been submitted, those are the issues. Mr. Pinkoliak, I'd like you to get some language on how we're going to refer to your client or clients, assuming that the battery's out, and I think it's all just kind of one. If the nurse did something or the nurses didn't do something, it's the hospital. So,
based on the court's comments, are we to assume that the statutory DNI issue, you're going to let that go to the jury?
I do. You said one thing today during a sidebar that I want to look into tonight. Didn't you say that you submitted some peer review article?
Article from the Wisconsin lawyer shortly after.
Yeah.
And it's written by someone, I believe, from Quarles and Brady, who is a specialist in this area. And it really walks through, it's really lengthy and detailed and walks through the purpose behind the statute.
I remember you submitting it. I haven't been able to find it today, but whenever you mention that today, I've been looking for it.
I can see.
So if that can be sent again, that'd be great. I'll read it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's on the similar along the lines of these pulse forms that we're talking about. It's not really a pulse statute, but I think you'll see from the article that it was more for the benefit of the patient who wants a DNR.
My most recent research, and the thing that thinks that the statute applies, which is a little bit of a change, is if you look at all the statutes and the administrative rules, there's no other provision anywhere that would deal with DNR orders within a hospital setting.
CARES.
The
standard of care as testified by, the standard of care in.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I do completely understand what you're saying. And I don't think it's governed by statute. It's just not. The standard of care in all aspects of medicine is an amorphous, concept. I'd say 95, 97% of what we talk about in standard of care in medical malpractice, it has nothing to do with policies. It has nothing to do with statutes or administrative code provisions. It's what is the practice, right?
Judge, I have to add this on this topic. it's actually the most cited decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court of any time in history. State ex rel Palal versus Circuit Court for Dane County. Other than 5 case, Justice Sykes wrote the decision about statutory interpretation. The court begins and ends with language of the statute. The court does not consult extrinsic sources unless the language of the statute is ambiguous. And the one thing that Justice Sykes writes, a couple years before I was involved, the one thing that Justice Sykes writes is that the court does look at the language of surrounding statutes. And you just said that, Your Honor, that you were looking at the language of surrounding statutes. But that answers this question on one thing. The court does not consult extrinsic sources. It's inappropriate.
Let's just leave it at that, and at least you know what the issues are. But Mr. Administrator, you're not standing, which is a good sign.
No, I'm trying to be patient.
Okay, I noticed. What do you?
What time did you want us here tomorrow?
Is it good to say I mean, the juries are going to be here at 8. It's going to be an early day for them, so if we start them at 8 and get them gone whenever the testimony's done. Does that work for everybody? Okay, we'll see you then. We're adjourned.